Carl turned to Lady Othello. "I just got a message that the traffic in the city is at a crawl. We won't get far with vehicles. I don't know where you need to go, but they are deploying the lower ranks to the north side to defend against a goblin and ogre attack." "You sound personally invested in that," the overlord noted. "In a way. My group was working on a way to rapidly boost trainees, and we had gotten a group to advance to Awakened within a week of training. They haven't even started at the academy yet, and won't for another week. But they've been split up and sent to the city walls with random ascended rank team leaders. I know the policy is that Awakened rank and up are ready to fight outside the training environment, but this is a bit different," Carl explained. Othello looked impressed. "You managed to help them skip the entire common rank grind? That is impressive just by itself, but I can see how it would be an issue if they were at the cathedral today. Is there one in particular that you're concerned about?" Carl nodded. "There is a rogue with them who is deaf, and the message she sent me says that she's with a group that doesn't have a cleric, or anyone else who knows sign language. So, she can't understand any of the orders coming over the radio because nobody is speaking them out loud." "A message?" Lady Othello asked. "Oh, right. There is a system function for that. Sybil, the baby rogue, found it." Carl sent Othello a message, startling her so much that she almost swerved off the road. "Sorry, I didn't think that it would be that obtrusive. It just appears at the edge of my vision," Carl explained. "I see how you sent it now. But it appeared in front of me like the system alerts inside a trial. I will have to find a way to change that. Maybe if I just focus on moving it, and perhaps making it a little transparent. Yes, that's better." Othello sent him back a brief message. "I will circle to the north of the city, and enter from the north gates. That is closest to the cathedral anyhow." So, their convoy took a turn, following the edge of the city towards where it was becoming clear the battle had nearly reached the walls. They were under 5 kilometers away, and Carl could see the fight when they came over a hill. "Would you be particularly mad if I jumped out and left you to deliver the message? The team would surely be a morale booster along the line. Since the leaders there are mostly commanders, the same as along the frost giant border," he suggested. "I don't mind. Do you need time to tell your group?" Carl shook his head. "No, they know already. Thor is in humanoid form, so he just told them directly. I don't know if you can hear them over the wind." Othello shook her head. "No, my senses aren't as keen as yours. But I hear that you might be able to change that. There was talk of an elite passing out strange skill books, and my guess is that was you. If there is time after the battle, I will see if there is a sensory skill that you can use. I don't really have one specialized for paladins, but there might be something. Even passive night vision might be possible, if I can find a way to isolate the change to make it into a skill book. I got it as part of a package upgrade when I first got my class," Carl explained. "Good enough for me. I've made it to Overlord without it, after all. But every little bit counts, and not relying on presence sense when fighting blind would be a huge advantage." Carl spotted familiar faces in one of the buses headed for the battle, and gestured out the window. "There are 4 of the 5 trainees. The Dana says that she will go to them," Thor informed Carl, a second before Dana was flying out of the truck towards the slow-moving convoy of buses. "Take everyone else and go help her, and whatever section that they're assigned to. I will go find Sybil," Carl informed the Sero. The others hopped out of the truck one after another, leaving only Ahmad in the back, still protected by eternal lightning, as he recovered. He was somewhat conscious now, and they had fed him, so he would only need a few more minutes before he was in fighting form again. "I sense my baby rogue. She is about to come out of the hole in the wall," Ray announced. The gate was only 100 meters ahead, so Carl prepared to exit the vehicle. "This is my stop, the last of them is just ahead. We will help organize this end of the battlefield and take over from whoever got pressed into the duty. Assuming they don't outtrank me, that is. You can let the cathedral know that we're not slacking," he informed Othello. "Send Ahmad up front, we will have to park the trucks here anyhow. See, Tabitha is about to pull over, and then I'm betting she's going to run into the city. She's impulsive like that. Absolutely hates when things aren't going her way," the paladin laughed. Sure enough, the truck in front of them was pulling off into the grass between the road and the wall, and the warrior-class overlord was out and running into the city, looking for whoever needed their intelligence. "Good luck. We will likely see you soon," Carl joked as he got out of the truck. With a full assault from the giants incoming, it was almost certain they would see each other within the next few days, as they would be assigned to fight some of the same groups of attackers. Ray had already stolen Sybil from the bus she was in, and was standing next to the truck with her. "Hey Sybil. What group were you with? I'll explain the situation, and then you can be my assistant while we start to organize the lines. Without the radios, it is chaos all along the line. But we know how to send system messages now, and we can use that to organize without the radio," Carl informed the panicked young elite. She gave him 2 thumbs up, and Carl relayed his intentions to the rest of the group, both in person, and with a system message. He included the 4 overlords in the communication, and saw Niall and Ahmad pause as the incoming message startled them. This was going to make battle planning so much easier once they had met all the section commanders. Ray picked up Sybil and ran off to join the others, while Carl headed for the bus she had been taken from. "Monarch, how might we help you?" the driver asked as he approached the door. "I have collected awakened elite Sybil, on orders of the Inquisition. She is part of a specialty training program and should not have been separated from her team. It interferes with the training data. However, I will be leading a group to guide battle tactics for the region, so please find a replacement for her position until one can be assigned to your unit," Carl informed the driver. "Yes, sir. Did you just arrive in the capital? We were informed that there were no ranking elites available for the Northside defense." Carl nodded. "The team returned with intelligence from the border, and I saw the situation here. Now, I need to go. My scout is already sending data, and I need to get in contact with some of the regional leadership." Carl sprinted off to the section where Hawk had indicated that the line was being tricked out of position, looking for the commander in charge. There was a commander-rank mage, most likely female, with her hood up, looking over a table full of maps. That seemed like the best choice. "Commander. My scout reports that there is a group of 80, led by an ogre and a team of hobgoblins, waiting in the valley here for your troops. They're being pulled off course for an ambush," he announced, gesturing to the map, before he looked up at a familiar face. Danny Mackenzie, the golem specialist of the Mackenzie twin sisters. "Oh, Danny, good to see you again. If you tell your people to pull back and hit the goblins here and here, you can fight them without reinforcements, as the stronger team will be stuck waiting for you." Hawk is overhead giving updates to everyone, Carl explained. "Monarch, Carl?" Danny Mackenzie stammered. "It's been a minute, hasn't it? It's good to know that I wasn't totally forgotten." The other leadership team members, none of them elites, just strategists and army officers, chuckled at her baffled expression. They hadn't expected to see anyone of his rank here, but now there was not only a monarch, but a monarch with what sounded like a flying scout. "We have followed the team members to their spots. We're spread out to be with all 4 zone commanders for the north now." Kara updated Carl as he was about to send more directions. "Do you have a way to pass on Hawk's scouting messages?" Carl asked. Ray and Thor could be human, but Carl had never seen Kara do it. "Of course. I just asked the silly bird to send the others a message directly," Kara informed him smugly. Carl could feel Hawk rolling his eyes, but he didn't refute it, so he must be able to send messages. That had to freak everyone out. Carl laughed. "They all think the messages are from you. This will be so much fun later." No, a disaster is what it was going to be if a mischievous void badger started sending people messages in Carl's name. Once he knew to check, Carl realized that the messages had both his name and Hawk's on them, so at least it wasn't just tagging all messages as having come from Carl directly. Hawk sent enemy positions and movements as he saw them, and the team relayed them to the commanders on the ground. "Who paired up?" Carl asked, as Kara had said there were only 4 zones. "Tessa is with Thor. Ophelia is with Ray and her baby rogue. I am with Dana and Lotus watching the other 4 cubs, and Remy is napping in her space," Kara explained. That worked out well. The combat power might be a bit imbalanced, with Thor and Tessa together, but they would have the strongest buffs out of anyone for the church soldiers. Carl turned left to observe the fight, and saw a towering tree in the middle of the line, which had to be a transformed lotus. He could clearly see the birds flying around in the branches, as well as the golden dust sprinkling down from the branches to the line. They held the spot along the road where the buses were unloading, which would naturally be where the injured were sent to for treatment and removal, so having a tree of life there would greatly reduce the number of casualties that had to be evacuated. "Does everyone have enough Red Dragon clerics for their soldiers?" Carl asked. There were 3 here that he could see, one of them a commander. "We have a commander plus some," Kara agreed. "We have the orphanage matron, plus 2 other high priestesses," Ray added. "I have my Tessa plus 2 commanders." Thor cheered, and Karl sensed that the Sero was greatly enjoying the chivalrous knight act, while also working to understand the humanoid transformation spell that Ray had already mastered. He had even found time to carve a picture of a Sero on his shield. Ray did it for him. Thor can barely color inside the lines, Remy quietly joked. I'm not that bad, it's just that Sister Ray is too good. With the constant stream of updates from Hawk, Karl had resorted to using colored stones on the map to update positions and group sizes in real time. Hawk could see much further than a regular scout kid, and for some reason, there were no planes flying patrols in the area. It took Karl a few seconds to realize that it was because the radios weren't working, so they couldn't report back. That left Hawk as the only aerial scout in the region, and a much more valuable asset than even Karl had expected. There are portals in these 5 spots. The ones on the east and west have giants gathering at them, Hawk updated. Karl immediately relayed that to the overlords he had been traveling with, so they could update command, and got a swift reply from Niall. You can send them directly to Tabitha, she is with the Archbishop and his assistants planning the defense. Keep her in the loop as much as you can, the rogue explained. No problem. I will send her updates every 5 minutes on the status of the battlefield if it significantly change. What Karl didn't know was that the two were standing side by side in the room with the Archbishop, and Niall's smug look had not gone unnoticed by the warrior overlord. Overlord Tabitha didn't realize right away what it was that the rogue had done, but she was immediately certain that he was messing with her in some way. It was only when she received the next message from Karl that she realized that the scoundrel had told the Beast Master to send all updates directly to her as the liaison to the Archbishop, to keep everyone updated on the battlefield situation. Did I do something in particular to you? She asked, before relaying the message to the Archbishop and his team. Not at all. You were simply standing in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he only knows so many people who are here to pass on the status updates. Niall replied with his most sincere smile. The Archbishop and Noct both chuckled as they realized what the Overlord had done, right before Niall excused himself from the room by simply vanishing. That didn't stop anyone's planning, as he was only there to provide intelligence confirmation anyhow, and they had already discussed the majority of what had happened while the Overlords were out with Monarch Karl's team. On the north side of the city, Karl had his hands full with the constant new arrivals. Not just of elites and soldiers to replace the ones who had been wounded in combat and brought into Lotus Radius for healing, but also the constant arrival of the Giants' allies. They were appearing from portals in the distance, in numbers that suggested they had cleared out the majority of the 3 nations. Strangely, they had not brought many higher-ranked monsters to this side, and were attempting to flood the city with weaker ones, instead of softening it first by defeating the most powerful elites. There must be more to their strategy that Karl wasn't understanding, he was certain of it. Hawk, remember how the frost giants were scouring the area in a search pattern before the first advancement trials spawned? Do you think that they could be doing the same thing here today? Something is off with their tactics, and they aren't sending their strongest, just loads of cannon fodder. They can't be expecting us to send all our strongest and tire them out before the real fight starts. There has to be a deeper motive, Karl suggested. If there is, I don't see it. They're attacking in nice ordered lines, working together, but there are only a few of the strong giants in the back guiding them. It doesn't look like some fancy search pattern, Hawk replied, uncertain whether he too was missing something about their attack. It looked perfectly normal to him, but deeper motives were the Karl's department, not his. The numbers are increasing too fast. We're going to need commander-led teams on the next bus full of reinforcements. Dana noted as her central defense point repelled another attack wave. This time it was mostly ogres with some hobgoblins, but they were beginning to get more commander-ranked beasts in the mix, and the defenders couldn't easily keep up, even with the high priestesses blessing their weapons. Overlord, please inform the Archbishop that the attackers have stepped up the assault by a rank. We are now seeing many more commanders among the assault groups. The command officers on the north side request higher rank reinforcements. Understood. We will send who we have. They are pulling elites from the border via portal, but we don't want to reduce our capability too far, in case this is a diversion for a major border assault, Overlord Tabitha replied. Karl relayed the message so that the teams fighting could have some hope. What they needed were more wide-area defenders. The blessing of the Red Dragon priestesses made a decent armor barrier over the troops, but it was a one-and-done sort of spell. They didn't have the mana to keep refreshing it as everyone took damage. They could only get it active and hope for the best. With hundreds of soldiers for every capable priestess, and 1,000 or more for every high priestess, they had to do the best that they could with what they had. Karl looked down at the map in front of him, taking stock of where all of the enemy troops were, and briefly wondered where the commanders who would normally be doing this went. Were they with the reconnaissance planes that couldn't send radio signals, or possibly stuck in town? Worse, had his attempt to rescue his trainees simply rendered them obsolete, so they went back to their offices? Monarch. We have an update for you. There are commanders on their way to the north side, but not as many as you might hope. The east and west walls are straining our higher rank capacity, Tabitha informed Karl. He could sense the grim tone behind the message, even though it appeared as text. A glance at the stones for troops that were not part of his battlefront, the ones he had simply updated from Hawk's messages and forwarded, showed Karl that things really were that bad. The Western Front had nearly 6,000 giants above commander rank facing it down, and that was taking most of the higher-ranked elites in town to deal with. Whereas on the Eastern Wall, they were besieged by an ogre army, assisted by frost giants, and that would need every commander-led ascended team that they could get. "How is our artillery looking?" Karl asked. "There are only 40 units stationed in the city for point defense," Tabitha replied simply. "We will make do with whatever you can spare. If it comes down to it, I will activate a large area spell over the north side to improve our odds. Do what you have to. If they send a challenger over to contest your actions, deal with it however you see fit." That worked well enough for Karl. "Hey Remy, how large can you make a thunderstorm at ascended rank? We don't need to kill everything. We need to make them think that we have a way for lower-ranked mages to work together on one huge spell," Karl suggested. "I think that I can do that pretty well. If I make it high ascended, that's under 5% power output. I can spread that out large enough to almost make it look like a natural storm," Remy agreed. "Do it, but stay in your space when you do so that the enemy can't trace it back to its source. I've noticed in the past that others have a hard time finding the source of spells from the space, unless they are visibly leaving from our location." Remy prepared her spell to cover the entire area around the north side of the city, with a special bit of focus on not destroying the plants. Most of them had already been smashed by traveling armies, but if anything could be saved, that would be best. The other sides would hardly notice an ascended rank thunderstorm spell, but with it forming over the whole north side of the city at the same time, it would look more like it was cast from within the walls, where they couldn't easily get at the target. For the mechanics of placing the spell, Remy was relying on Hawk's mental imagery, but she was fairly certain that she knew what to do, and even if it rained on the city, it shouldn't hurt the buildings or the humans. Thunderstorm was also fairly easy to keep active, as it was channeled and didn't have a huge upfront cost. Remy could just keep it going until the giant's shamans dispelled it. The advantage she had was that, while the spell was being used with minimal damage output, the low cost would make it easy for her to keep the sections that weren't being actively dispelled active. Compared to most casters, the Naga Queen had excellent elemental control, and a focused dispel effect wouldn't cause the whole spell to collapse. That would help them sell the idea that it was shamans inside the city that were messing with the weather. If they were in the city, then the storm would be nearly impossible to stop until the battle was over, and the enemy would have to work to deal with it, or send their troops into battle wounded. The second was the more likely case, as the giants didn't actually care at all about their allies, especially the weaker ones here on the north side, who they would happily sacrifice just to soften up the capital city before the final invasion force arrived. Overhead, the clouds began to shift and darken as the wide area spell took effect. At first, Remy wasn't facing any sort of resistance, and the giants driving the horde forward seemed to think that it was a sign that they were on the right path, as Hawk was reporting that some of them were celebrating. They were in for a rude awakening. When the first bolts of lightning hit, the giants laughed them off, uncaring about a few ascended rank lightning streaks. Even when the rain started, they were mostly unconcerned. The troops could march in the rain, and bad weather would not stop them from toppling the capital today. But when they realized that the rain itself was eating through their gear and supplies, and that the lightning was spreading all through the hills north of the capital region, covering a dozen kilometers of land on this side of the city, they began to worry. "That's impressive. I didn't think that you had that much coverage in you," Karl congratulated. "I'm borrowing energy from everyone, since we're not fighting. Just enough that we can all recover what I'm using," Remy explained. Karl hadn't even known that was an option. He didn't know how to draw energy directly from the team to use abilities. Perhaps it was a Remy exclusive ability. On the north side of the city, Where the giants' weaker allies were attacking, the situation was becoming dire for the incoming monsters. Most of the terrain sloped upwards towards the city from a river valley, meaning that they had to charge up a muddy hill in a thunderstorm to get at the defenders, which was slowing their advance. The rain was burning through their clothing and their hides, leaving welts and blisters that were quickly turning to deep wounds. The best that they had managed was to shelter themselves with cloth. If they weren't touching the cloth itself, the rain wouldn't eat through it. But every time they tried, the lightning had an uncanny way of finding them. In contrast, Carl's hasty move to a command tent with the sides rolled up, so they could see the army as they worked, but still remained dry, had worked out perfectly. Ray had simply made a shelter for her people with earth magic and silk, while Thor had managed to obtain a large parasol, the sort families would use for a beach day. He was sheltering Tessa and the command table with it, while the soldiers worked to raise a tent similar to the one Carl was using. Of them all, Dana had it both the best and the worst. The large branches of Lotus Tree of Life form sheltered them from the rain, but Lotus had to be regularly reminded not to dance in the rain, or everyone under her got soaked. Dana would have to get a tent soon. "Monarch, we have supplies for the line," someone shouted from behind Carl. "The receiving area is to your left. Sir, they are specialty equipment sent by the Archbishop," the voice replied, and Carl turned to see a young acolyte of the church, thoroughly soaked from the rain, holding a wooden box for him to inspect. "Ice cleats a one size," the box read. That was a brilliant idea. "How many are there?" Carl asked. "They were dispatched to all 4 stations in the north. There is a whole truckload of them," the acolyte explained. "Get them distributed to the front lines. The second rank can put them on, then rotate forward. Officers, pass the order," Carl insisted. Danny Mackenzie smiled at him. "Ice cleats to give them better traction in the mud? It appears that the Seers approve of your tactic." Carl nodded. "I wish that I had thought of it. That is a brilliant tactic. I wonder if they were available when I was on the Frost Giant front. We were always scouts and never on the lines, so I never really got a chance to check out the supply rooms." Danny shrugged. "They were available, but nobody really used them. With the line holding in the same spot for so long, the ground was already torn up, and the traction was good. We really do need to find time to catch up after the battle." Carl smiled. "Are the rest of your siblings here?" Danny shook her head. "Donnie is over by the tree, but Bob and Doug are on the Hill Giant lines right now. You said they're calling some of those ones back, so we might see them, but they weren't stationed in the capital." Carl waited as the battle wore on, and the Giants made no attempt to get rid of Remy's storm. They were saving all their energy to attack the walls once they were past the defenders. No, that wasn't quite right, Carl realized. They were disguising their shamans. If they made themselves stand out from the other giants in the back ranks, they would make themselves targets for assassination. The giants only had one type of caster. They didn't have separate clerics, mages and shamans. So, if they lost the shamans early, they would be in grave danger once they reached the walls and the real siege began. Danny leaned towards Carl and whispered a question. "Do you know what triggered this? Why the full assault on the capital? Why now? Another 6 months and we would have been much weaker." Carl winked and tapped his head before sending her a message. "Not necessarily. They have spies all over the capital, reporting on everything that we do. The next influx of elites is going to include awakenings with system-linked items, and we expect the success rate to exceed 30%. I also managed to push a group of new elites from common to awakened in 2 days. They'll be there for a while as they adjust, but the giants don't know that we can't just keep doing that. Their scouts will have told them that we found a way to force awakenings and advancements, or something close to that. But when we first fought them, they said that they would take the system item from us and crush the church. They think that we have an equivalent to system stones in the city." There was a brief pause as Danny took that all in, then Carl got a message back. "Holy wall of text. This feature is wonderful. Mine activated when you sent me a message. So not everyone could use it. That was valuable information." There was a pause, and then the mage sent him another private message. "What if the item they're referring to is the trial temple? I heard it changed lately, and new clerics were awakening faster and stronger than ever." If I heard, then whoever is spying surely did. That made a lot of sense. The giants likely didn't know that the temple was only awakening clerics, even if they had success with sending in people for benefits to other classes. But depending on how connected the spies were, the giants might also know that it worked to give commanders advanced classes, which would give them a whole new set of skills to work with. Well, we can let that be the Archbishop's issue. I will include it in my next report to him. Danny laughed out loud, then began to speak as they finished the confidential part of the discussion. You're already thinking of your next report, but we're in the middle of a battle. Such dedication. Are you sure you're not an inquisitor? She teased. Carl chuckled. I'm sure that Sister Ray wouldn't mind. Inquisitor Overlord Niall lets her stab people. Danny shook her head in dismay. To think that our adorable spider friend is now a monarch. How much has she changed? Not much, actually. Her appearance is close to what it was at Commander. She didn't grow too much more, but now she knows a skill to transform into a humanoid. Her skills are obviously improved, but that's a discussion for later. There may be transformed giants among the supply group. I will give details in private, Carl warned. It wouldn't do to have the detailed skills of his team revealed to the enemy in advance. Ray's mental voice interrupted Carl's train of thought. Ooh, I win. They sent someone to challenge me to a duel. An Etin Mage Monarch, she cheered. Do you have this? Carl asked. There was no response for a few seconds, then Ray began to sing. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are hanging in a row. Carl was baffled for a second until he got a message from Ophelia. Can you talk to Ray about terrifying the soldiers? She's arranging the pieces of the Etin on pikes behind the line. Ray, this is not the place for an art exhibition. You're scaring the humans. Just the heads? Fine, you can leave the heads up. But please don't hang dry your food in public. Ophelia messaged a few seconds later. Thanks, that is much better. Then Thor had an update. I get one too. A monarch-ranked ogre lord. This is going to be so much fun. Have you got this? Carl double-checked, the same as he had for Ray. I have a couple attack skills, and all your buffs. I can beat up some silly ogre without even turning back into a Sero. Overhead, Hawk was laughing. What is Brother Thor doing? He's in human form challenging an ogre lord. Oh, he can use gravity slam like that, and eternal lightning on the blade. That works pretty good, you're missing out. The ogre lord rolled back to his feet, bleeding from one arm after being knocked over by a shield slam from this strange paladin. He was clearly the bigger one, and he should be stronger, but the paladin had tossed him to the ground like he was a child. His pride couldn't handle such an insult. The ogre lord parried Thor's blade, but the real attack was with the edge of the shield that slammed into the lord's ribs. Crushing blows. And shatter. Activated, sending vibrations through his body that had the ogre lord spitting blood. None of this made sense. They were both monarchs. How could this stupid paladin be so much stronger than an ogre? Thor activated brutality, increasing his height from just under 2 meters to 3. That put him eye to eye with the ogre lord, who instinctively backed away a step to put himself at the edge of Thor's reach. A stomp of his foot activated, earthquake, and the ogre lord stumbled, lurching to the left where Thor's blade was incoming. A twist of his arm parried the blow, but Thor was charging with his shield forward. A fully buffed gravity slam flattened the ogre lord's body and warped his armor, then sent him flying a dozen meters backwards into his forces. For a few seconds, everything was frozen except the silent torrent of rain. Then the ogre lord gave a wheezing gasp and collapsed with blood pooling around the joints of his armor. Thor had won his duel. Playing knight is fun. We should do this more often. While Carl was busy on the northern defense lines, Niall was busy within the city. He had to find as many of the spies as possible before the giants reached the walls. That would be the natural time for them to start causing chaos, giving false orders and starting trouble within the supply lines. With the incident on the trucks, he had discovered the trick to detecting them. He couldn't normally see through their disguises, which appeared to be created by a totem-rank disguise item. But once he had gotten his hands on one of them, he could clearly see the disguised form of the others. With Shadow Meld active, he raced through the streets, invisible to the population that he was protecting. Then, a most horrifying sight caught his attention. 3 generals were planning the deployment of the western lines, and all 3 of them were disguised Titan infiltrators. They had been deploying the troops this entire time. The Archbishop was going to be devastated to know that so many of their trusted leaders were actually spies. The Inquisitor was about to attack when a subtle difference caught his attention. One of them was not a disguised Titan at all. The spell wasn't as good, and the power he could sense through it was that of a beast. So, quite possibly a disguised spy, but possibly not today's enemy. Niall made a mental note of the Divine Beast Nation spy, and then launched two, ambush, enhanced throwing knives into the base of the skulls of the other two. For an instant, he let the surviving general see him as he collected the bodies so that he wouldn't raise an alarm. But the dead titans were already transforming back to their natural shape, and that should be enough for him to understand. With a quick activation of Advanced Shadow Step, the bodies were deposited in the Inquisition building, and Niall was back to continue his work. With the positions of the defenders on the western lines mostly ordered by the enemy, there was too much to do. "General, I want a full redeployment of the western lines. The enemy knows the location of our assets. Scramble your reserves and cycle some strategic assets out. It needs to be done before the next push," he explained as he returned to the site of the ambush. Then he was off hunting again. It was a shame that he didn't have Sister Ray with him. She would love this game. Deep within the cathedral, seated around a table in the war room, the archbishop and his advisors looked at the scryer's projections of the duels happening all over the battlefield. The north was holding well, but the same could not be said of the champions on the west, and the lines there were being forced to retreat after two overlords were lost, and their bodies claimed by the giants. "Your Holiness, the visions are changing. Someone has altered the odds on the Western Front in our favor. I can't see what is happening, but when I look at the command group, two of the three generals have changed," one of the seers explained. "Understood. That should be the work of the Inquisition. Have we found what they're looking for yet? It can't be the temple. The mountain giant Great Sage already knew about the change. So, whoever took over from him after his death should know as well," the archbishop asked his advisors. "No, Your Holiness. We have been searching the city with every skill that we have, but there is no sign of a holy relic that we didn't detect in advance." The old man sighed. "What do the fates say?" An aging cleric on the archbishop's left side. "The fates are a tangled mess. Many heroes will be made, and many names will fall to shame today. But there is one clear tangle above the others, shining bright with the favor of the gods. The closest member of the group is right here with us. Overlord Tabitha, as well as Ahmad, Niall, Othello, and that Beast Master's team are all entwined together. I believe that most of what they were going to do to affect our fate is already done, but their dominance suggests that there will be something else for them to do, either individually or together." Tabitha suspected that her part in the ordeal was finished, as she had been tricked by that bastard of an inquisitor into being the liaison to the Northern Front. That was the only front that they had reliable communication with. But once she gained access to the system function, Tabitha had sent Othello to the Eastern Front to do the same as Karl was doing in the north. Ahmad was still recovering, but he should be ready soon, and then he could head to the Western Wall and relay orders and intelligence from the cathedral. At Karl's station, a proud hill giant was marching through the ranks, with 4 hobgoblins holding up a tarp over his head, keeping him out of the rain. It was clear that his chance at a challenge was coming to him, and Karl had moved out to the front line, where the battle had parted around him as he waited for his opponent. The giant stopped 50 meters from the line, then raised a hand, and a portal opened. Out stepped a 15-meter-tall, 4-armed monstrosity of a titan. There was no doubt that thing was at least a totem-ranked giant, and likely the new leader of the mountain giants. As one, the entire giant army on the northern front knelt facing the new arrival. Even the ones who were in combat backed away to kneel. The giant glared down at Karl, who returned his energy with an unblinking stare. This fight might only last half a second, but there was no need for him to embarrass himself before his inevitable death. "You," the titan rumbled, clenching his fists in rage. "Me," Karl agreed, utterly baffled about how this creature might know him. Unless it had been a vision that revealed his identity, Karl was absolutely certain that they hadn't met before, not even 10,000 years ago. The giant was about to say something, when a portal opened behind Karl, and a small girl with white hair and white scaled ears stepped through. "Bishop Misty." Karl greeted her, then stopped and did a double take as a second figure exited the portal. Karl stared at himself, 5 meters tall and radiating power, with a grizzled version of Kara sitting on his shoulder. Her face pulled in a permanent smirk by a scar across her muzzle and gray in her fur. The visor was down on his helmet, and his Kara was smaller than the one on this man's shoulder, but if there was anyone in the world that Karl would recognize just by their aura, it was himself. Nobody was sure what to do as the two powerhouses stared at each other. The size difference was vast, but the power they were radiating was making Remy's thunderstorm churn, and they hadn't even used a skill yet. "It's too late." the second Carl announced, staring at the Titan, who spat on the ground while glaring at him. "It's never too late," the giant declared, and began to surge with power, pulling the mana out of the area into himself. The skies went clear, every barrier collapsed, and even the barriers over the city walls fell under his power. The might of the Archbishop was nothing compared to whatever this thing was. But the other Carl and Bishop Misty looked unconcerned as the transformed temporal dragon waved her hand. "Let's take this back home. You know better than to meddle with things that must be," the dragon insisted as white fog filled the air. "No," the Titan shouted, as a black bolt of lightning raced from his hand toward his nemesis. The second Carl casually swatted away the bolt of power that would obliterate totems with a glancing blow. The power streaked off into the sky, vanishing out of sight. Then the fog closed in on them, and the trio was gone. Carl staggered as the world seemed to shift. All of the mana had been taken, used for that insane skill, and everyone under royal rank was unconscious, unable to defend themselves. The monarch-ranked giant who had come to open the portal simply stared at Carl for a second, then took what might be his one chance and attacked. From within her space, sheltered from the mana drain, Remy channeled chain lightning into him, a steady stream that fried the giant's body even as it twitched, suspended off the ground by the magnetic field of so much electricity flowing through metal armor. The giant's body collapsed, nothing more than a scorched husk, and Remy nodded in satisfaction. That had taken a lot of power, but with no energy to defend himself, and his armor weakened by the powerful one, the attack had been quite satisfying. Hawk picked himself up off the ground and shook the dirt from his feathers. He had been kilometers away from the incident, and the effects had still knocked him from the sky. But from here, he could see the most wonderful sight. There were shiny treasures in the sky. With a streak of fire, he went to claim them before anyone else could get to the good stuff. The attack by the Titan had to have passed right through this spot, and whatever spells had been protecting the treasure had shattered, leaving the shiny thing to fall from the sky. He swooped close just as portals opened all around it and attacks lashed out. But they were all too slow and stupid to challenge him. Hawk pulled the item into his space, then vanished from the area as he followed it home to examine his treasure. He hadn't managed to get the box. The attackers had covered it with danger, but it was already open, and Hawk was happy to just take what was inside. As disappointing as it might be, it felt like holy power, but it was just a silly tiny dragon scale. It wasn't even a good one, it was cracked and dull, and most of its power had been drained. He was keeping it anyhow. If someone was willing to attack him to steal it, that just meant that he didn't know how good it really was yet. So, he would keep it hidden with his other treasures until he found the answer. "Good work, everyone. Status report. How are our cubs? Did anyone get injured?" Carl asked. "My baby Rogue is good. She's already waking up and coherent. Ophelia looks tired, but Thor's barrier is back up already," Ray agreed. "The other ones are waking up too. The lotus tree has everyone around us recovering quickly," Kara agreed. "I protected my team. Tessa is good to go," Thor added proudly. Half a second later, Overlord Niall was next to Carl, blades out and looking for danger. "Relax, they already left. Bishop Misty, the temporal dragon, threw them through time to fight it out," Carl explained. "That's not what I'm concerned about. Our reports from interviewed detainees say that the Titans thought they had located a fragment of the original system stones, but the box was open and empty. I am looking for signs that it might have been stolen by one of the three creatures that were here fighting. If there really was a surviving fragment in that chest, and the attack destroyed it, the system might collapse entirely. They can't have my treasure." Hawk pouted. Carl frowned at the Inquisitor. "There is definitely no sign of the system stones here. Nor the chest or what was in it. I think it was already gone before the portals arrived." Niall smirked. "Fine, but know that I'm keeping an eye on you until we have verified that statement," he sent as a system message, not trusting Carl's honesty. They were friends, but when it came to trying to keep a divine relic secret, silence was your best option. Lottery winners had enough problems when people found about their ticket, and that was just a bit of money. "If I had something with that much power, we would likely have a lot more visitors right now, wouldn't we?" Carl joked. Niall wasn't so easily swayed. The item was gone, despite every totem on the continent trying to grab it. There was a chance the box was always empty, but as an Inquisitor, it was his job to explore every possibility until the holy relic was recovered. However, it was no wonder nobody could find it in the past. The relic wasn't on the ground, it was thousands of meters in the air, hidden in a separate space. You could fly right through it and never sense its presence. It was a brilliant hiding space, and logically, there would have been some sort of clue or guide to finding it when it was first placed, but that was lost before any recorded history that they possessed. Niall shrugged as he sent one last message. If it is found, we will find another safe spot for it. The question is if the giants or anyone else will be able to determine where it is before we can recover it. If they think it stopped existing, we're good. If they think that someone in the capital might have it, all hell is about to break loose. The armies of the giants and the Golden Dragon Nation seemed unsure what they should be doing now. Everyone was exhausted, and something big had happened, but they had no way of knowing who won the exchange. Carl sent a message to Tabitha. Let everyone know that our side won the exchange between leaders. I will explain the details later. Then Carl messaged the rest of his team. Once the armies are rested, prepare for another attack. There is no telling how the forces that could see the incident are going to respond to the battle. Compared to the chaos that was gripping the advisors and seers within all the cities of the nation, the chaos on the battlefield was nothing. For one brief glorious moment, they had all seen the greatest divine treasure in the world appear. Then mere seconds later, all the visions ended. Their premonitions vanished as if the trigger had never existed. The Archbishop and Noct shared a concerned look as the seers began to panic. All of their abilities had been triggered by the event, and then it was over, gone, vanished without a trace. Do you think that it might have been taken through time by the mystery combatants? The Archbishop asked. The seers slowly nodded in agreement. That seems like the most likely outcome. We don't recognize the aura of either of the parties involved in the attack on the hidden holy relic. But Bishop Misty was present, and sided with the one who was not a Titan. The most likely scenario is that she will have taken it through time, but the current her will have no knowledge of the event, as she has not done it yet. The two totems sighed. Dealing with temporal dragons was tricky. You never knew what they actually knew. They liked to hide things from themselves so that it would be a surprise when it happened. A little treat that kept their lives interesting. Noct frowned. I will send a message to the temples to keep an eye out for her so that we can ask her what she knows about the incident, but I strongly suspect that she's not going to know anything except what we know from after the change in the timeline. How and why she interfered is unclear, but we can start with Monarch Carl and his team, who should have been close enough to get some information about the situation. That was naturally assuming that they would survive the battle. The Beastmaster's team had the World Dragon's own luck, and they were on the weakest side of the offensive, with considerable area attack abilities. If they weren't concerned about drawing the attention of and provoking stronger foes from the other fronts, they could clear the entire north side themselves with relative ease, from what Noct and the Archbishop had learned of their skills. After a few minutes of staring at the monsters while the troops on the line caught their breath, and the last of the soldiers equipped the ice cleats, horns began to ring out in the distance, signaling the invading army to retreat. Starting from the back, they turned and left, while the front slowly retreated. Not fleeing in panic, but an orderly withdrawal of forces designed to minimize casualties. They had already suffered heavily, and the walk back to the portals was over the bodies of their fallen comrades. But they were alive, and today, that was all that mattered. Are we not going after them? Danny Mackenzie asked as they watched the enemy retreat. And send our soldiers down that muddy hill, where they will have to face an enemy line with decent footing in the riverbed. No, there is no need for further casualties today. Let them leave and regroup, and we will deal with them later. I suspect that the losses they have taken will keep them quietly in their own borders for at least a few days, Carl explained. He didn't know how the other sides of the city had gone, but the overlords who were with him earlier had taken numerous bodies from their overlord-ranked kills, so the mountain giants would be at least a bit weaker than they were yesterday. Overlord Niall chuckled. I don't know about days, but they will stay put for at least one. The mountain giants are a chaotic bunch, and with everyone so worked up to follow them into battle, they'll have everyone in a frenzy soon enough. He made a slight gesture with his head towards Danny and the other command group members who were in earshot, reminding Carl not to say things that should be public, like the change in leadership, and how the frost giants had already realized they were being used as fodder, but didn't dare to disobey orders. Those things were better left unsaid, and knowing them would only earn a trip to the Inquisition for the officers here, to ensure that they were absolutely loyal. The Mackenzie sister was well vetted, and not really a concern, as she was on capital security. But most of the others were either reserve soldiers, or non-combat officers who had been brought to the line to compensate for the lack of radio communication. How long do we wait before I can start telling those in back to pack up the supplies in preparation to move back to the city? Carl asked Overlord Niall, who hopefully had more experience with this sort of thing than he did. I really don't know. I say we give it 30 minutes. By then they will be off the adrenaline high, and they should be thinking clearly again. It will make for better packed supplies, Niall suggested. He knew that there was a guideline for this, he had just never cared what it was. He had been an inquisitor since he became an elite, so he had never been the one who had to make the decision, only pass it on. A few of the officers looked like they wanted to say something, but they were not brave enough to question the judgment of a monarch and an overlord, so they simply stayed silent for the half hour while Carl silently updated the troop deployments on the map until everything was gone, and the last of the troops on the west side were reported by Hawk to be getting close to the border. All right, have everyone pack up. The battle is over, there is nothing left to fight, Carl announced. Orders were shouted down the line, but Carl could hear that the radios were crackling to life again, restoring normal communication. Then, a system message appeared in Carl's vision: city defense successful. Calculating difficulty, calculating rewards, 1/5 skill points awarded for successful completion at Monarch rank. 20 bonus skill points for successful command role. With the system notification, Carl checked his stats to see how he was doing on points. For the longest time, he was either just saving enough for a skill, or completely forgetting that they existed because it was so far to the next skill. But now it seemed that he was getting a rather significant number of them all at once. But before that, there was something to test. Whoever currently has care of the little ones, can you check if they got skill points from the battle? I got a reward for completion, so there is a chance that all the system active combatants on our side got a point or two that they can use for skills. Carl messaged to the team. I got 2 points. That's enough for a whole skill. Sister Ray said that she would talk to me about them later, once we're finished packing. Sybil agreed. The others all got 2 points as well. Dana responded after a minute's pause. That was a good sign. If they were all getting the same achievements that Carl was, then they should all have fully active systems, and not flawed or partially active ones. Carl looked at his own numbers, and found that he had actually been racking them up at a rather prodigious pace. He had received points from the Graska trial, the Cathedral Core upgrade trial, and a few of the fights that they had along the way, totaling 28 points, on top of the 25 that he had just received. He only had 3 skills available, though. Packmaster skill tree. 50 points. Follow me little one. Directly teach a known skill to a compatible target. 50 points. Pack first, removes the usage and targeting limits on evolution, but adds an increasing materials cost every time it is used on a bonded beast. 50 points. Territorial, all attacks by the Packmaster have a chance to cause intimidation. Pack first wasn't a priority right now, as he didn't need to evolve any of his beasts, much less much than once where the skill would supersede the limits on evolution. Territorial was a useful skill, as intimidation would put him at an advantage in nearly every fight. However, in his current situation, the unfortunately named, "Follow me little one," was the skill that he needed the most. That skill felt distinctly like the system was trolling him, but Carl had so many skills that were along the same lines, that it only made sense that he would get something of that sort. Especially with skill merger available, he could create a whole new skill, and then just teach it to someone. It would be brilliant, and he could save an immense amount of time in the training process. But even better, he could teach advanced skills to a beast of a similar or identical species. He already knew that they would be compatible, all he had to do was teach them, and they would gain the prerequisite to pass their next growth bottleneck. Carl looked over at Niall and realized that the real cheat code was not training baby Sero, but helping the older elites who had grown without complete systems. They were slowly reaching full activation now, but they would be so far behind the new generation that would be able to upgrade their class at commander rank and gain all new powers, as well as picking all the class skills along the way. As formidable as Niall was, he was likely a dozen useful skills short of where a royal rank rogue would be in the future, and who knew what sort of skills an overlord ranked advanced class that started as a rogue would be. The man in question obviously noticed Carl giving him an assessing look, and waited expectantly for an explanation. Skill learned, follow me, little one, skill points remaining, 3. I got a bonus of skill points, and used them to learn a new teaching skill, Carl explained quietly. What sort of class build are you even going for? Teal Dragon Cleric, blue and green mixed together, Niall joked. The skills are intended to help me train my beasts, though they're also useful to help train beasts for others, and in certain cases, other elites. Carl focused on Niall and a skill that he would definitely want to have if it would work on him. Offensive adaptation is incompatible with humans. Void body is incompatible with the target. Skill teaching request limited invulnerability. Niall got a confused and offended look on his face, then it turned to joy after a few seconds, and he pulled Carl into a hug. What's with that response? Carl asked. Nothing, just a strange system message. Pack Master Carl offers knowledge, skill, limited invulnerability, will be transferred to the loyal hatchling Niall. No way was the Overlord willingly repeating those words out loud. Did it transfer properly? Carl asked. Indeed it did. This skill is absolutely broken. No wonder you act like you're immortal in combat. For most purposes, you are. Niall agreed, then his eyes went vague. He was clearly pulled into a system menu of some sort, so Carl waited for him to finish and come back to reality. It took nearly 5 minutes before the rogue came back to consciousness with an amused smirk. Well now, isn't that interesting? I just learned one of the most fundamental secrets to the system, and it was entirely accidentally. Carl chuckled. That it unlocks hidden class options if you get an oddball skill that's capable of becoming more powerful than your current rank. Niall nodded. My new class is Stalker, and apparently, I have a vast wealth of skill points that I could never access before. Sister Ray will be overjoyed. You will be able to play together even more effectively once I manage to teach her a similar skill. The rogue winced. Perhaps not making the immortal bloodbath spider invincible as well would help people sleep better at night. I can't even guarantee that it would work. I tried and failed twice with other skills before I found one that you could learn. Carl paused as he saw Niall waiting for an explanation. It didn't seem like something he couldn't say in front of Danny, so Carl continued. First, I was going to teach you offensive adaptation, the skill that Sister Ray has that increases her damage permanently every time she hits a target of a certain type. For an Inquisitor, that skill would be outstanding. But apparently regular folk can't learn it at all. Then I tried to teach you Void Body, a combined invulnerability and healing skill that was improved from Kara's limited invulnerability and trollish regeneration, but that's incompatible with you in particular. I don't know who it might work on, though. Then the third option worked. Carl finished. Niall nodded. Limited invulnerability was already good enough. Combining that with the insane self-healing of trollish regeneration, that was just disgusting. Wait, do you have all of those skills? Carl nodded. Not all of them are active anymore, as I've improved some of them. But yes, I know all three. Carl got another brilliant idea. Invalid Target, Night Haunter, is a species-exclusive skill. Well, it was worth a shot. If they had a Ray equivalent elite on the Inquisition, the Church wouldn't have to ask for Ray in the future. Their presence seemed to be drawing overlords to them, and before the line was ready to move out, Niall had been joined by Tabitha, Overlord Joram the Ranger, and Overlord Drath, who came to them from the Eastern Front, covered in blood and looking rough. Inquisitor, did you find anything? Drath asked as he arrived. Nothing. There is no sign of the relic. No residual energy, no trigger from my tracking skill. It's like it simply vanished. The Archbishop is absolutely certain there was something in the box, but now it's gone without a trace. I'm sure we all have theories, but as far as hard evidence, I haven't found anything yet, Niall explained. Tabitha stared silently at Niall for a few seconds, then pointed at him. Your class change, she accused. Instantly, Niall realized what that must look like to the others, who didn't know what had happened since he arrived. That's an unrelated issue. Monarch Carl learned a new skill that helped me trigger a class change, he offered. Carl nodded in agreement, and the overlords waited for a more detailed explanation. I got a skill intended to teach my beasts new skills that I already knew. However, it came with a loophole. It's not limited to just my bonded beasts. If I can find a skill that is compatible with others, I can use it to teach them as well. The only real restriction is that I know a limited number of skills, and many of the ones I know are intended for beasts, and not humans. Overlord Joram looked confused, while Drath and Tabitha seemed to understand better, as they had spent a while around Carl. For example, I wanted to teach Niall trollish regeneration, because what would be funnier than a rogue that self-heals? But it's incompatible, he explained. Ah, that makes sense. You gain all your skills from your beasts or books, right? You don't get the same sort of skill tree that other classes do. Carl shrugged. Well, I do get a skill tree. But it's all utility skills, buffs and such. I could have picked a different path and learned a load of attack skills, but at the time, this seemed the better path. We need to get you into the library and start teaching you new skills. Well, what ones you can. We have still only managed to turn a few dozen skills into actual skill books. The requirements on knowledge of both the skill and inscription is too limiting for the first book creation, Tabitha sighed. Do you know inscription? Carl asked. Overlord Joram snorted in amusement, and she glared at him. No, I didn't pick inscription as a trade. Carl patted her kindly on the shoulder, and activated, follow me little one. Skill teaching request, sharpness, slashing, stabbing and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank of the user. Tabitha's cheeks went bright red as she stared in shock at Carl, and Niall began to laugh. Oh, it must have given you the same message that it gave me. The warrior cleared her throat and put on a stern expression. I don't know what you mean, she replied calmly. He just taught you a skill, didn't he? Which one did he pick? It has to be something that is compatible with your skills as a warrior. I don't know what Carl has that would qualify that you don't already know, though, Niall explained. Sharpness. He taught me a skill that increases the damage of slashing and stabbing attacks. Perfect for a greatsword user. Tabitha informed him with a sigh. Then she turned on Carl. What is with that message anyhow? Since when am I an adorable kitten? Carl nearly choked on his tongue, and Niall had tears in his eyes. It called me a loyal hatchling. I think it's system generated, and the skill is intended to be used on new pets. The rogue laughed. Carl looked at the skin-tight latex bodysuit she wore with armor plates over the vital areas and firmly decided that while adorable wasn't quite the word he would have picked, he was going to take a page from Sybil's playbook and not say a single thing. Unfortunately for Tabitha, Overlord Drath was not so restrained. Well, I think that you're adorable. Look how cute you blush when you get mad. He teased, winking at the embarrassed warrior. The soldiers were ready to head back to the city, and Danny was waiting with the command group for Carl or someone to give them an order to move. Carl turned her way, changing the topic from exceptionally curvaceous, adorable kittens, and nodded to the mage. Send out the orders. The north side is secure. All troops can return to the city, Carl instructed. Thank you, Monarch. We will be off. Danny replied, but Carl stopped her before she could go. I'm in the Monarch apartments, if you want to come by with the siblings. My whole group is staying there, and I'm sure they'd love to catch up. Danny smiled. Donnie already sent me an invitation from Dana to come visit you all. I will let you know when we have time. We've both got regular guard shifts this week. The rest of the team was making their way over, along with the acolytes and Donnie Mackenzie. They were all in high spirits, though the young ones looked more than a little traumatized after their first time seeing battle. Carl was fairly certain that they hadn't actually taken part, as awakened rank had little chance of doing anything more useful than the common soldiers on the line, and they were even less trained than the privates in the church army. At best, they might get a bit of experience, but more likely they would just be in the way and get others injured as they tried. Once they arrived, the young cadets all came over to greet Carl, who took the time to listen to their stories and the things that they had noticed about how the senior elites fought during the battle. He wasn't training them, that could wait for later, but it was clear that the little ones were fond of him, and after the next training session, that sentiment was almost guaranteed to increase. Back inside the city, things were even more chaotic than they were on the battlefield, with people panicking about the attack, about how they had just realized that the capital was a target, and that it was far too close to the mountain giant borders. Never mind that they had been there their entire lives, and this was the first time that the giants had dared to threaten the city directly. Now that it had happened, the reality had sunk in for the capital residents who were used to their luxury and safety. Carl would have liked to say that it was understandable, just a matter of threatened civilians and bureaucrats, but shamefully many of the sedentary lower-ranked elites were involved in the chaos. They had never really taken the threats to the nation seriously, even when they were in the academy. Now, they regretted every action that they had taken which delayed their own growth or passed up potential for political power or wealth. We should have gotten the fear or a skill. Ray complained from her space as they slowly made their way through the crowds in the streets. Fortunately, the majority of the crowd didn't recognize them, only that they were elites by their armor. So, nobody stopped them to ask questions. However, when they began to approach the street that led to the higher-ranking elite's apartments, the crowd was absolutely packed, looking for someone who could give them answers. The apartments were all empty, everyone who lived there was called to battle, and they were the first ones back. The other fronts had taken much worse damage than the north side did, thanks to Remy's intervention with the thunderstorm. The first to recognize them was a reporter, and his shouts turned hundreds of concerned citizens around to swarm the group of returning elites. "Please, can you tell us what the current situation is?" the reporter pleaded, while his team worked to keep the crowd from pushing into the shot. "The armies of the giants and their allies have retreated. There is currently no direct threat to the city, but we have not been privy to the casualty counts or merit awards that might come from this battle," Niall informed the reporter in a monotone voice. That wasn't how he usually talked, so he was deliberately making his interview as boring as humanly possible, hoping to end it soon. "Which portion of the city were you defending?" the reporter asked. "The Inquisition cannot confirm the location of its members. However, I can confirm that a monarch and 4 royal-ranked elites took command of the north side of the city. Their direction led to zero-line breaches, while the Tree of Life form of High Priestess Lotus, servant of the Green Dragon God, was instrumental in reducing casualties. If all else fails, throw someone under the bus and run," Remy laughed. "I will drag him back if he tries to run," Ray agreed. Niall hadn't made any gestures to indicate who was who, so the reporters had to guess whether the nature high priestess in this group was the one named Lotus. The reporter turned to Carl, who was standing near Niall, while the other overlords had formed a protective ring around the junior members, in case there were still disguised infiltrators or other traitors in the crowd. "Sir, can you provide any additional details?" the reporter asked, and Carl watched Niall smirk as the attention was diverted from him. "But 2 could play this game. I can provide a few. The thunderstorm during the battle was indeed a magical effect, created by our Golden Dragon Nation's elites. Also, the battlefield appears to have been segmented, with the north side receiving the majority of the combatants under the commander rank. That allowed the giants and their weaker allies to work together without the weaker creatures getting caught in the aftershocks of a monarch or overlord-ranked battle. Finally, we have identified a number of traitors and transformed spies from the giant nations inside the city. If you should be caught in the middle of a police action to apprehend them, we cannot guarantee your safety if you are protesting or crowding the streets." Behind him, Drath and Tabitha groaned, and the crowd began to shout in panic. "Sir, can you confirm how many spies might have been found?" the reporter asked. "Obviously not. However, you are live broadcasting this, so there is a chance that they will attempt to go underground or join the cowards fleeing the city for the anonymity of a rural community. A giant wouldn't take the indignity of living like a peasant or common worker, so if the rural population was suspicious of everyone with powers who entered the village, it would help keep the cowards in the capital." At least, that was Carl's logic. The villages didn't want politicians rolling in with their wealth and taking over. They already had enough issues with the large business owners acting like they owned the world. A few words to help discourage the relocation was the least he could do for them. "Can you provide any other details?" the reporter asked hopefully. This elite was more forthcoming than most, who would make asking questions feel like pulling teeth. "Only one that is relevant to the situation. With the help of a new potion breakthrough and an advanced, science-based training regimen, I am pleased to inform you that the old record for time taken to reach awakened rank for an elite has been broken. Research is ongoing, but the early signs are very encouraging, and we can expect a grand announcement of success after the divine injection ceremony in the coming days." "What exactly is science-based about the torture routine that you had Sister Ray come up with for me?" Sybil asked. Carl smiled back at the little rogue. "Human biology is science. She was very careful not to push it so far that you died. Besides, isn't it getting easier now?" The reporter looked around the group, and realized that everyone else was studiously ignoring him, so there would be no more questions. Carl cleared his throat. "Now, if it's not too much trouble, we would like to return home to shower and rest after the battle." The crowd parted as the interview ended, leaving them a path to the apartments. The crowd was already beginning to disperse, as they had gotten the basics of their questions answered by someone in charge. Normally, they would get political non-answers, and then it would be a day-long protest until people gave up, but today someone had just told them what happened, and then gave them gossip to share. Everyone who had kids, especially ones whose kids would be undergoing the ceremony in the next few years, was excited to find out what the big news after the ceremony would be, as well as speculate on what the new record for advancement to awakened was. and whether they knew someone who might be able to suddenly increase in power. The elite had said that it was a potion, so that meant anyone might be able to use it, not just children, but perhaps their cousin's spouse who had been stuck at Awakened, since the academy might suddenly begin to make progress and bring pride and wealth to the family. Little did they know that the elite program was about to become a significantly larger portion of the student body. Once they were all in the lobby of the apartment, and the crowd was safely on the other side of a soundproof wall, the overlords turned on Carl. "Did nobody ever teach you how to deal with the reporters?" Drath demanded. "Relax, General. None of what I told them was an actual secret. If they had 2 functional brain cells, the reporters watching us train in public would have noticed the advancements to awakening happening in real time. In fact, they likely have it on film, and don't even realize it because they were more focused on the Saro pack in the background playing with the smashing posts during lunch." Carl laughed. "Did you have to tell them that there were spies in the city? That's confidential," Drath demanded, defaulting to his duties as first general. "I'm fairly certain that they're all dead by now. Our friend Niall's comrades at the Inquisition should have taken care of that during the battle. But the important part is that it kept the wealthy losers in the capital instead of letting them scatter to all the small towns where they could mess up the economy or buy out a huge portion of the local small businesses. I don't mean to be offensive, but the rest of the country is happier not knowing that they exist." The overlords all began to laugh quietly. Joram, the blonde overlord rank ranger, smiled at Carl. "You got a point. None of the smaller villages are ready for what would happen if they suddenly got an influx of bankers and influence brokers building vacation estates in the hills where they hunt and clear timber. The cultural conflict would be an absolute disaster." Everyone piled into the elevator to head to Carl's apartment, where the staff had helpfully already sent an assortment of snacks and drinks. The overlords all headed for the shower at the same time, then paused and laughed. If it was just the guys, they didn't care. They had all trained together and used the same shower room in the gym. But as they approached, they realized that Tabitha was with them today. "Overlord Tabitha, there is a shower in the ensuite if you would prefer. It's not as large as the one in the sauna and hot tub area, but well stocked," Carl offered. Tabitha nodded, then changed directions to the master bedroom, while the others went to use the shower heads all along the walls of the hot tub room. Carl had assumed that they were mostly there for the steamy ambience when you had the sauna going, as one of them pointed straight at the sauna heater. But they did work as actual showers. In his mind, Ray came to the same realization. They had just turned them on to get the air nice and humid before their bath. The showers even had a timer on them for that purpose. But she could use them for so much more. Nobody took long. 3 minutes later, everyone was back out in fresh clothes with wet hair. Overlord Drath took charge of the conversation once they were all seated, with a nervous group of acolytes sitting at the table behind Carl, next to the kitchen. The snacks and drinks were on the coffee table, so they were hoping that they would just be ignored. What was about to be said was likely super secret, and while they knew they shouldn't be hearing it, they couldn't resist. "All right, I will start with the obvious parts. Bishop Misty of the Divine Beast Nation arrived with 2 unknown totem rank or higher creatures. What do we know about them?" Drath began. Carl considered his answer. One was a 4-armed titan. He arrived through a portal opened by a monarch-ranked giant. He was the first to arrive, and then Bishop Misty arrived with the second totem, who I believe was a human. Possibly a beastkin, but close to human. Technically not a lie. Thor allowed in Carl's mind. Carl was possibly a human, and possibly a beastkin, or something that was neither of the above, but they were all still options until they had a definitive answer. "And the attack that revealed the treasure?" Drath asked. "The giant launched it and the other swatted it away. I think he was just aiming to send it into the sky, but there wasn't time for much after that. Bishop Misty sent them all through time. If I remember right, I believe she said that they were taking it home. That makes me think that they were all transferred through time, and the temporal dragon was working to restore a timeline, or prevent additional damage to it. I don't really understand how that works," Carl explained. "Did they take anything before they left?" Overlord Joram asked. "I don't think so. But the dragon's time spell creates a thick white mist. I couldn't see the treasure location until after." The overlords nodded in understanding. "Great, more mysteries," Joram sighed. Tabitha frowned, then her expression brightened, and she snapped her fingers. "That location is directly above the cathedral, right? Didn't there used to be a huge tower there, if I remember the history books?" There were the ruins of a massive white stone tower at this location when the city was settled. That's why they picked the spot. The stones had a bit of lingering magic in them to improve durability, so they used them to build the cathedral and the first few buildings. Everyone else just shrugged, and she sighed. Never mind. I will ask someone who has actually read a history book. A knock at the door drew their attention, then Sybil opened it to let Lady Othello, Overlord Ahmad and the head librarian from the cathedral enter. Carl smiled at Tabitha. Ask and ye shall receive. If anyone has read a history book, it's the librarian. The Blue Dragon smiled at Carl. She had questions for him as well. Especially about that runecrafting book that he had apparently made for the Archbishop, and why it didn't give the user knowledge of any of the relevant crafting specialties associated with the trade. It was simultaneously the most useful and dysfunctional learning experience of her life. The overlords nodded to their comrades, then took seats, with Ahmad settling in next to Dana to whisper in her ear. Carl gave him a suspicious look, but the overlord sent him a system message. Magical theory developments. The battle mage will gain from them. That was good enough for Carl, but the fluffy cat ears of the overlord rank mage were entirely too tempting, making the mage a natural ladies' man. Tabitha turned to the librarian. Am I right about that location being somewhere directly over the cathedral that was built on the ruins of an ancient tower? The Blue Dragon nodded her head. That is right. My theory is that the object was a prize for winners of the tower. We don't know what was supposed to be in it, or if it was claimed, and that was why the tower's magic faded. But the location matches, though the tower must have been thousands of meters tall. What isn't common knowledge is that the foundation of the tower was never dismantled. The cathedral wasn't built there simply because there was a lot of stone. There is an active trial in the catacombs under the temple. There are 15 levels below ground, through the actual base of the defunct tower. The magic of the world dragon is strong there, and that is why the cathedral was actually placed on the site. The basement trial is only good for one group of people, though. Nobody can enter it except bishops and avatars of their gods. That is the overlords and totems aligned with the church. It is similar to the trial instance in the grounds, but at a much higher level. That trial temple on the cathedral grounds used to rely on the power of the underground temple, but after the incident the other day, it is generating its own power, and the usage is no longer so limited. The last was said while the librarian stared at Carl, who had made the new core for the trial next to the cathedral. But in Carl's opinion, that wasn't really his fault. It wasn't going to let him out until he provided a new core, so one way or another, it was bound to happen. Carl smiled at Tessa and Lotus. So, you've got an extra fancy trial waiting for you in the future. What do you think? 2 more years should do it? Or do you think it will take 3 to reach Overlord? The other overlords laughed, while the dragon rolled her eyes. You say that so casually, as if everyone else in this room didn't use a massive number of resources or enjoy a string of exceptional luck for over a decade to reach their current status. Carl shrugged. Well, we've got both of those on our side. Plus, the system is awakening. Once it's fully active for everyone, steady progress will be much more common. As far as I know, the only real challenge to their growth will be bypassing the bottlenecks. Tabitha took out a map and refolded it so that the area around the cathedral was on top. So, there is a trial here, and here. Then there are holy relics here, and here. It looks like there is a whole village buried under the capital. The librarian nodded. That's right. As far as we can tell, there is an entire city under the city, buried by more than 100,000 years of time, and 30 meters of sandstone, formed in the years after the time when this area was on the edge of the desert. Ahmad finished explaining his idea to Dana and joined the conversation. You know, one of the groups of giants that we fought said that they were going to take the system relic that was in the city and crush the church. Do you think that they mean the system stones, or one of the other relics? He asked. The librarian winced. Well, technically, they could mean any of countless items. We have been stockpiling system relics in the catacombs for centuries. The hope was that the resonance would help activate other system relics. Did it work? Carl asked. That is debatable. But if nothing else, it seriously slowed the decay of the stockpiled items, to the point that some of them were still active during the last annual inspection, thought in a very precarious state. They couldn't be moved, or used for their intended purpose, but when we tested them with holy magic, they still showed signs of the system, even after all that time. It's part of the reason that the church was so confident that they would be able to get the divine injection to work once they found the ruined system stones. They were designed to liquefy holy power with the system integrated, and the study of them allowed the development of the serum. But I'm rambling, we didn't want to talk about that. We were talking about the treasure over the city that might have once been in the tower that was here, and whether that was the item that the giants were after. Well, if that new leader of theirs knew something in advance, perhaps having been informed by the time traveler that Bishop Misty sent away, it is possible that they know much more than we do. In fact, it's possible that we still haven't discovered what they came here to find, and that might be why they're so desperate to force us all out of the city. I get that they hold a grudge against the World Dragon, but they seem much more determined than in the past to stamp out the church. Everyone let her ramble, thinking of the possibilities, as well as the likelihood that the giants would be coming back for whatever they had failed to obtain with this attack. Or, in the case of General Drath, what his troops were going to have to do to actually win the next confrontation, if they did come back and try to force their way into the city. If they made even a small breach, the destruction that the giants could cause to the civilian population with a single overlord was immense. A few minutes loose behind the walls would cost tens of thousands of lives. After a few minutes of letting the librarian ramble about the past and the possible targets of the attack, Overlord Drath decided to change the topic to something a bit more optimistic. This isn't strictly on topic for right now, but we would like you 5 to help with the ceremony here in the capital next week. We know that you all have fully active systems, and the government will be providing system-enhanced items for the testing. That is why we would like you to assist. You see, there is no guarantee that the items will have the same reaction to being handed from a nurse to the student as they would when being passed from one of you to a student. We are hoping to maximize the number of successes in the capital region, and we will have nearby elites help with as many of the other locations as possible. If nothing else, it will at least improve the morale of the new students to have met a few working elites before they reached the academy. Carl chuckled. The guards on the train were the first experience for me, and they were remarkably helpful. The general nodded. They are typically chosen from the elites that are good with kids, but not really good at much else. I have heard that it makes them easier to relate to because they're all common and awakened rank elites. The closest thing we have to just sending other students to pick them up. We did consider that, by the way, as a sort of reward for senior students. Carl chuckled. That could be interesting this year, as so many of the students who are about to become seniors have spent the last year on the hill giant border. At least, I assume they're still there. Drath nodded. They've been moved a few times, and cycled back to the academy for rest, but they've spent at least half the year on the border, and they're stationed there right now. Carl nodded. I don't think that any of my people would have an issue with the plan to attend the ceremonies. How many middle schools are there in the capital? Drath thought about it for a second. There are 16 in the city, but they all do the injection ceremony at the opera auditorium so that their parents can attend and see the new elites one last time before they go. I believe that the smaller towns do it at the school, don't they? Carl nodded. Yeah, but not with parents present. We did it in the classroom, as there was only one class in our year. But the lithium mines aren't all that large, so many years we have under 24 kids in a year. Mine was larger than usual, but even then, there were only a few of us at the academy. Possibly, only 2, unless I missed someone. The librarian frowned as the two talked. How much do you have left to do in the city before then? I seem to recall that we were getting training updates from some students under your supervision. Carl nodded. We have these 5 lovely young elites in our care, and they're making great progress. But we also have 5 beast rangers and a tiger monk from the Special Forces cadets training with us. We are going to try to advance that group in the next few days, as well as imparting some more skills and combat training to prepare these acolytes for their time at the academy. I have been informed that the army will be taking over the training of the beast rangers. General Drath nodded. Yes, they are already cadets assigned to the Special Forces, so we will take on their basic training, as we had already planned to when we thought they had no system access. The other overlords chuckled. It was clearly a power play by the church army, but it wouldn't hurt anything, and they were going to be overloaded with students at the academy anyhow, so letting the Special Forces students have special attention would help them immensely. Plus, it would give them an excuse to foist similar talents on the army for training, in the name of boosting the skills of the elites. They were already short on teachers, and that problem was only going to get worse with the next influx. Anyone who could and would teach students was going to be needed very soon, but the librarian was beginning to suspect that Monarch Carl was going to find a way out of that, somehow. Likely by becoming a vital asset somewhere else, where there were no elites to train, or at least no freshmen for him to train. Overlord Joram snapped his fingers. I get it now. There is a reason that you didn't have those young elites fighting on the North Front. They're not just under your care. They're still waiting to go to the academy, so they haven't been inducted as proper elites yet, with all the responsibilities. Carl nodded. Exactly. 3 training days and a potion doesn't make a proper soldier, and it definitely doesn't make an independent elite. Untrained fighters on the front lines are a nightmare. The overlords looked like they were ready to retire to their own units for the night, but the Blue Dragon Priestess had more to talk to Carl about before he managed to escape from her. We can all discuss the motivations behind the attack later. Elite Carl, I have a request for you. You have a talent for teaching, and a number of rare skills. I would like to make a formal request for you to transfer those skills to the clergy scribes for distribution, she announced. Carl smiled and placed his hand on hers. Skill teaching request, Lightning Zone. The librarian's eyes opened wide in shock, and she read the system message quietly, but audibly. Pack Master Carl offers knowledge, skill, Lightning Zone, will be transferred to the alluring priestess Kalithuza. Hey, why does it mess with me, but flatters her? This is clear system favoritism, Tabitha complained. A whole new skill and a zone effect. That is lovely. The librarian sighed happily before a sudden sense of dread spread over her. What are the restrictions on that skill book? She asked, recalling the debacle of the refreshing lightning barrier. Carl smiled. That's the fun part. I have no idea who can use it. Carl inspected the option with skill book and realized that it was nearly exactly the same as refreshing lightning, except that it included mages with high lightning affinity in the list with lightning element beasts, clerics and shamans. They already knew that limited it to mostly just a few beastkin and the blue dragon clerics as well as shamans, but if some of the mages could use Lightning Zone as well, it would be a little less frustrating for the librarian and her people. The blue dragon sighed. I suspected that it might be another of those evil spells. But it's a good one again, so I will endeavor to teach more of our people to use it. If you give me more time, I can come up with something more user-friendly. Honestly, I should spend more time in your library trying to learn skills myself so that I'm not completely limited to beast-friendly skills, Carl replied regretfully. Overlord Joram smiled and brought out a small peregrine falcon, his bonded pet as a ranger. It was just a normal beast, as rangers couldn't bond with intelligent creatures or magical beasts. But with Carl's skill, he saw an opportunity. You said that you raised a bunch of beast rangers, right? With magical beasts for partners? If my friend Dave evolved, do you think that I could become one? He asked. Carl frowned. You want to change your class? Joram shrugged. My system has been fully active for a few weeks now, and I have all the ranger skills. There is nothing left in my tree, and the temple didn't help me pick a new class. Carl nodded slowly. You likely still only get the one friend. However, it shouldn't be hard for me to get him to evolve, maybe. If Carl remembered his book learning properly, many species of magical beasts started as regular animals who ate a magical resource. Surely, Joram would have tried that already, if he was looking to have the bird evolve. But it was best to check. Have you tried giving him resources? He verified. Joram nodded. Ever since I was a royal, 6 years ago, nothing changes him. Make him a baby hawk. It will be funny, Kara suggested. Hawk was intrigued by the idea. A baby me? Yeah, teach him flaming body. Baby Hawk, Kara suggested. She hadn't known Hawk before he could do that, and Kara herself was a baby at the commander rank, so she hadn't really considered that the others started off much lower on the power scale. If Carl had picked the skill to remove the restrictions on evolution, he could just use that directly. No, by the wording, he might still be able to. Evolution, cause any bonded pet to evolve into a form 1 rank higher than when the skill is used. Usable once per beast, some materials may be required. The wording didn't say that it had to be his bonded beast. That part was implied, and should be completely obvious. But it wasn't explicitly stated, so, he tried anyhow. Nice try, invalid target. Well, that settled it. No blatant cheating. Fine, he would bypass the evolution skill, and try to do it manually. Hawk, can I get an awakened rank firestone? Hawk dropped the stone into his hand, and Carl brought it over to the bird, whose eyes lit up with greed. Even if it didn't trigger an advancement, the bird still wanted it. That seemed like a good sign, so Carl fed the bird, and then stroked its head and activated, "Follow me little one," to transfer flaming body. The small bird suddenly lit on fire, then began happily rubbing up against Carl's hand, thoroughly ignoring everyone else in the room. "Dave, congratulations. Come here, buddy," Overlord Joram informed the bird with a pleased smile. Dave turned to chirp at him, then rubbed possessively against Carl's hand. "I know you made a new friend, but you need to come here, so I can inspect you." The bird chirped what was obviously a no, and remained in position. "Did something go wrong?" the librarian wondered. Carl shook his head. "No, it's still bonded to him. I can see it in the system interface. Dave is just being stubborn." Joram took out a few small berries, and the bird turned away from Carl, then looked back to rub his head on Carl's arm before flying back to his partner. "That's better. Welcome back, buddy." His thoughts are much clearer now than they were before he evolved. "Oh, I see a system notice," Overlord Joram informed them. Everyone waited patiently for him to finish what he was doing. If he could change his system at Overlord, he should have a load of points available to pick all the skills, and then he could guide all the Beast Rangers through their class. Assuming that was what he got, slowly, he opened his eyes. There were 5 other options available when I got the advancement menu. But Beast Ranger really is the best of them. It also appears to have skills to help me benefit from the Beast's abilities to a greater extent than a Ranger does. I will have to train to find out exactly how much, but I never gained physical abilities from my partner before, other than eyesight. Carl nodded. Well, the others gained large amounts of strength and stamina, or strength and agility, from their partners at common rank, so I would suspect that you'll get a percentage increase as well, though Dave has a ways to go to catch up. Flaming Body should take him through to at least commander rank, maybe into royal rank, so try not to send him anywhere too dangerous while he's still advancing. The bird was still a common magical beast, but that was changing quickly with the influx of energy from his partner. It was quite noticeable at this level, but only time would tell if that growth rate held as he got stronger. And just like that, we have a volunteer to help us with our training regimen, Hawk laughed. And a strong one, with lots of scouting and combat experience. Now that Overlord Joram had a few seconds to adjust to his new class, and to the enhancement of the bond with his Dave, as Hawk called the bird, he was zoning out again, looking at all the skills that he had available to him. You know, starting out with this class might not actually be optimal. There are so many introductory attack abilities, utility skills and hunting buffs with the Ranger class, that simply aren't part of this class. A lot of the skills that Beast Rangers get are for improving the stats of our beast, or are targeting with ranged attacks. There is very little for actual attack skills within the tree. Joram explained. Well, that is a bit of an issue. Nobody likes a one-trick pony. So, they will have to learn skills another way, Carl sighed. There are a few, just not nearly as many as there are in the Ranger class, and they look like advanced versions of base attacks. I'm not sure that skipping the Ranger class will actually be best for everyone, Joram explained. The other overlords got concerned looks. The Ranger had a point. If they missed out on the simple and easy skills, the ones that they would use every day, and only got the ones that were intended to buff them after they already had the basics, they would be in real trouble when it came to building their power base. They could only rely on their beast for so much before they were going to have to get into combat themselves. But there were options. Like the Special Forces cadets that had been chosen for the first group, they could continue to train conventionally, and learn the basic skills from the academy. It might lead to an imbalance in their abilities, but it would be better than nothing. But to Tabitha and Niall, the most offensive combat-focused of the group, there was another issue that was becoming apparent. The class was only part of the issue. The real problem was going to come with what beasts they chose. Lightning Sarrow had a versatile barrier that could also be used for melee offensive attacks. The more cats had stealth on their side, and the bonded partner would have speed to help them. But what if a different beast was chosen? That girl who had gotten the small bird, for example. Or someone who picked a less impressive beast out of fondness for the species. Both would be at a huge disadvantage in their growth. Like Carl's Beast Master class, they relied too much on their beasts, and didn't have a base of skills from multiple powerful beasts to get them through. We could just assign a curriculum to them that focuses on learning skills from the start. Ray and the others learned quickly when they were young, and they're still innovating. I think that if we have the right teachers in place, we can help the students master at least 2 or 3 basic skills at the start, and then they can work from there. Speaking of which, how is the skill library coming along? Carl asked. We're up to 27 different skills, but but limited by what our inscriptionists can learn well enough to make a tome. I really do need to steal you in the near future, and get you to put more down on paper for us, the librarian insisted. Carl nodded. I expected that there would be something like that in the near future. It's not a problem, but I'm hoping that you will have a few skills that I can use as well. I will even replace the copies if I can learn them. What skill books can you even use? Tabitha asked, curious about the particulars of Carl's class. Honestly, I don't know. I've only really gone for ones that were useful to one of the others in the team. I haven't tried to see the extent of what I can use. Likely no other trade skills, except maybe dwarven smithing, as I've already got runecrafting. As far as magic and combat skills, I suppose nearly anything is possible with the team composition that I have right now. Lady Othello smiled at him. Perhaps I can work with you and Thor, teach you both some paladin-type skills. It would make you both better in human form combat, and who knows what Thor can do with them in Sero form. Thor was definitely up for that. As long as you help us with our warriors and the monk, I have no objections at all. War teachers are better for everyone, and if we're all training together, my training skills will affect all of you as well, Carl offered. That was an enticing offer. The beasts had some unique skills, and if they could get a chance at learning them, it would be well worth the effort. Of course, Carl would happily teach them a skill if he was able. Making powerful friends had been hammered so deep into his psyche by Thor's instincts that Carl didn't even notice that it was an outside influence anymore. Dani gave Carl a smirk that said she would also be pressuring him for a skill before the night was out. But the relaxing with the Mackenzie sisters part would have to wait until the overlords went home for the night. The librarian snapped her fingers and nodded. Yes, that is the right way. We will gather a copy of all the skill books that we can spare, and bring them to a training session downstairs. Say, first light tomorrow, so that we can see which ones work, and what other skills can be passed on from the overlords. Then we can all go to train the youngsters and the young beasts. Say, I don't suppose that you have a growth serum for Sero, do you? If the beasts were awakened rank, they could learn much more. Carl laughed. We're already feeding them better than even Thor was able to manage in the early days, so they will grow quickly. But you'll have to give them at least a month or two if you want full-grown Sero. The blue dragon sighed. That was still a huge improvement, as Sero normally took 2 years to get past the adolescent phase to adult, but she knew that this project would go off the rails the moment that the controlled environment was gone. Overlord Joram looked down at the flaming bird sitting on his lap with fondness. I am going to retire for the evening. Dave wants to fly free and explore his new abilities. Carl nodded. Do you want Hawk to look after him? There are many scary things in the world for an awakened rank magical beast. Joram shook his head. I think he will be fine. He has been flying around as a common bird all his life. Carl got up and opened the balcony door. He can join you back home when he's done. I'm sure he's not going to get lost. Before Joram could say anything, Dave was rocketing out the door, leaving a streak of fire behind him as he tested his newly enhanced wings. His species was already among the fastest of birds, and now he was even faster. His happy calls could be heard circling the building, as Carl left the door open, knowing that there were dozens of other magical beasts in the area, including the blink cats, who wouldn't likely care that he was claimed now that he was a viable food product. Catching him would be hard. Defeating his defensive flames would be harder, but blink cats were crafty, and they had a particular love for hunting low-flying birds. As a common falcon, he wasn't worth more than a bit of harassment, but that was different now. Carl turned to the librarian. Do you mind if I just shorten your name? Draconic names are terribly hard for me to pronounce, and I always get the Z sound in names like Kalithusa wrong. The blue dragon gave him a curious look. And what did you want to call me, other than my title as librarian? How about Lady Kelly? Half of the overlords choked on their drinks, while Othello giggled and Lotus nodded in agreement. The librarian gave Carl a suspicious look, so he decided to elaborate. Lady is properly formal for your rank, Kelly is easy to pronounce, and it's got the sort of energetic and enthusiastic ring to it that I associate with a desire to learn. Because you are around Lotus and Kara too much, and you associate learning with curiosity, Thor noted. They do learn many things, though. Ray agreed. Overlord Othello slung a companionable arm over the blue dragon's shoulder, and ruffled her hair. Besides, you're a young dragon still. No need to sound all stuffy and professional all the time. The librarian actually smiled at that. Little girl, you were born in the hotel room above my 1000th birthday party. Carl smiled. See, a positively svelte young debutante. The librarian snorted in amusement. We need to get you away from Noct and Orthos, they're messing with your sense of draconic age progression. However, if you can complete my learning challenge, I will agree to your nickname. Carl nodded. I will warn you, unless it is written in runic, I'm not actually all that strong with fancy words. Carl could sense the librarian's urge to facepalm, and the amusement of the other overlords, as most of them had also finished formal education after middle school, where the librarian had spent centuries as a university professor. The dragon took out a thick, ancient tome and placed it on the coffee table. If you can unlock and learn that relic skill, then make a copy, I will allow you to give me a nickname, she insisted with a smirk. The book was so old that the name of the skill had been worn off the cover, and Carl could sense only the barest flicker of system energy still active in it, sporadic and failing. If he couldn't use it, or if someone else didn't in the next few months, it would fail entirely. Remy stared at the book with undisguised greed. I have no idea what that is, and I must know, she insisted. Maybe that's why you're blue, Thor pondered. The color of the scales should say something about the person. He had gone from simple green, to plain green and gold, to shimmering, showing how magnificent he was. So, Remy's blue and black scales should have something to do with her love of knowledge, logically. Neither Carl nor Remy was sold on that logic. Only dragons were color-coded by their gods. But Remy did love knowledge. Carl placed his hand on the book's cover and felt a tingle in his hand as it pulled a bit of energy from him. Carl activated analysis, and the name of the tome flickered in front of his eyes, then stabilized as more power flowed from his hand to the tome. Book of Epic Guard. Carl stared at the notification for a moment. Was this an epic version of the Warrior's Guard skill? Was it a form of golem or bodyguard? It seemed too large to be a warrior skill, but it was epic, according to the title. Once the name of the book settled in Carl's vision, he waited a few more seconds before trying to tamper with the ancient tome. He didn't want to break or destabilize it at this point, when it was finally telling him something. Fortunately, he didn't need to. Learn skill, Epic Guard? Skill learned. Epic Guard, Golem class conjuration. Creates 1 epic grade personal guard. That gave Carl a most brilliant idea. He reached out and tapped both Dana and Ahmad on the foreheads, then activated, "Follow me little one," to transfer the skill. Overlord Ahmad chuckled and Dana blushed, making Carl wonder what sort of messages this skill was giving people when he used it. So far, it had come up with a rather unique description for everyone, and not everyone believed that Carl wasn't picking them himself. The librarian waited impatiently for Carl to say something. Why don't we head to the basement training ground, and we can activate the skill? I would like to see how it turns out for everyone, Carl suggested. Everyone? The librarian demanded. It's an epic golem type skill. I don't know what it's going to create, Carl explained. And you taught others already? She asked, confused. Ah, yes. I used my daily teaching skill attempts to pass it on to Dana and Ahmad. They should both have an additional golem of the epic variety now. The whole group made their way down to the first training room in the lower levels, where they lined up against the wall, waiting for the trio with new skills to show off for the group. So, how do we do this? The mages first, or the mages second? Carl asked. Othello smirked at him. I say we do the mages first, in case you come out with something ridiculous as a golem. We already know that they got something normal for their first ones, but your friend Ray got spiders made of wood that evolved into something else, and then there are your bodyguards, who appear to be real living monsters. Dana nodded and Ahmad shrugged. She has a point. Giving all of us the same skill does not guarantee similar results, given your track record. Carl stepped back to let them work, and the 2 mages began to focus on the desired form and attributes for their new summon. Naturally, they would get the same one every time after the first, so this particular summoning was the most important. Ahmad finished his focus first and summoned his new golem. It was similar to the 4 he had from the main golem spell, in that it appeared to be a human in ancient legionnaire armor. But this one was different. It crackled with magical energy and had a barrier spell active. Ahmad didn't say anything to disturb Dana's focus as she called forth her own creation. Her first ones had come out like stone Carl statues, but this one was shorter and much more slender. The golem was wearing form-fitting black armor with black plates over it, very similar to Tabitha, but the head and hands were different. Her golem was not human, but a violet-skinned demoness with a scimitar in both hands. When Carl looked closely, he could see that it was not living like the bodyguards, but a stone facsimile of an actual demoness. But its weapons were coated in black energy, and Dana was smiling. It can use my skill, Disruption Blade, as well as the Windwalker combat style. I believe it's an epic grade agility type summon, she explained. Compared to Dana, the golem was still huge, over 2 meters tall, but that put it a full meter shorter than the standard summon for the other golems. It was large enough to block for Dana, and presumably fast enough to intercept most attackers. It wouldn't be epic grade if it wasn't at least that fast. Ahmad nodded, and then his golem duplicated itself. Mine can use my duplicate summoning skill, as well as Arcane Barrier, which serves as both an offensive and defensive skill. The librarian snorted in amusement. Of course, it can duplicate itself. Such a cheat code for the man who already has 4 golems. The mages didn't dismiss their golems, only moved to the side of the room with them, so that Carl could come forward and see what he would get now that he was performing a proper summoning of his own. Carl knew that he likely could come up with something great if he really focused. Dana had created a golem that mimicked the basics of her own combat abilities, which was incredibly impressive. Alright, group effort. I have no idea what we're summoning anyhow. So, everyone focus on what they want out of the new golem and let's see what happens, Carl suggested. Oh, this is fun. I like this game, Kara cheered. Scales, Thor insisted, and Stabby, Ray agreed. Let's do this. Hawk and Remy insisted at the same time, focusing on their desires for the golem's appearance. At first, the creation didn't make any sense as it formed, surrounded by a black cloud that was making it difficult to see properly. The other golems had formed properly, but this one seemed to be taking its time deciding on what it was going to look like, even as Carl focused on making a functional humanoid golem. For a moment, Carl lost his focus, wondering if he was the problem, as everyone else was focused on entirely different visions of what the spell should create, and they were all linked by their minds. Once he did, the black cloud began to contract, and the new golem formed. It appeared to be a dryad, but mostly black, and shifting in appearance, as if trying to blend with its surroundings. It had long branch-like fingers, flattened into massive talons, scales over the portion of its surface that wasn't covered in bark, and long flowing white hair that reminded Carl of the stripe down Kara's back. But more concerning to everyone else in the room, the lingering black aura around it was disintegrate, and it kept vanishing from sight if they weren't directly focusing on it. Carl used analysis to get a full overview of the golem, and found that the skill could actually give him a comprehensive description of his new ability. Epic Guard, Type, Shadow Drake Trent, Skills, Perfect Camouflage, Disintegrate, Rake, Lifelink. Rake, Improved Rend, causes higher levels of bleeding damage. Lifelink, the Shadow Drake Treant's healing, regeneration, and lifesteal effects apply to all party members. Allows the golem to absorb a percentage of damage done to the summoner. It could be buffed with Void Body or Trollish Regeneration, which would spread healing to everyone, but if Carl knew some sort of healing spell, or a lifesteal dedicated ability, he was certain that the golem would gain much more utility. Remy had Healing Splash, and her rarely used Healing Totem. That might work if Carl learned it himself. But there should be some other form of healing that he could manage. That's unique, the librarian muttered as the rest of the group stared at the golem. It's a collaborative effort. You see, we've got Sharp Claws, Scales, Stealth, Disintegrate, and Lifelink. That should cover everything. At least once I manage to learn a healing skill for it to share, it will. Lotus frowned. Now you want to be the healer, too? Lifesteal on hit would be just as good, Carl allowed. That was a little more reassuring for the cleric. She couldn't have some random summon coming along and stealing her spot on the team. Ophelia got an excited look on her face. You know, if you gave the golem a blade with life leech, wouldn't it heal you pretty well as it fought? The ones I have are kind of low quality at this point, and I was going to pass them on to the newbies, but I'm sure we can find some new ones for you. Carl nodded. That's a great idea. Maybe short blades, given that the golem has stealth and high agility. Othello took out a long blade and handed it to Carl. That has lifesteal on it. Why not see how the golem can do? Carl nodded in thanks, and handed the blade to the golem, who held it in its hands awkwardly, unable to make a fist to hold the blade with such long finger claws. Othello facepalmed. Alright, I can see how this could be an issue. I'm used to golems that have human hands, but this one and the spider golems are different. The golem carefully handed back the blade, but Carl still had an idea to boost its combat performance. He equipped the Haint Claw on the golem, which actually looked a little like an all-black and scaly version of Overlord Lifa. Carl smiled as the weapon melded with the golem, which now had ghostly glowing eyes, and leaked ghostfire smoke from its mouth. "What sort of weapon is that?" Niall asked, shocked at the transformation. "It's a Haint Claw. I obtained it in Nuban. It doesn't have lifesteal, but it's got a soul leech effect that's particularly nasty, and it adds ghostfire to all attacks, including skills. Normally, it's a weapon that I would use myself, in combination with my bow particularly. But for the moment, I think it works quite well with the Epic Guard skill. Should we see how it does while sparring against Ahmad's golems? If it's an epic rank skill, it might be able to hold off his regular golems for a while," Niall suggested. Carl shrugged. "No better way to test it. I don't know what sort of combat instincts it inherited, since I don't have an actual combat style skill." Ahmad summoned his 4 standard legionnaire golems on the far side of the training room, and Carl gave instructions to his new summon. "Show us how you would defeat these targets. They're golems, so go full force," Carl thought. The golems took a combat stance, and the guard vanished. It reappeared in a swirl of ghostfire in front of one golem, then leapt into the air, kicked it in the crotch and stabbed all 10 long claws through the golem's eyes. 100%, it learned to fight from Kara, Ray noted. She would have appeared behind the golem. The guard was already moving, raking at the leg joints of the golems and dodging attacks with an alarming level of agility, then periodically vanishing in a puff of pale blue-green fire. It would reappear behind another golem and try for a new target. First, it tried to rip their throats out, then stab through the neck of the armor to their hearts. But the golems weren't living things, and going for the vitals of a golem didn't work. Finally, the golems caught it and sliced it to bits, causing it to dissipate and return the weapon to Carl's possession. All 4 of the Overlord-ranked golems had taken significant damage during the battle, and Carl was impressed. Even Ahmad was shaking his head in shocked dismay. "Well, for a golem that didn't come with a trained fighting style, I have to say that one is particularly vicious, and learns fast. If those had been living creatures, I suspect that your golem might actually have been able to fight above its rank." Tabitha chuckled darkly. "I just can't get over the fact that its first instinct was to kick the golem in the balls and claw its eyes out. What sort of fighter are you, Monarch Carl?" The last was said with a bit of a sneer, and Carl threw up his hands in a placating gesture. "That's not really on me. I enlisted my team of beasts for suggestions, and their suggestions helped shape our new golem. I believe that Kara's fighting style is the dominant one. She would definitely start a fight that way. I'm surprised that the golem didn't lick him as well." Ahmad laughed. "I think it might have. Being so close, the smoke of the guard's breath was surely touching my golem, and your guard doesn't have an actual tongue." Kara smoothed her fur in pride, like she was styling her hair. Carl laughed at her expression, and summoned the guard again, with the Haint Claw equipped. It flexed a little, as if it remembered being dismembered, or wanted to do a systems check before combat. Then it turned to Carl for instructions. "Just wait here. There are no threats." Ray giggled. "You don't need to be so detailed. Golems get what you want instinctively. If you focus, you should be able to tell where it is, the same as you can with us and the bodyguards." "I got that part. Well, at least we know the new spell works." Ray considered it. "I need to learn that one later. I could have a 3rd spider golem." Carl used, "Follow me, little one," to transfer the knowledge. "Incompatible target," Ray sighed. "Boo this system. I can use golems, but not more golems. How does that make sense?" Dana nudged Carl. "Mind having your guard spar with mine? I want to see how it does. I thought it was odd that the only skill yours was using was that movement skill. So, they might need time to adapt to using all their abilities." "Sure. Let me remove the weapon overlay. It doesn't need the extra damage to keep up this time," Carl agreed. The Haint Claw was put away, and the guard went from animated to calm, waiting in a ready position for orders. Dana summoned her guard, in its black leather and plate armor. Then, with a mental command, the 2 guards were on each other. Dana's demonic-looking guard fired off a flurry of blade energy at its dryad-looking opponent, which dismissively swatted them away with, "Disintegrate." "Is it just me, or did its combat style completely change?" Ophelia asked, as the 2 guards locked in combat, right before Carl's began to use rake to systematically dismantle its opponent into small pieces. Niall nodded in agreement. "I think it did. Maybe it was the influence of the Haint Claw? The additional skill? Or perhaps the merger with the weapon grants it a bit more cognitive function? It fights very methodically now, in the most efficient way. Dana sighed. I have to say, with or without the weapon, that guard is brutal in combat. She called back her guard again, and the violet demoness shook herself out in the same way as Carl's had, as if checking for damage. It had to be a function of the spell, remembering previous fights to improve. Alright, we have our answers. Now, we really can go to sleep. I'm sure there will be far too many questions for us all in the morning. Librarian, you can stay in my spare room if you would like. Lady Othello offered. I will see you all tomorrow. The librarian agreed, then left with the paladin, headed back upstairs. Now we have a new sparring partner for the trainees, Ray cheered. I don't think they would survive that, Thor reminded her. We could put pool noodles on her claws. That's terrifying in a whole different way. Back in the apartment, the Mackenzie twins were eager to catch up with the ladies, while Kara stretched out across their laps, taunting Thor with her ability to get her head rubbed while indoors. As everyone chatted, Carl got to work turning Epic Guard into a new skill book. The librarian had made him promise her that he would, and he knew that the dragon wouldn't want to wait for him to make good on his word. Plus, he was looking forward to the look on her face when she remembered that she had agreed to let him use a nickname for her if he did. As he worked, Carl checked in on everyone. Thor was very pleased that he had managed to give the new summon scales, while Ray and Kara were laughing about the fighting style when it was merged with the Haint Claw. They had a theory that it was actually Leafa's default fighting style, as the Haint Claw had come from her, and the thought of the distinguished and ancient overlord clawing someone's eyes out was highly entertaining. They were going to have to ask her about it the next time they met. So, have you met any cute guys yet? Possibly snagged yourself some hunky boy toy? Ophelia was asking the twin mages. Donnie scoffed. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a female elite to find a good man? We already know the true faces of the politicians and the power brokers, so the truly wealthy men are out. Our powers intimidate most of the civilians, though they wouldn't openly admit it, so that cuts out the vast majority of the population. Finally, half of the elites are batshit crazy from too much time alone in the woods. No offense to those present, but you do realize that Ophelia holds Lotus like a teddy bear, and Carl talks to himself. She gestured to where Lotus was sitting on Ophelia's lap, then to Carl. The whole group began to laugh, and Tessa decided to explain. Ophelia likes to sleep in bear form, with Lotus as a teddy. I will admit, it's odd, but it keeps her from wandering. Carl isn't talking to himself, though. He's talking to the beasts, and forgets that the rest of us can't hear them. Carl nodded. It's easier when everyone is out, then I can just talk to them normally. What are you even writing? The complete encyclopedia? Danny asked, cutting off her sister's answer. The copy of Epic Guard, for the librarian. If you want to know the skill, I will try to transfer it to you. The looks on their faces said it all. They wanted the skill, and they wanted it now. Carl activated the transfer, and sighed as the message came up. Minimum requirements not met, minimum requirements not met. Looks like we will have to wait on that. It says that it's not possible yet. Both mages' eyes went to the freshly written skill book, and Carl made a reluctant welcoming gesture. Sure, it took hours. But that skill was so good that he couldn't bring himself to deny them. Danny went first, as the golem specialist of the pair. No matter what she did, she was unable to get the cover open. It was as if the book were a single block of steel, unyielding and solid. After a minute, she gave up. Donnie traded her places, and suffered the same fate, but with much less surprise after her specialist sister had failed. It only said you didn't make minimum requirements, but Dana can use it. So, you might just need to be a royal. Carl offered, as a form of sympathy. Well, it was worth a shot. Danny assured him, visibly annoyed by the situation. If he couldn't teach them the cool golem, there were still other mage-type abilities that he might be able to share from Remy to them. Technically, Remy was a shaman, but a lot of the abilities appeared to be transferable. But first, he could start with the simple ones. Skilled teaching requests pending, mental fortitude. Both mages gave Carl a raised eyebrow look that was somewhere between intrigued and offended, then relaxed as the skill took effect. Oh, this is a wonderful skill. It actually increased my mana regeneration to nearly double its base, Danny noted. Odd, that's not a listed effect. Could it be a side effect of mental fortitude? Just a second, I will pass it around, Carl offered. Skilled teaching requests pending, mental fortitude. One after another, everyone appeared to accept the skill. The beasts carefully watched everyone's expression, wondering what it had called them. The first to break was Lotus, who was in a fit of giggles. How did I become an adorable healing tree? What sort of title is that? I mean, I'm flattered. But does this mean that the system is actually more impressed with my skills as a tree than as a human? I should have spent more time practicing my rain dance, she laughed. Ophelia laughed. It calls me the friendly rage bear. Dana frowned. You all get cool and cute nicknames. It gave me. Pack Master Carl offers knowledge, skill, mental fortitude, will be transferred to the Dana Mage. Hawk nodded in satisfaction. He knew he had her name right. Carl shrugged, then patted her on the back. I don't pick the names, the system does that. Remember that it called Overlord Tabitha a kitten? Danny and Donnie laughed, but Tessa had gained a unique insight. All right, I don't feel so bad now. I wonder if this is how the world dragon sees us all. Like it just picks some aspect of our personality and assigns us a nickname. I wonder if the best nicknames go to the ones with the most favor? Ophelia drummed her fingers on the coffee table as she thought about it. You know, that is possible. The world dragon is a god, but he's also a dragon. They don't really see humans as equals most of the time, and with that much power, a psychic dragon would probably see the entire world at once. Keeping track of everyone's preferred names and titles would be a lot of trouble. In fact, it might be possible that the entire system interface is just a divine notebook, so the gods can keep track of us all. Carl laughed at the thought, then realized there was a greater than zero chance that she was right. There was no real reason that the system had to record and display names or classes for others. But it did. Joan, the Red Dragon acolyte, tapped the table to get Carl's attention. We should likely head back to the cathedral for the night. Is Ray keeping Sybil for the evening? Nope, she can sleep tonight, we will train in the sun. You can all rest for the evening. We will work on training tomorrow. It will be a little later in the morning, so if you finish everything, you can come here looking for us. Carl informed her, and the young priestess began to herd her teammates toward the door. It was subtle, but she was already taking on the Red Dragon cleric's natural role as caretaker. Once the kids were gone, the ladies called for wine from downstairs, and Carl knew that it was going to be a long night. Carl woke up the next morning to find the other occupants of his bed were Ray, Kara, and a disheveled Lotus, who was wrapped around the void badger making happy sleeping noises. There was snoring coming from the living room, more than seemed likely for just two people, so most of the others must have passed out there after he went to sleep. Only habit had gotten him up this early, but it was a prime opportunity for them to order breakfast and not be the one tortured by the smell of fresh food for once. At first, Carl considered cooking, but after getting spoiled by the building's chefs and the clerics, he couldn't bring himself to have another of the simple meals that were all he actually knew how to cook. Bacon and eggs were a wonderful breakfast, but bacon and eggs with all the fancy sauces and garnishes was even better. Carl dressed in the black pants and white shirt of his official uniform, then reminded himself to have Ray make more clothes for him when she had time. There is a whole stack in my forest. The hut with all the little ghosts hanging from the roof. Ray offered, without moving from her spot in bed. Indeed, there was. Quite an impressive selection, even if it looked like they were all the failed efforts to make something else. Not bad enough for her to destroy, but piled in a storage space out of the way. Carl grabbed a pair of black pants and a light gray polo shirt with a spider embroidered over the pocket, and padded out to the front room. But not everyone was asleep. There was an assortment of breads, meats and cheeses on the table, accompanied by 5 blue-robed clerics. The cleric sitting at the foot of the table turned to smile at him, and spoke softly, in a practiced library whisper. Monarch, please join us for breakfast. We were sent over by the head librarian to see if you had time to make a copy of the new skill today, and to ask some questions about runecrafting. She had wanted to ask them herself, but in all the confusion yesterday, she forgot. Today, she is busy with the Archbishop, and won't be able to attend before you are busy with the students. Carl placed the Epic Guard skill book on the table with a soft thump. That's the new skill. I finished it last night. From what I can tell, you need to be compatible with golems and at least royal rank to use it. The Blue Dragon clerics immediately began to play rock paper scissors, and Carl wondered what they were up to. Then he realized. If they could actually use the skill, then opening the cover to read it in preparation to copy it would just teach them the skill and the book would vanish. Unfortunately for them, they were all royal high priestesses, So, there was some sort of chance that they could use it. The first to lose the match reluctantly reached for the book and caressed the cover as they made notes about the outside. It was a promising sign that nothing bad had happened when she first touched the cover, so the cleric carefully turned it over to inspect the back and make detailed notes of how it had formed. With great trepidation, the cleric slowly flipped open the cover and breathed a sigh of relief as she read the first few words. "This is going to take forever to copy." The cleric sighed as she looked at the thickness of the book. "It took me about 4 hours." Carl agreed. The clerics rolled their eyes at him. "That's with superhuman hand speed. It would take us nearly a week to copy this." "Then I bet you're glad it didn't teach you the skill." The clerics all nodded in unison, and carefully flipped through the book with soft cotton gloves on, so they didn't mark or damage the pages. "This is incredible. The details that go into this skill are so extensive that I can't even really consider it a golem. It is a construct, and built like a golem, without internal organs, but otherwise, the magic is so far removed. That structure is all they really have in common," the priestess explained. Carl shrugged. "I've never looked through a golem book. I wonder if I can even use them, since I'm not a mage. Ray can use golems, but it wasn't a shared skill." "Don't you have enough summons yet? You've got all those bodyguards, and Ray's golems, and now this guard. Plus all your partners. Are you trying to become an entire army legion on your own?" one of the clerics asked, still in the hushed library whisper tones. "That's not a bad idea. I wonder if I can make an army of spiderlings someday," Ray asked quietly as she appeared at the table beside Carl. The Blue Dragon clerics looked horrified. "An army of spiderlings? Like dozens of tiny golems?" one asked. Ray nodded. "Or even an illusion that looks like them, but can still do spider things. Oh, the wonderful things that I could make with an army worth of little versions of me spinning silk." While most of the clerics were busy looking over the text, one had more in-depth questions for Carl about runecrafting as an art. Or, at least, what the system had taught him about runecrafting as an art. "So, did it teach you all the conjunctions to modify the spell outputs for item creation, or the proper character compounding to make the spell phrase all fit on a single piece of paper to make talismans?" the cleric asked. "I don't know what ones are used for item creation. I do know how to compound the characters, though. In fact, I know how to do that in multiple different ways, depending on the desired meaning of the phrase, and the nature of the item that I am writing it on," Carl agreed. The cleric nodded slowly as she considered her next question. "So, the runecrafting skill gives you all the knowledge of the language, but in an entirely theoretical way? You know what the word is, but not how it might be used to create an item, or describe a spell on a talisman," she verified. Carl nodded. "That's about right. I mean, I can guess. But that's what it is, a guess. I don't have any clue how those who came before me would have done it, so I can only do my best to try to come up with something workable." The cleric made careful notes, but was beginning to look discouraged, so Carl asked follow-up questions of his own. "What is it that you're hoping to uncover? Some sort of lost crafting art?" The middle-aged woman's face twisted into a rueful smile. "Nothing quite so grand, I am afraid. What we were hoping for was some sort of frame of reference so that we could tell how much has been lost from the various crafts that use runes as part of their art. You see, we've lost huge amounts of smithing knowledge. We've lost almost the entirety of magical weapons creation as an art form, including the majority of the ability to improvise. Though, as runecrafting spreads, we might be able to help them out with some theory. But there are vast quantities of items that are recovered from monster spawns in damaged conditions, sometimes intact but mostly inoperative. If we knew more about the craft that made them, we would be able to more easily repair them. Instead, we need to have a runecrafter that knows what might be missing. Explain the problem to a blacksmith who doesn't know runecrafting because we don't have system access to the subcategory skills that would combine the two." Carl frowned. "So, what you're saying is that recovering the runecrafting skill actually just made everyone aware of how much they still have to learn, and created more questions than it answered." The cleric sighed and nodded in agreement. "But if we had one of the subset skills but not the entirety of the runecrafting library, would we not still be in the same situation?" That caught the attention of one of the others. "No, if we had something like Talisman Master, the ancient crafting skill, we would think that it was whole and complete on its own. Nobody would connect that to the missing bits of knowledge that runecrafting supplies." The cleric who had been grilling Carl nodded in agreement. "There is a distinct pain in knowing that you are missing knowledge that should be available to you. It's like having all the answers at your fingertips, and having someone remind you that you're too uneducated to even know what to ask. For the Blue Dragon clerics, that was indeed a particularly painful situation. They were servants of the god of knowledge and teaching. Not knowing something was anathema to their goals in life. They had to know. It wasn't an option. Alright, I think that I get where you're coming from. We could likely recover a bit of the lost knowledge from the old dwarven cities, if you sent someone with runecrafting knowledge there, Carl suggested. There were murmurs of agreement with that, but no surprise at all, which suggested that it was an idea the Blue Dragons had already considered, and had likely acted on, or made plans to act on as soon as they had properly trained researchers available. Like the Green Dragon clerics and their penchant for wandering off in the wilderness for indeterminate amounts of time. The Blue Dragon clerics were known to get so immersed in research problems that they would forget about everything else for days and weeks on end. Carl could see that these clerics were already well on the way to becoming obsessed with the lost knowledge associated with runecrafting, even though it didn't seem that any of them had actually learned the art yet. Possibly, only because they had previously become immersed in a project on another trade skill, and now they couldn't switch. If they could figure out how to replicate the Epic Guard skill book and teach it to large groups of elites, that might change. It was far more interesting as a skill than Golem was, and the power level was similarly impressive. The majority of the group was studying the skill book with increasing intensity, but the amount of work that it would take to replicate it was dampening their enthusiasm considerably. Spending an entire week on a project, only to have it used by someone else, was enough to put a damper on anyone's day. Now, if this was a skill that they could use themselves, and then make copies to teach to the ones who needed it, they might be much more amenable to the concept. At the very least, they would have a cool guardian to look at. They're all a bit odd. They might take it as the perfect friend, just because it's always there and doesn't talk to interrupt their concentration, Remy noted. Thor seemed to agree with her. If nothing else, it would give them someone who doesn't run away when they begin to get too excited about their work. The sun isn't even properly up, and they're already this excited about work. Not even good work because it's for someone else's pack. When have you ever been reluctant to work? But you only ask me to do fun things like pull the wagon. Thor complained, feeling slighted by the comparison between that and making books for strangers. After a few minutes of focus on the Epic Guard skill's outer layers, the clerics started to really get into the book, with one researcher dedicated to feeding the others breakfast, so that no greasy fingers would be touching the manuscript. It was a well-practiced routine, and Remy thought that it was hilarious. Most species only hand-fed their beloved ones, or the young. But the Blue Dragon clerics did it so that they could research more efficiently, without even taking meal breaks. Give them a few minutes, and they will realize that they got entirely too comfortable around Carl, and they will be all embarrassed. Remy laughed as they finished eating, and then the designated food holder carefully washed her hands before replacing her white cotton gloves. Is there a reason that the gloves are always white? Is it just so that it is easier to see if you've gotten them dirty? Carl asked as they delicately flipped the pages. The clerics all shook their heads. Cotton is naturally white. We choose white cotton gloves because there are no dyes added to them which might transfer to the pages if they have something on them or our hands are a bit wet. Lotus sat down beside them and began picking her favorite parts off the plate of breakfast snacks. As if a blue cleric would ever let wet hands around a research book. They're so mean when we go to the library, like the books were their beloved children, she complained. The others all rolled their eyes in unison but didn't respond. Are you sure it's not because they never know where a green cleric has been, and there is a greater than zero chance that you have both tree sap and peanut butter on your hands? Carl asked. That might be part of it. But they're not only mean to us. The middle-aged woman leading the research team shrugged. Well, we did personally write most of the copies that are in the library. But nobody properly respects the books. We have entire teams dedicated to just cleaning and removing stains from our collection, she reminded Lotus. Don't I know it? I had to spend a whole week helping them after my botany textbook had an unfortunate mishap. The clerics all laughed, and even Carl chuckled, knowing that almost anything could have happened to the book. The day that he had met her, Lotus wanted to take Ray to go nap in the trees. For the most part, they worked in silence as the rest of the team woke up and ordered additional breakfast items. The ones that the Blue Dragon clerics had brought appeared to be mostly chosen for ease of consumption, but they didn't cover everything that the others were used to eating. Once they were done, the rest of the group all prepared to head off to the training grounds, leaving Carl with the librarians, while the beasts helped train the team. Well, not totally alone. Hawk had no intentions of going over there, though Remy was back in spirit snake form and accompanying Kara on their mission to educate the students in the proper methods of training their bodies. She wasn't going to feed them questionable resources today, as they were already advanced far enough that they would be suffering side effects. But she did have a number of nutritional beverages to help them through Thor's physique enhancement training. Today, not even the small beasts would be spared his tender, loving care. Without Karl to keep them safely entertained, they would be training with their partners for the day, and that meant they had to keep building muscles and working towards an evolution. Thor had become his strongest after he evolved and his scales changed, so, naturally, the same should be true of them young ones. Gather them all in the courtyard before you start so that I can activate the training skills on everyone. If I don't, it's mostly a wasted day anyhow. Karl reminded Thor, who was about to leave the apartment in human form. No problem. We are trying to prove to the government people that we're good at the job, the Sero agreed. It never crossed Thor's mind that being too good at your work could just lead to you being assigned even more work every time that it arrived. He was just happy to have hatchlings to train. What Sero wouldn't be? Ray was doing her best not to laugh at Karl being stuck in here with the librarians, while they got to go outside and play and watch the newbies come up with new and inventive ways to avoid hard work. Everyone did their best to slack without getting caught, and this group had proven to be quite creative with their ways of doing just enough that they didn't get in trouble. Of course, that didn't work on Ray. She just kept pushing until her senses told her that you really were about to collapse. She had a nearly perfect track record with it, and almost always managed to stop them for a break before that point. It was only when they stumbled and simply wouldn't get back up again that she had to admit defeat. Is it really that important to train a group of new recruits before they get to the academy? One of the librarians asked. In this case, yes. The Archbishop himself wants to know how far and how fast we can push various new elites, in order to build up a military force that is capable of replacing our losses during the war. We all know that the Giants aren't going to give up that easily, so we are going to need to get the number of new commander rank and higher elites up above the numbers that we have lost. He could see that the clerics were doing the quick mental math to determine if that was possible. They would need many new commanders, more than any academy group had ever counted among their ranks before, but it wasn't too far-fetched. Once the group had gathered outside the building where Karl could see them, he activated Skill Master on the students and their beasts, focused on the teachers that they would have for the day. The young beasts and their rangers were well behind the initial 5 now that the first group of acolytes had taken Remy's special potions, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't try to catch up as fast as they could. The goal for the day was to help the rangers learn their shared skill, and to work with everyone else to improve their combat abilities. But only after Thor's grueling physical stamina improvement training. It was working wonderfully and the students were adjusting rapidly, but Karl did notice that the students were not getting the initial boost in physical development that the ones who received the injection did. Karl had grown significantly while he was on the train, which was only a few days, and then again after they had reached the academy. But these students, who had all been awakened by system-linked items, were not changing in that sort of way. Instead, they were growing physically at a perfectly normal rate, but their power level was increasing steadily, as expected from the training that they were receiving. Karl turned to the clerics, who were watching the students, in case there was some visible effect from Karl's abilities. I've got a question for you. I awakened 5 of those students with system-linked reins, and 6 of them, the ones with the beasts, with quest items. But they're not getting the sudden burst of growth and physical improvement that the students normally get from the divine injection. It's been over a week, and they look the same. No signs of rapid maturation, even for Sybil, the rogue, who is years younger than the others. She's younger than we had even expected to awaken, but she shows extreme compatibility with her class, and her progress rate matches the other students. She even shows higher than usual growth rate for skill learning, but she still isn't gaining the physical boost, Karl explained. The clerics nodded. The clergy has noted that among others who were awakened that way. The working hypothesis is that the injection actually does have side effects, and that the rapid growth is one of them. It is also possible that it is not so much a side effect as a desired outcome. The divine injection was created to give power to the humans who weren't innately talented with magic. But it is a divine item, imbued with immense amounts of holy power. So, there is a chance that the holy power interprets the Archbishop's desire for powerful defenders of the faith as a need for rapid growth. Of course, the more we study, the more we will know. But the fact that it is so obvious with your group shows that it won't go unnoticed by the students once they're sent to the academy next week. The clerics began discussing the various possible outcomes among themselves. Then the oldest of them suddenly paused and began to laugh. "Sisters, we have been sidetracked. There are too many things going on today, and we are losing sight of the reasons that we came here." The head librarian was most insistent that we get some answers about the runecrafting skill, and what it entails so that we could start building a larger picture of the possible outcomes for it. "I know that we already covered the theory, but we have brought texts on the various disciplines for you to try. The most likely of them would probably be the free-form use of runes, as a runepriest would simply write them in the air, but the most practical would be the runesmith, who uses them to enhance objects. Which would you prefer to start with?" Carl considered that for a few seconds, then tapped the table with his knuckles. "I think that the ability to enhance items with runecrafting is the most viable route for me. If it does lock me into a specialty, I would prefer if it were one that allows me to enhance the items, armor and living spaces for my team. I saw runes everywhere in the old dwarven village, and some of them remained functional enough that we could light a forge fire with mana to use it as a cooking grill. That sort of utility would be a huge boon to the elites. When you're traveling, the more versatile your items are, the better. I know that we're all getting inventory spaces now, and we don't really need to carry massive backpacks and worry about weight, but there are still restrictions, and the stronger our elites get, the more utility and progression items they're going to want to carry with them." The cleric nodded and swapped the books on the table, replacing it with one that read, "A Summation of the Lost Art of Dwarven Runcerafting." Carl smiled. That choice of reading material felt right. The runes that Remy had recorded from over the forge in Graska looked just like the ones that were embossed on the cover, and slightly different from the standard runes, as they were stylized for a purpose. Carl put on the offered white gloves, and gently ran his fingers over the tome. "This is incredible craftsmanship for a book that isn't a skill book. The system makes all sorts of beautiful covers when you're making them with a skill, but this looks like it was hand-carved out of alloy. I don't know what sort of alloy this is, but it's much lighter than expected." The clerics nodded. The book was actually made by dwarves, before they left the continent after their battles with the giants. There weren't enough of them to safely hold their homelands here, and at the time we weren't strong enough as an ally to do it for them. There are records in the library if you are interested. It was a fascinating part of our history. Carl chuckled and the cleric sighed. It's far too easy to get distracted when someone actually asks us about historical knowledge. Please, continue. Carl carefully opened the book and looked at the first page. The letters were unfamiliar, but the more that he looked at them, the more sense they made. He assumed that the system would do all of the translating for him, the way that it did with spoken languages. So he simply waited, and examined the first page until it began to make sense. It didn't, at least, not in any meaningful way. But most of the language was based on runic, so Carl was slowly able to make out 2/3 of what he assumed that it was saying, and then guess at the rest. "Can you read that?" one of the clerics asked as Carl flipped to the second page. "Mostly, it's not a language that I would claim to know, and I get the feeling that I am missing a huge amount of context to the words as I read them. But I can follow the descriptions well enough to at least tell what it is talking about. Now, when we get to the technical parts, that may be much more difficult. As I said, I am missing a lot of context, so as I read through the more detailed sections, I'm going to miss even more." The first few pages were mostly just an introduction and a crude glossary, as if the writer had assumed there would be no need to flip through the book to find a particular section, and that the reader would simply read it cover to cover until it was memorized. That might be possible. That was how the mine bosses wanted them to treat the company handbook. But a professional tradesman wouldn't be quite as arrogant, Carl assumed. For a true dwarven master smith, the quality of their alloys and forging process is the key to everything. But the same cannot be said for a dwarven runemaster. While a runic dwarven weapon will always be a vast improvement on the original, greater relative gains can come from weapons that are further from the peak of perfection. As long as it lasts, the runic inscription will be just as effective on a low-quality blade as a master-crafted one. However, it is worth noting that a poor-quality blade, or an inferior blend of alloy, will simply shatter if too much power is directed through it by a runic array. None of that was a shock to Carl. What did shock Carl was the fact that it was immediately followed by a list of alloys by quality for runic weapon making, due to their compatibility with high mana flows. Of all the things that he had expected it to say, he had not expected the author to put pure silver near the top, just under mithril and a few alloys that Carl had never heard of. Obviously, it was a lousy metal for making weapons on its own, as it was soft and wouldn't hold an edge. But with runes, that could be overcome, while the high mana capacity and accessibility made it more viable than any of the complex alloys on the list. Carl made notes as he translated, in hopes that he would be able to go over them later and glean some additional meanings that he had missed the first time that he read through the book. Carl flipped the page, and found that the foreword to the novel was only that one page long. As soon as the introduction of the best metals was over, the author dove straight into the important parts of how to use the craft to improve your work. Now, if you are short of a proper dwarven forge, as may be the case while traveling, you will need to know these basics to make the tools of the less advanced species viable for use. The next page began, before being filled with scrawling and scattered runic symbol clusters in various shapes for different objects. They all appeared to be designed to enhance the strength and durability of metal objects, but the author had not just included the runes for strengthening. That seemed curious, so Carl wrote out the runes, separated into their component parts, and started trying to decipher what they all meant, and what part they played in the overall inscription. It was not going to be an easy task, Carl realized. Instead of using a spell effect as the building blocks of his work, with the strengthening layered over top, the dwarf had used a paragraph. Long rant about how humans couldn't tell impurities from rare alloys. Then it went on about how they were too frail to stand next to a forge long enough to heat metal for shaping, and too poor to afford oil for tempering. What does it all say? The cleric asked. It appears that the dwarf who wrote this was not a particular fan of the other race's crafting. It's an entire rant about how the humans can't make a decent blade, with a strengthening effect tacked on top. The cleric looked confused by what he meant, so Carl went and grabbed a pair of knives from the breakfast cart. It took him the better part of 5 minutes to write out the runes on the butter knives with a fine tip marker, but the clerics simply remained silent and waited for him to finish before they asked any more questions. See this? That's the base metal strengthening rune group. This one is what the book recommended to strengthen a human-made blade. I don't know if there is actually any difference in the effects between the two, Carl explained, gesturing between the knife with a simple rune on the handle, and the one that was entirely decorated. The cleric shrugged, then activated the runes with a gentle flow of mana. See what it takes to bend them. The kitchen will forgive us a few damaged butter knives, he suggested. The second one sure is pretty, though, one of the other clerics noted. Yes, gorgeous rune work. I can see why they would have done it that way. Even if it provided a marginal or negligible increase, it is much more pleasing to look at, and the dwarves were known to be vain about their handiwork. Carl picked up the simple strengthening rune-marked blade, and forcibly bent it in his hands. Then he repeated the process as the clerics sighed in regret at the loss. Strangely, the second blade did appear to be significantly stronger, despite not having any other activation runes in the inscription. Carl gently straightened the two blades and passed them to the clerics, who looked overjoyed to have such an interesting pair of test samples in their hands. We could test how much energy can be passed through them, but that would be destructive testing. What I am more interested in is the fact that one of the two really is stronger than the other, despite having the same active rune. Perhaps it's the intent behind them, proving the superiority of this method on human tools. Or perhaps there is some more profound meaning that I have missed with my incomplete translations. Carl explained, then moved on to the next page of the manuscript. The details there were about how to enhance elven steel for durability, as even the dwarves recognized that it had a very fine edge. Their words about the things that elves did with trees were far less polite than the insults they had hurled at the humans' craftsmanship, and Carl did his best not to laugh as he read it. Well, we can say for certain that this author was not a fan of elves. Or perhaps not a fan of their supposedly hedonistic ways. But as I don't have an elven crafted weapon to test any theories on, we can keep going. Carl translated, as the clerics dutifully copied the pages. They were blue dragon clerics. The fact that they couldn't actually read the pages would not stop them from transcribing them exactly as they appeared in the tome. One of them had some skill with runes, but not at the level of having the runecrafting skill, as the librarian had not yet had time to finish a duplicate for the others to copy. The artistry of dwarven runecrafting is not just about appearances, as many of the other races believe. In fact, the matrix of the runes, even irrelevant filler, is integral to the even distribution of the flow of power across the surface of the item. I have no idea why I'm writing this. Perhaps my memoir will be a children's book, full of facts that any small child should know, or perhaps just so that the basic knowledge is not lost if runecrafting should fall out of favor in the future. Such was the fate of golem masters, whose constructs were so durable that for 10 generations, no more needed to be made, and the basic knowledge was lost, making it nigh impossible to train new apprentices once the old masters had passed and left only their most valued tomes. Yes, that is what I shall do. Forgive the rambling of an old man as I impart to you the basics of the basics. The text went on for 2 more pages, detailing the proper ways to write runes on an item so that the effect applied evenly, the artistry behind how they wrapped a common surface, such as a hammer, vase, or armor plate. To someone of his time, it likely would have been obvious, as they would have seen it every day, and heard the tales from their parents, or their master if they were coming from a different trade. That made Carl wonder what sort of societal setup the dwarves had. Did they have something akin to a trade school, where system users could just learn a trade of their choice? Did they have masters choosing apprentices, or teaching one of their children the arts to take over their business? None of that was included in these early pages, but Carl was learning a huge amount about the functionality of dwarven sculpture, in ways that he had never even considered. In fact, the old man even included a few tidbits about how to activate golems with runes, though it was not his specialty, and he lacked a level of patience suitable for golem work, in his own words. That made Carl wonder if it might be possible for some of the mages to learn golem crafting, as a subset of rune crafting, and make armies of autonomous golems to defend small towns that didn't have much of a guard force. The clerics were thinking the same thing as they made their copies, but they were wondering if it would be possible for their brotherhood. They were the keepers of knowledge, and it would be wonderful if they could use golems, whose hands did not sweat or shake, to handle the precious tomes of their libraries. To them, it would be a dream come true. An assistant whose hands would not harm the books, who never slacked off or forgot directions. One who never needed sleep and didn't get promoted out of their assigned tasks. Then Carl flipped the page once more, moving past the old man's ranting about basic knowledge, and moving into what he called the first day of apprentice training. The diagram of what Carl first thought might be a pickaxe, but with a battle axe blade on the scoop side, took the entire page, with the description of how to place the runes on the opposite page. The 2 sides were different, as the runes were not duplicated, but wrapped around the head to give even mana flow, and stopped just short of the sharpened edge. They weren't just bare runes, though. Instead, a grid pattern had been stamped into the metal, serving as a guide for the rune work, but also turning the runes into a decorative pattern of line work that hid its true meaning, while keeping an apprentice's work on track. One of the clerics snapped his fingers. We have some of those axes. Not with the runes, but the design survived the years, and there are some in the armory. We've been using the design as a polearm, on a long spear's handle. But you could certainly cut it down to hand-axe sized. Carl nodded. Should we continue transcribing, or should we call for a delivery, and test the lesson that we are learning? That was one of the great challenges of their lives, prioritizing knowledge. We have all day, so we should at least try one sample of the art, as a proof of concept to show the others that we have been productive, and that the tome we are transcribing has value. The leader of their team reluctantly agreed. As much as he wanted to see what was on the next page, testing what was on this one was still the priority. As long as the delivery got here quickly. The delivery took nearly 10 minutes, just long enough that Carl could see the stress building on the faces of the clerics as they snacked, then carefully sanitized their hands in preparation for writing. Their dedication to cleanliness was admirable, and Carl was gaining a new respect for what it took to keep a library full of books in readable condition. But as soon as the axes arrived, along with the chisels and small hammer that would be needed to carve the runes, they were as giddy as small children in front of a candy bowl. Carl double-checked the descriptions that were in the book, then referred to the details on how much mana each alloy could transfer. These weapons were stainless steel, which was not even on the list. It was probably counted as the generic human steel alloys that were mentioned near the bottom, so Carl would be careful not to give them too much of a boost. The actual power of activation would depend on the user for this sort of weapon, unless you added something to make it always active, which Carl assumed came later in the book. The total for the weapon was only 30 runes, not more than a few lines of written text. But when you had to precisely carve it into steel, the practice was much more nerve-wracking. The book noted that depth of the carved runes would have different effects on the outcomes, so he couldn't just paint them on and call it a day without sacrificing an unknown amount of the effect. That was unfortunate, as Carl wasn't well known for his skills as a sculptor, and the intent as you were carving the runes mattered, so he couldn't just have Ray or Remy carve them for him. Fortunately, the chisels were enchanted, and given his enhanced strength, they cut through the metal with little resistance. Even without Carl using a skill. If he had coated the chisel in rend or disintegrate, he could have written the runes as easily as writing with a pen on paper. But that would come with the risk of messing it up and carving too deep, which would ruin the axe head. Definitely not worth the risk on a piece that could be completed without it. Line by line, the piece came together, and the somewhat plain axe with its dimpled surface began to take shape as a piece of metal art. Even Ray agreed that it was worth the title, and her tastes in artwork were much more particular than any of the others. Carl checked the work to ensure that he had not made any major mistakes with the runes, either in the depth of the carvings or the shapes. But this was intended for beginners such as him, and the symbols were all quite straightforward. I believe that it is done. I will first increase the level of the enchantment to awakened, and make sure that the weapon is holding up. Then I will bring it to an ascended, followed by a commander rank weapon enchantment. It's just a durability carving so that the weapon holds an edge well enough, but it should sharpen the steel to the point where it will actually cut through a commander rank plant. At least, that's how I interpreted the description. Going on half to two-thirds of what the runes might actually mean was a gamble, but if he could make commander rank or better magical weapons with a half-hour's worth of work, Carl knew that he was about to become a very wealthy man. Well, wealthier. Remy's space was beginning to regrow all fresh sprouts from what was burned away during her advancement, and her swamp was all at monarch rank now. With the resources that he had available, Carl could probably never claim poverty and expect anyone to believe him. The first bit of mana made the runes glow in a dull copper tone, and Carl smiled. Is that for the success? Your smile has a nostalgic look, one of the clerics noted. The runes advance similarly to the badges at the academy, except that the runes are black for common, bronze for awakened, silver for ascended, gold for commander. Carl explained. I see that the runes really did turn bronze when you brought them to the awakened rank. Fascinating. I wonder if that was a hidden meaning in the badges themselves. The Archbishop decreed that they were the colors to be used, but most of us never questioned it, as bronze, silver and gold are the standard progression for awards of all sorts. Do we have something to test on? Carl asked, then realized that he was the one with the test materials. A branch borrowed from Thor's space, from a durable commander rank bush, should be enough to test it. It was flexible, but strong enough that a regular blade wouldn't cut it. Awakened rank might not be enough either, but it would serve as a reliable test sample. I will try with this. First, with a regular blade, if someone has one, Carl informed the group. One of the clerics handed him a dagger, and Carl sliced at the branch, scratching the bark, but not doing any real damage. Then again with the axe, slicing across the same way he had used the dagger. That cut through the bark with moderate force, but only scratched the wood inside. The clerics nodded, and then made entire pages of notes on the test. One of them put a barrier on the countertop, and Carl set the branch down to hack at it with the axe, using what he hoped was a regular human strength. He was basing it off Dana shoving him, so it should be close enough. The axe made chips in the wood, and would eventually cut through the branch, but not efficiently. Yes, I believe we can call that suitable for an awakened rank blade. The lead researcher agreed. Wonderful. Now, to ascended rank, and I will repeat the process. As he increased the mana input, the runes turned from bronze to silver, shining on the dull metal of the axe head. They didn't glow, but they were clearly silver, and not polished steel. At that point, Carl was certain the weapon could be sold for a decoration, even if it wasn't as effective as he was hoping. Ascended scratched the wood much more easily, and took solid chunks when swung as an axe, but it still took a half-dozen hits to cut through the branch. You know, this test is giving me a whole new appreciation for the value of a cleric's blessing on the weapons of the line soldiers. The ones without superhuman strength or magic. Just one rank higher, and the effect is so much more noticeable, even while using the same amount of strength. Now, on to commander rank. The runes turned golden as he increased the power once more, and the whole axe head appeared to smooth its surface, gleaming like polished stainless steel in the light of the kitchen. A gentle swing of the axe cut right through the thin branch, carried mostly by the weight of the weapon itself. Gentlemen, we have a winner. The weapon has undergone a qualitative improvement as commander rank, and it cuts through commander rank wood with ease. Against awakened rank monsters, this level of enchanted weapon should be immediately lethal. The Blue Dragon clerics looked at each other with excitement. This was something that they could do. If they had runecrafters trained, they could copy this and make commander rank weapons, as long as they were powerful enough. It would be immensely time-consuming to provide them to the entire army, but they could provide higher quality weapons to the academy and the new students. Carl was thinking the same thing. He had 11 students in total, between the Acolytes and the Beast Rangers team. 11 weapons was a day's work, but he could manage that without any major complaints. Should we go further and see the extent of the capabilities of our modern steel? Carl asked. It should be more durable than ancient steel, unless it was from a system-enabled period of history. We don't actually know when this book was written, and there hasn't been any mention of the system in it, only of crafting skills. So, it could be from nearly any point in the past, the team leader noted. More durable doesn't always mean more mana-compatible, though. This alloy probably wasn't in use at the time, so we may have to continue to study which alloys are the most suitable in the modern era. One of the others added, sparking a small argument about which alloys should be tested first, after they had their own runecrafters trained. Carl let them argue as he began to inscribe the other axe, making an identical copy. One of the two was going to be destroyed by the testing, and he was certain that the clerics would want one brought back as a sample for whatever sort of presentation they were going to have to give to their superiors. The final consensus was that they might have to bring back some of the old alloys, the ones which had silver mixed into them, or other precious metals. That was not good for the utility of a non-magical weapon, but for one with runes on it, the change could be critical. By the time that they finished arguing about the answer, Carl had already finished the other weapon, and the delivery man had brought him a whole pile of short swords and daggers for the students. We are ready. Please begin to upgrade the blade. The clerics announced in unison, then began to laugh at their synchronized thoughts. Carl slowly added mana density to the test weapon, and the runes began to turn from gold to a shimmering amethyst purple, which filled the carved runes like a solid gemstone. It was absolutely exquisite. Just as the transformation finished, Carl stopped adding more power, leaving the weapon at the lowest possible royal rank power level. That was enough to prove the point, and he wanted to see if the weapon was going to remain stable. The clerics began to cast spells on it, and turn it carefully in their white-gloved hands as they studied it. Then one went to the phone on the wall and made a call. I have summoned a royal rank warrior to us. They will be able to test it in the basement training room without fear of overpowering the enchantment accidentally. Then we can see how it will react to having a skill used as an overlay to the runes. That will be the most telling part of our trials, the cleric explained. Carl nodded. Then I will bring this other axe to mid-commander rank. Please summon a commander as well, in case the first test fails. Or even if it doesn't, so that we can see if there are any hidden stability issues. Carl wasn't sure if the response could have been more excited, even if he had told them that they were celebrating every national holiday on the same day. The clerics were overjoyed, practically vibrating with energy, and sorting through piles of cameras and sensor equipment in the backpacks they had left by the door. The two elites came running only minutes later, prepared for combat or some other emergency. Relax, it's just a weapons test. The blue dragon gets a bit excited about new knowledge, Carl warned them. A weapons test? The shorter of the two men asked. Carl pointed to the axes on the table, and the two elites began to visibly freak out about the presence of the magical artifacts. Where did you find these? Commander rank and higher weapons are so difficult to come across, even in the dungeon. Is that really a royal rank blade? Dragon gods, that is beautiful. The royal rank warrior gushed. An experimental royal rank weapon. We don't know if it's stable enough for regular use yet. What we need you to do is follow us to the training area, and see how they do when you actually use them, especially with higher ranking skills, Carl explained. Certainly. What will we be using them on? I doubt that the standard training dummies will hold up to repeated hits at royal rank, the warrior noted. You will be using them on me, or more correctly, on my barrier. That way the dummies shouldn't be mangled with every hit, and we can continue to stress test the alloy used in the weapons, Carl explained. No need to tell them that it was just a regular axe whose appearance was altered by the empowered runes. The two elites took their rank-matched weapons, and were immediately ushered out the door by the hypergroup of clerics. Carl was beginning to think that all clerics were secretly nerds, but they all just had different things that set them off. Red dragon clerics got all mushy and maternal around orphans. Green clerics were constantly looking to go interact with nature, and as Carl could clearly see, giving blue dragon clerics new knowledge to test was better than any sugar rush. In fact, they were nearly as worked up as Lotus when she saw that Remy and Kara had advanced. It was far more entertaining to watch than Carl had expected, and he had to jog to keep up to their pace, so he didn't miss the elevator. The two volunteers were dragged out of the elevators before the doors had even opened. Then the clerics realized that they needed Carl to let them into the training rooms, which were locked to all but the residents of the building, or those with passes. Carl selected the first room, and had it bring out a pair of dummies, which were charged to his account, in case they were destroyed during training. Then Carl realized that he didn't actually need the dummies, he could have his guardian or one of the Lamia bodyguards do the job instead. But it felt much more formal and controlled to just put an eternal lightning barrier over the dummies. After all, the bodyguards were intelligent creatures, and asking them to let someone hack at them with an axe was just rude. Let's start with the royal rank weapon. The barrier on the training dummy is monarch ranked, and I will refresh it between hits, so there is no need to hold back on your skills, Carl explained. You seem quite confident that I can't take it down in one strike, the warrior noted. I am. You will understand once you actually hit it. It's much more than a guard skill or an introductory level mage barrier. The warrior didn't look convinced, but the barrier was a challenge to his might as an elite, so he put his all into a sunder attack that sent out a glowing green arc of blade energy toward the dummy. The signs on the wall of the training ground read the maximum energy peak, the same standard that the nation used to judge advancements, though it wasn't really a great indicator of actual damage output. It was a mid-royal rank energy signature, so there was no doubt about the effort. But the real question was whether the weapon would hold up to it. Eternal lightning had briefly flickered at the hit, but nothing close to failing, which made the warrior frown in annoyance. There was a larger gap between his stage of royal and the entry to monarch than he had thought. The clerics rushed over to examine the weapon, and noted that there was a tiny chip in the blade of the axe that they hadn't recorded earlier. Please do that again, repeatedly, until either the barrier fails or the weapon does, they instructed. Carl focused on keeping the barrier up, and the warrior began to hack at the dummy with all his might. He cycled through different attack skills, testing them for effectiveness. But what he didn't see, but Carl could, was that every strike was chipping and cracking the weapon a bit more until a sunder attack split the axe deep enough that it damaged a rune, and the weapon went dark. Damn it, I almost had the barrier down. The warrior panted, exhausted from the effort. Carl nodded. That was quite the effort. If I didn't have such a large mana reserve, the barrier certainly would have failed first. Unfortunately for our tests, that still means that royal rank is beyond the capability of that alloy. It held up during enchantment, and for a few minutes of use. But a few minutes of use are not going to pass muster for military procurement, or even training use at the academy. Fortunately, we have a commander rank user, and he can go wild as soon as my energy level has recovered. The clerics nodded, while the commander frowned. How long will that be? I can ask for a mage friend of mine to come over and assist. Carl waved off his concern. Give me 2 minutes and I will be good to go again. My barrier recovers stamina. Being 2 ranks above you, the draw on my barrier won't be as bad as it was for the last test. The commander nodded in understanding. 2 ranks was a nearly insurmountable advantage for most elites, especially the warrior class, who didn't often get an overpowered cheat ability that would let them fight significantly stronger opponents one-on-one. Carl nodded and gestured to the dummy once he was sure that he had enough mana again, and the clerics double-checked all their recording equipment, then waited patiently with their pencils in hand for the test to start. The warrior put all his might into a cleave attack on the barrier, and then stepped back so that they could check the weapon for damages. Even to Carl's eyes, there didn't appear to be any stress points, cracks or fractures in the gold-inlaid weapon, and the power appeared undiminished. There are no flaws detected. Please do continue until you are exhausted, or there is a weapon failure, the lead cleric instructed. Carl watched carefully as the warrior began to hack at the barrier, and noted something fascinating. The weapon absorbed a little bit of each attack's energy, refreshing itself. He couldn't say whether it was tempering itself with use, but it was certain that continued usage would prevent the runes from discharging. As long as a skill was passed through it on a regular basis, the weapon should remain empowered indefinitely. That was much better than having to send it to a specialist to reactivate it, or having to teach everyone who bought one the technique to bring the runes to life. The commander was panting and sweating heavily after 15 minutes of steady attacks, but he didn't give up until the half-hour point, when his knees began to shake with exhaustion. Once the clerics took the weapon away for examination, Carl cast Eternal Lightning on both volunteers, allowing the skill to refresh their stamina so they could at least make it safely home again once the clerics were done with them. Flawless. If anything, the weapon appears to be in even better condition than when we started. There are no signs of wear or damage, and the runes are fully empowered. They are also at a slightly higher standard than when you began using the weapon, so they have adjusted to your own peak power, not just where they were set. Carl frowned. So, it may be possible to overload the weapons if a more powerful user passes an incredibly powerful skill over them. The clerics looked up from their notes. That is a possibility. If we had more samples, we could test that more thoroughly. The difference between where it started and where it is now is less than 3%, so there is a chance that it is a natural process, where the runes are finding equilibrium after use. The commander cast a longing look at the weapon in the hands of the clerics, but everyone knew that he wasn't getting that one back. He had gotten to test it, but they would be taking it back to the temple as part of their research project, where it would be subjected to weeks or months of scrutiny before being filed away in the library as an exhibit or evidence of a theory. They also knew that Carl could make another, as they had gleaned that much information from the ramblings of the clerics, but asking an unknown monarch, who might be one of the nation's hidden assets, to make them a new weapon was an expensive proposition. Neither of them knew Carl, but he was a monarch already, so he was probably older than he looked, and deliberately hidden from the public. That was the logical conclusion for any elite when they met a powerhouse that was not in the public eye. The idea that Carl simply advanced too fast to make a public reputation for himself didn't even cross their minds. Thank you both for your time. We will keep you updated with the progress of this project, and put you first in line when additional units become available for distribution, as a reward for your assistance. The lead cleric informed the volunteers he had called. Thank you, librarian. The warriors responded in unison, using the Blue Dragon cleric's preferred honorific. They left the training area, and the clerics gathered around the two weapons, comparing notes to ensure that there was nothing overlooked before they returned to the apartment to continue their studies. At this rate, they would probably end up making multiple attempts at new weapons during the day, which would greatly slow their progress rate at reading and transcribing the book. However, the outcomes and new knowledge gained from practically testing the lessons was so much more valuable than the efficiency. Knowing that the lessons worked on the mass-produced weapons they already had was going to revolutionize the arming of soldiers once they had enough craftsmen. Now, what does it tell us to try next? This was a wonderful success, so there should be a next step up, right? Perhaps we could obtain some real silverware to test the runes on. The lead cleric noted. Carl smiled and tried not to laugh at the thought. A royal-ranked combat butter knife was possibly the most excessive and unnecessary item that he could imagine. Though, he could reshape it into a throwing knife or a dirk with his fingers before enchanting, as the silver was so soft compared to his strength, and a barrier would protect his hands. But the clerics had a better idea. There were ceremonial silver daggers in the cathedral, and they had a large supply of them. The White Dragon's healing clerics carried them at all times, as they were used in wedding rituals and to open holy water during burial rituals. The metal was supposed to be great for the purpose of runecrafting, so they requested that a half-dozen be delivered to the apartment for testing. That naturally brought even more clerics who were wondering what the Blue Dragon adherents were up to, and then they brought acolytes to help them take notes, until Carl's apartment was packed with blue and white robed researchers. Should we move this to the training center downstairs? Carl suggested as he realized that he would be working on a metal plate placed on the kitchen table, surrounded by clerics. That would be less convenient. It is customary to let others work in and not monopolize the space, as there are limited time slots available. I promise, we won't bump you or interfere with your work. One of the new arrivals informed him in a gentle, musical tone that immediately put Carl on guard. Her voice was lovely, but there was something about it that was triggering his danger response. Carl turned to look at the speaker, but she appeared to be an ordinary ascended rank priestess. Cute, in a girl next door sort of way, and very approachable in appearance. For a moment, he was going to shrug off his concern, then she smiled and spoke again. I am part siren. You can likely feel the lingering magic in my voice. I don't take offense, all the stronger elites notice it right away. She explained softly, her voice too low for the vast majority of the room to hear. That gave Carl a great idea. Do you have a metal instrument on you? He asked. She nodded, then handed him a small silver flute with the mark of the clergy on the end cap. Carl picked up his tools and carefully engraved the strengthening runes on it, skipping the elaborate bits of insult and the wrapped format, which would interfere with the keys. He was sure it was possible to work around that, or include them in the design, but he hadn't read that far yet, and he had no idea how it would work. But with a simple runic phrase meaning beautiful music added to the strengthening runes, Carl slowly added mana until the runes vanished, then turned gold. There was no restriction that he could feel, so he went one step further, and brought it to royal rank, where the runes turned amethyst purple. "Do you know any magic that uses music?" Carl asked as he finished. The cleric nodded. "There is an area healing song that all the White Dragon clerics know. I can perform it with the flute, but it's not a strong magic. Mostly, the church uses it to have people leave feeling refreshed and a bit less sore after a sermon." Carl nodded slowly and realized that he knew the song. They played it at the end of every sermon at the church at home. He just hadn't realized that it was magic. Or it might not have been magic in a place as rural as the lithium mines, but it could be magic when the right cleric was doing it. "Please, play the song for us, and tell the librarians if there are any differences in the outcome." The happy tune from the flute had all the clerics swaying along and humming the words as the siren played. Carl could feel the healing magic seeping into his bones, and see the weariness of some of the older clerics fading away as the tune progressed. That was real magic, of the sort any bard would be envious of. It wasn't in the book, at least not the parts he had read, but magical instruments for the bard classes might help them regain a bit of respect from the other elites, who mostly viewed them as comedy relief, or a sideshow. The song finished, and the clerics all clapped for the performance. "Thank you for your assistance. I am certain that your Blue Dragon following kinfolk have many questions for you, and you can negotiate when you will meet with them." The white-robed girl giggled. She would be playing her flute all day and night for them, just so they had a large enough sample for their studies. But it was a lot more fun for a cleric who was part siren to play music than to study healing herbs and poultice techniques that saved on mana use. Let's move on to the next page and see what the book has in store for us. We now know that the standard mass-produced weaponry can be enchanted to commander rank with these runes without failing in the short term, and that a silver flute can sustain the royal rank. But there is so much left to learn, as we're only on the second page of this dwarven crafting book. "My brothers and sisters," one of the clerics was explaining to the new arrivals. They had originally thought that the trick was a new skill or lost art that Carl was employing, but those closest to the workspace had already realized that they were testing knowledge from a book. Carl flipped the page again and began to read the runic writing and make notes of the translation as he understood it, while a half-dozen clerics made exact copies of the book, to be able to more effectively spread its wealth of knowledge. I would assume that you have either learned the basics as a child, or tested the earliest pages of my tome, so I will continue in sequence. Now that you know how to create an array of runes that spreads the effect evenly over an item, remember one simple fact. No matter what else you write, it must not be contradictory to the intent of the primary runes. Even if the phrase is used in a different context, words that counter the active rune will reduce its effect. As such, many of my peers have taken to writing positive affirmations on their work, as asinine as such a practice might be. Now, our next lesson is to compound the effects so that you can build upon the original effect. There are three basic categories of runic compounding. First, is using effects that may be compounded into a single rune. Simple concepts like giant wall of destruction, and the modifying rune for strength, or expansion, flow smoothly into one coherent rune. The second category are linked runes. Ones that would logically be spoken after each other. Done that way, you can create a complex rune without worrying about excessive failure rates when the item is used by amateurs or inferior minds. The third, and most controversial, are the decorative arrays. The ones that are designed to make a specific effect that doesn't flow with the nature of magic. These are normally the most complex, and are viewed as masterpieces due to the versatility of their use. We will cover those much later in this tome, or perhaps in another. What runecrafter wishes to duplicate human or elven magic anyhow? Preposterous. Included as an example of the first stage. I will have to assume that if you are going through this book, you do at least read Dwarven properly. If you do, this should be simple enough. Just make a compound phrase and place it on your target. Carl examined the runes on the other page, and found that what the dwarf had included was a variable output light source. That was useful, but they had electricity here, so it was not at the top of Carl's list of useful items the way that it would have been for any other nation. Remy giggled. "Oh, I get how this works. See, this symbol means giant ball of fuck that thing in particular. Put that on a blade, I want to see what happens. From her spot on the training field, Kara chimed in with her opinion. I don't know what Sister Remy is making, but I approved this message. Come show me later. Carl chuckled. I'm not certain that you're supposed to use modern human slang to modify the runes in Dwarven. But, the way that Remy wrote it, the phrase also means to make the target cease to exist. That should be a viable spell effect. It wasn't quite a destruction or disintegration effect. In fact, it wasn't really specified. But intent was a large part of the activation of a spell. I will test this theory with a different rune than the one in the book, unless someone needs a magical flashlight. Carl informed the clerics. That's fine. We can keep to the theme of weapons. Do you read this language well enough? Or is the runic part different enough from the written that your skill covers it? The leader of the original Blue Dragon research team asked. The runecrafter's runic language is different from the tome's written language, but it shares the majority of the alphabet, as it were. So, I'm much more confident in the actual work than my translation of the descriptive contents. Carl agreed. Remy's rune ended with an arrow-shaped symbol, so Carl arranged them down the length of both sides of a dagger, then activated the Silver Blade's enchantment until the runes turned amethyst. The clerics immediately realized that they had made a mistake. They needed to test it in the training room, as it couldn't be done in here. But they had already given up the room, and now there were too many of them to conveniently watch. Carl smiled. Send a small group down for testing, and you can have them report back. You only need one person at royal rank to use the weapon at its full potential. If the warriors are still nearby, you can call them back. Acolytes were sent running to retrieve the warriors, who were out in front of the building, smoking and talking quietly about what they had seen. We will report back on the results. Do we get to know what to expect in advance, or is this a blind test? The oldest of the white-robed clerics asked. That's a fun idea. We should do a blind test. I will make another at commander rank. Do not tell him what it does. But give this note to the royal rank warrior so that he knows. Do we have someone who can create a strong enough barrier, or am I going to have to go down with you? Carl asked. The old cleric shook his head. I will borrow a friend from upstairs. He's napping now, but he's an overlord-ranked spellblade. That should be a strong enough barrier for any sort of testing that they might do. I will accompany them. I want to see what my rune does, Remy insisted. I will send Remy, my Naga queen, to accompany you as well. Remy transformed into her larger form, as she had been sunning herself on a rock in snake form, watching her home regrow, and prepared to head out. She even had a notebook with her to make detailed notes in case it was relevant to her own advancement. She had been stuck a while on the development of new totems or improvements on the ones that she had already made. Her library survived her advancement intact, but none of the books she had gone through so far had been able to help her in her search. Something would trigger a breakthrough eventually, and Carl's runes might be just the thing, even if they weren't the same language as the ones she used. Carl flipped the page as the group headed out to obtain the assistance of the Spellblade, and found that the next page was more examples of the same concept. If they had flipped the page first, they could have just copied the ones here, as many were intended for weapons. But testing Remy's creativity was also an important aspect. She was working on upgraded totems, and for that, she needed to expand her knowledge of runes and shamanistic magic. The clerics were dutifully copying everything, while Carl made notes of the different ways that the same words were being used and linked between the various examples. The master who had created this really knew how to make things easy to understand, and Carl was already getting the hang of how the runes should be best compounded for the effects that the dwarf was trying to explain. Some of that was surely his runecrafting skill filling in the blanks with the knowledge that it contained, but the tome was making no attempt to be condescending towards the reader, or unnecessarily complex. If the author knew that it would be read by humans, he would have certainly been much harsher with his words. The team was down in the basement now, with the same two warriors. Both were overjoyed to get to test more weapons, even if this blind testing was strange. They didn't know if it was intended for newbies to use the weapon without introduction, or if it were to prevent the weapons from being used by their enemies. But the commander, who had been given no instructions except to use the blade to attack the barrier, was ready to start. He lunged forward with a thrust and sent power surging through the commander-rank dagger. On contact, a 2-meter explosion of magic erupted, throwing him backwards across the room with its force. Remy doused him with a healing splash spell, and the warrior spluttered as cold water was tossed in his face. Thanks, I think. he muttered as he got to his feet. Remy nodded happily, and continued taking notes. The mage that they had recruited was doing his best not to laugh. Well, we can say for certain that it is likely intended to be a ranged ability. My guess is that it's some sort of arcane blast. It felt like, this when a warrior uses it. That same sort of converted energy, not raw mana. But the explosion engulfed the entire target, he noted. Yes, it worked exceptionally well. There was very little wasted. Just enough to cover the whole target, Remy agreed. The mage nodded in agreement, while the clerics turned to him for translation, as Remy was speaking Serpent. It's in my notes. The mage shrugged. He was here for the barrier and his curiosity about the new weapons, not to translate for clerics who failed foreign language class. The royal rank warrior treated it as a short-ranged attack, and flicked the dagger out in a thrusting attack to send the attack forward in a piercing motion. The attack didn't have a visual effect between him and the target, but the same explosion occurred, shaking him on his feet. The commander stared at the target in confusion. It really did just look like had hit the target from all sides at once, then rebounded off the shielding to create the blast. It wasn't innately an explosive effect, that was a side effect of failure. If it worked, the target should be obliterated from all directions. The clerics motioned to the royal rank warrior. Please see if the weapon is damaged by continued usage. We don't detect any signs of flaws or damage from the first strike. The mage held up his hand. First, I would like to see what happens when a cleric uses that dagger. I know it's among the weapons your god approves of. A high priest was tasked with the duty, using the commander rank dagger with a dismissive flick, as if slashing across the face of the target from a distance. The effect this time was a golden glow that rebounded off the barrier with a glare of holy light, instead of a physical force. Fascinating. The effect isn't defined, only the outcome. So, it appears the way that the user thinks of it. Or perhaps a certain way, depending on the class of the user. We will have to do more study on that later. I don't suppose that you would be able to provide a few of those for my tower to study? He asked. Probably not today. But in the near future, we certainly will be able to include your spellblades in the research process. In fact, we will soon have runecrafting books available, and you might be able to get one of your people included in the test group. The aging cleric agreed. The spellblade nodded. I have a few disciples within the tower who have not yet taken a crafting skill specialty. They're still awakened rank, but that gives them time to grow. Much better than teaching this old folk, I suppose. The old cleric smiled. It's a trade-off. We all want the strongest results right away, but how many of our people make it to commander rank without having picked a specialty? Every new thing that we learn from the system disrupts centuries of practice and the balance of skills that we have accepted as optimal. The spellblade chuckled. I heard from Prince Corbin that the runecrafter who made these daggers is a monster in every sense of the word except his personality. The old cleric shrugged. This is the first I have met him, but he seems quite agreeable. The royal rank warrior frowned. You say that he's a monster, but he also seemed like a friendly sort of person to me. The old mage just shook his head. That's not what I mean. He's barely 16 years old. He made Monarch in 2 years after the injection, and I have it on good authority that he managed to knock out a Tortullan monk in a fistfight during the challenge for the new commander rank dungeon. The commander rank warrior laughed. I heard about that as well. I was sent there later in the day, but it was the talk of the camp. Plus, the Naga Queen, Remy I believe he said her name was, is part of his team of bonded beasts. Remy nodded and made a note for them, as only the mage spoke her language. Don't tell him. He's already got an inflated ego. But when it comes to fighting, there aren't many who can match his power. Even if you disregard the fact that he's basically immortal. It's probably better that nobody ever taught him martial arts or blade skills. The team did a double take when they read that. Immortal? Remy nodded happily. Trollish regeneration and limited invulnerability, so he doesn't burn. The spellblade whistled in appreciation, while the warriors shook their heads in dismay. That's just unfair. I swear that the rare classes are actually a cheat code. Remy wholeheartedly agreed with that. At the same rank, she could probably beat up either of these warriors, and she was just one part of the team. Plus, she wasn't even the scary one in combat. That was Ray, or maybe Kara, depending on how you looked at it. While the research team in the basement was pounding away at the barrier, load testing the weapons to ensure their stability, Carl was moving on to the next pages in the book. The page full of examples of compound runes was dutifully copied, and the listed options were giving Carl ideas on how to make more useful sorts of items, things that would improve on what technology was already doing and make life easier. For example, it would take very little effort to inscribe a flat rock with proper runes to make it into a heating element, in place of a camp stove. They could even do it with a thin piece of aluminum for a lightweight camping stove that didn't require carrying fuel or finding firewood. There were magical options already, but they were all unaffordable for the majority of young elites. I would like to test something if we have a moment. Reading the page gave me an idea. Can someone please bring me the roll of tinfoil from the kitchen, or a similar lightweight metal sheet? Carl requested. The clerics looked confused, but they brought him the tinfoil without asking any questions. Carl folded it over a dozen layers thick, then pressed it into a flexible but somewhat durable sheet. Earth barrier. Made a stamp with the runes he wanted to be arranged on the sheet. Then Carl carefully made the negative of the stamp and squished the sheet between them. A light pulse of mana as he focused on the ability to make a variable heat source activated the runes in a light bronze color, while the clerics watched in wonder. Please place that on the stove and activate it to a medium cooking heat. I want to see if tinfoil is durable enough for the spell, Carl explained. The foil cast a bronze glow through the kitchen as the lucky cleric started the test, and Carl could feel the heat growing in the room. After a few minutes, the cleric let it fade, and the clerics began to cheer. That is brilliant. It's a travel stove. If a runecrafter can stamp that out of a proper metal sheet, we can eliminate the fuel canisters from the standard travel kit, and save nearly 2 kilos in weight. Well, that's not as vital now that more are getting access to an inventory, but still. It's 2 kilos of weight that we don't need to carry, and it won't run out on the 5th day, the tester announced. One of the white-robed clerics turned to Carl with a notebook and pencil ready. Your group spent long durations on the road. Did that hardship inspire this development? Carl chuckled and shook his head. No, I have flaming body as a skill, so I just use it on my sword and use that as a grill. We haven't gathered firewood since I was ascended rank. The cleric sighed. You really do have it easy. Is there anything that your group can't do? Carl shrugged. We don't have portal or an equivalent skill yet. Other than that, we're pretty well rounded. You should see some of the dinners that we come up with, both a red and green cleric along. They can both use advanced food creation spells. It's positively gourmet compared to travel rations. And you have multiple kinds of golems to keep guard at night, so you can all sleep. Is it true that your bodyguards are sentient? That would make things so much easier. One of the other white-robed clerics asked. Yeah, they're remarkably intelligent. Both mine and Remy's are capable as night guards, as they can all see in the dark. With no need to sleep, they aren't even groggy on night watch. But the real benefit to a good night's sleep is Ray. Her hammocks and tents are the best. The Blue Dragon clerics were giving meaningful looks at the book Carl was ignoring, urging him to get back on track and read through now that they were finished copying the pages. The next page covered the use of the runic phrases, the runes that would flow naturally into each other when spoken out loud. That was actually easier than coming up with runes that would naturally link with each other and create a coherent effect. But as Carl read through the description page, he realized that was not the goal of the dwarves when they made items. They didn't deliberately give the items a specified effect. Their usual was closer to Remy's idea of simply expressing a desire for the outcome. Trying to make a specific effect would fall under the third category of unlinked runes, which they looked down on. But doing it this way, he could make an equivalent of the giant strength runes with very little trouble, or use some of the ambient mana to boost spell effects. There were a few examples on the page, and more on the following too, when Carl checked them. One of them was to create and amplify an impact ability. It was similar in function to crushing blows, but apparently intended for forging difficult metals that couldn't be rendered too close to liquid without destroying the properties of the alloy. In fact, the phrasing in the example even mentioned that it was going to be placed on a hammer. Does anyone have a war hammer, or a mace of some sort? Carl asked. One of the white-robed clerics handed over a war pick, a long-handled hammer with a spike on the back, and Carl began the process of deciding how to wrap the runes properly around its head. It was just a common-grade magical weapon made by the church, with a mild dose of holy energy, so Carl decided to incorporate that into the runes. Amplifying the holy magic flowing through the weapon should improve the effect with minimal input. After a few minutes of careful carving, the process was complete, at the commander rank, and Carl passed it back. Please take that downstairs and test the effect. I am quite certain that the God of knowledge is eager to see how it turned out." The cleric sighed as he realized that he had just been volunteered to make reports for the librarian and her assistants, but this was his personal weapon, so he didn't see a reason he couldn't keep it when they were done, even if it was now enhanced to a level well above his rank. The next few dozen pages were all descriptive ones, describing techniques for using the runes. The translation was questionable, as many of the words appeared to be dwarven technical terms, but they were faithfully copied to the duplicate tomes. Carl was quite certain that he was missing the majority of the depth of these descriptions, but every page brought new revelations, and the dwarven runes were getting easier to read with every passing page. By noon, he was rarely needing to refer to his knowledge of runecrafting to guess what a word meant, but he was the only one who was improving at that sort of speed. The scribes were falling further behind his comprehension of the translations with every page, and Carl was beginning to hope that he would find a new technical section again soon, so he could make an item and let them rest before they drove him insane. His translations were making the clerics increasingly excited about the new knowledge, and they had many ideas on how this could be used to improve the weapons that they were already making with basic runes on them. They didn't have runecrafters in their ranks, but some of the runes were used in other enchanting processes, including the ones they used to make weapons for the church. Carl turned another page and found that the topic had taken a hard turn somewhere, as if the author had gotten bored with the previous explanation. Improvised runecrafting. Not all rune-crafted items need to be permanent. The most obvious case of this is the spirit shamans of the various species. The cleric types who specialize in using runes to cast their magic and drive off troublesome evil forces. But there are other options as well. For example, painted on runes will work as well as carved in many cases where you are not concerned about them being damaged, though without the third dimension, the effect is far weaker. Alternately, those with elemental magic, such as the Forge Masters or the Earth Shamans, can create the runes with their elemental magic, and add a more profound meaning to their spells. An Earth Shaman might engrave the rune of destruction into a mine wall to carve away the rock between themselves and the next vein. A Forge Master might create the runes in the ash pile of a makeshift forge to bring it up to the needed standard. Or they might place the rune in the foam of cheap tavern ale to increase the liquor content and improve the taste to a tolerable level. That caught the interest of everyone who read the translation. None of them had considered that was even an option. Would that be a sort of creation spell? Perhaps a transmutation? And what element did that even fall under? Every traveler had suffered nearly inedible local beverages in the past, but the dwarf seemed to mention it in passing, as if it should be common knowledge. Once the pages were copied, Carl moved on, and found that the comment really had been in passing, as the examples that were drawn and described were simple single compounded runes. The destruction rune for carving rock was given with 4 different variations, depending on what sort of blasting work you intended to do with it, while the provided heating rune for the makeshift forge was similar to the one Carl had used for the portable stove, but with modifiers for much higher intensity. Writing the rune in the ash was brilliant, Carl decided. Normally, you worried about heat damage to the object. But ash was already burnt, and the forge wouldn't harm it. So, you could create intense heat with a seemingly unimpressive pile of ash to the point that the limiting factor was the construction of the forge itself. Presumably, the Forge Masters would have magic for that as well. But it was the versatility of these temporary runes that was getting the clerics all worked up. If you could just write the effect you wanted, wouldn't you be an instant archmage? Carl knew that there was going to be some sort of limitation on complex runic phrases, like when he tried to compound advanced skills with skill merger, but for simple effects, there was no real reason that he shouldn't be able to use runes to activate them at his current power level if he wasn't worried about destroying the carrier. Oh, that is a brilliant idea. I will try it with an icicle. Remy insisted as she heard Carl's thoughts on the matter. How did the testing go? The warriors are tired. You should have cast a Thor barrier on them, but they will be fine soon, and the weapons are both undamaged. We also tested the higher grade weapon with the weaker warrior, and it makes a difference, but not enough to call it a royal rank effect the way that our advanced skills were when we were commanders. A few seconds later, Remy giggled. The clerics look funny waving around an icicle like a wand. But the rune works. For some reason, it makes the icicle melt, even though it's not fire magic. I will have to work on that. Carl tried not to laugh at the words nobody else in the room could hear. I think that it's using up the mana from the icicle to activate the spell. How is the power output compared to their rank? Oh, you're right. It's better than expected. I made a monarch rank icicle for the task, and it melted, but if the extra mana is going to the spell, it makes sense. That also made her wonder if she could make a higher density item, with more mana, to make the item more useful to lower powered creatures. Like a portable smashing post that would transfer some stamina to the user on impact. Brother Thor would love to have that for his trainees. Across the park, at the training grounds, the beasts and their trainees were causing quite a scene. Though, it wasn't really fair to blame it on the beasts. Firstly, the Lightning Sparrow group had all grown to the size of large dogs, while the Moorcats were already the size of a mountain lion, weighing well over 100 kilos after only a week of quality feed and hard training. The regenerative sprints were doing them all worlds of good, and the physique of even the mage class trainee, Owen, was phenomenal. But more importantly, the overlords had joined them to help with the trainees, passing along as much of their knowledge as possible in the few remaining days that they had. The majority of the team from the Special Forces cadets was very close to reaching the awakened rank, thanks to their beasts, and Nikki the Tiger Monk was already there. Today, they had gathered over 200 soldiers who wanted in on the training, and Thor was happy to help them with his barriers as they ran laps up and down the bleachers. They weren't elites and they would not advance, no matter how much training, but they were rapidly gaining muscle mass and physical stamina that would save countless lives on the battlefield. The same Red Dragon High Priest that had met Carl after he altered the trial instance had come to watch as well, and assist Tessa in training Joan, their new acolyte. It had been agreed that instead of the seminary academy, she would go with the old man to the academy, where he would train her personally, and they would do the duties of the church for the students. Healing, support spells, guidance. The natural roles of the war clerics. You know, Sister Tessa, the number of skills that these students have already learned is incredibly impressive. Not just from using the points they gained in battle, but the ones that they have learned through hard work. To think that just a change in teaching methods would make such a large difference. He whispered, not wanting to stroke the ego of the students. Tessa smiled at her senior. It's not just a teaching method, but a teaching skill. Or, rather a group of skills stacked to help them learn, along with a load of high-grade resources for the beasts. But I had an idea the other night. You know how the Drake riders have a huge advantage in combat due to their mounts, even without the system? We should implement the same program on a limited scale. The Lightning Sparrow forces will be essential to the defense of soldiers and elites, but if we had a group of griffins or manticores, we would have flying scouts with high-ranked combat potential as well. The High Priest smiled. And where do you suggest that we find these volunteers? Tessa winked. I hear that there are numerous rangers who lost their bonded partners in battle. It's a common occurrence for them, and they can bond a replacement. So if we can find a way to bond them to a flying magical beast, or evolve a regular animal into a flying magical beast, wouldn't we have a shortcut to train flying troops? The High Priest smirked. Well, it's not possible for them to bond a magical beast in a conventional way, but I have considered that there might be a shortcut. It's not as glamorous as a chimera, but are you familiar with the giant red-winged butterfly? It comes from a common caterpillar that is exposed to the right stimulus during its evolution period. I suggested it once before, but the army shot down my idea as pointless, as the giant red-winged butterfly has no attack or defensive skills. But if it can cause a class advancement, and the rangers already have skills that let their pet use attacks, wouldn't that become a small issue? Tessa chuckled at the mental image. I think that it would help if we had more elves. But I suppose that we could ask the ladies because I can't see many of the men willingly choosing a butterfly as their bonded partner. The High Priest gestured toward Overlord Joram, whose evolved bird, Dave, was happily perched on his shoulder. The bird had already reached the commander rank, and while it hadn't evolved any more than it had the first day, it was showing incredible potential as its power grew to match its partner. Tessa poked the old priest. What if we gave them a way to make the birds huge? Someone has to have a proper skill for giant growth. We know how to evolve falcons already. We just need to make them big enough to fly on. That idea might actually make it past the scrutiny of the leadership. The evolved hawk had already shown commander rank potential, and it was still growing. Plus it had flaming body, which was both offensive and defensive. The High Priest snapped his fingers and smiled. I know just the thing. It's a paladin skill called Divine Mount. If we can teach that to a ranger, or a beast ranger, then they can have their giant flying mount. It increases the size of the beast to become rideable. Teaching it to the Sparrow would likely be easiest, but they would soon be large enough to be ridden by their partners anyhow. Finding other beasts or rangers that were compatible with holy magic would be much harder. Tessa nodded. I will let you handle it. You will be at the academy and around a lot more veterans. The high priest nodded. They intend to cycle the commander rank elites through to do training courses for the newbies, as we are expecting so many of them. They might even call on some of the stronger ones, if things calm down a little. Oh, I would imagine that they will be calling on as many of the strong ones as they can after today's practice. You see, Carl's training skill works better when the user's knowledge of their skills is more profound. And who has better knowledge of the intricacies of their skills than the overlords? I suspect we will be seeing some real progress by the end of the day. The day's training was taking place in the shade of Lotus, Tree of Life, form, which was standing in the middle of the training grounds, overseeing everything so that she could heal the inevitable injuries and strains that would come from such extreme exertion. Most of the time, the injuries had healed before the soldiers had even noticed that they had been wounded, but Thor was keeping barriers over everyone, so none of it was too major, other than one broken leg which had to be set after a bad fall during grappling training. Such accidents were to be expected with hard training, and there were plenty of clerics on hand to take care of the issue, even if they didn't have Lotus in tree form in the middle of the training grounds. But that was a minor setback for him, and the soldier was back to regular training again within a few hours. So, with everyone so focused on training, they were caught completely off guard when a horde of reporters descended upon the training grounds. High Priestess, can you tell us anything about your feelings on today's announcement from the president's office? One of the reporters shouted to Tessa, who was near the edge of the sand. Tessa gave her a confused look, and walked over to see what they were on about. I'm not sure what you mean. We haven't seen the news, as we have been here training all day, she explained. The president's office announced that all active duty church soldiers would have the chance at a second awakening for their service. Is this true? What are the odds for the soldiers to gain elite status? Does the war goddess have any thoughts on the matter? The questions were asked all at once by different reporters, and Tessa put on her best public relations smile. These soldiers here have already been given that opportunity. As I understand it, close to 1 in 10 soldiers was moved from the standard unit to a special training force, but I am not privy to any more details than that. The war goddess is naturally pleased that there are more capable combatants, but it will take time for them to be ready to serve as elites, much like the students who were awakened with the divine injection. Unfortunately, for any more details than that, you will have to go to the strategic planning office, she explained. Are these young elites not freshly awakened soldiers? One of the reporters asked. Tessa shook her head. No, these ones were awakened early as part of a separate project. They are not soldiers of the church, or at least they aren't yet. However, they are performing quite admirably, and I am sure that they would not object to being the backdrop for your daily news articles. However, I must insist that you do not interrupt their training, as this is a crucial time in their development before they officially join the academy later this week. That was good enough for the reporters, who were happily clicking pictures for the news of the intensive training program for the next few minutes, as well as taking short videos of the young elites practicing their skills. It was all great footage for the news, and the faces of the cadet elites would be blurred if the content was deemed sensitive, as they hadn't been officially inducted or signed any waivers for the use of their likeness. The chaos that the videos would cause when they were leaked later that day was not even part of their calculations. After all, how were they to know that the presence of the handful of obviously inhuman and unknown trainers in the group would cause an uproar among every nation that found out about them? Thor could be passed off as a human paladin, but only if he had his helmet on. With his extended ears and green hair, there was no doubt that he was not a human. Ray was much less human, while neither Kara nor Hawk were even trying. Hawk was just using system messages to give instructions on the proper use of fire magic, while Kara enjoyed the show and occasionally volunteered as a training partner. The overlords were already well known to everyone else, so the respect that they showed to the new inhuman arrivals was a sign that they were not commanders or other mundane trainers. Then there were the skills that they were teaching. The warriors were practicing a shield bash to overhand chop with slash combo that just seemed to be off somehow. Shield bash, the skill, had a distinctive motion and glow on the shield that this skill didn't have. But the effect was clearly intended to be the same. Compared to that, the fact that the young mage was using a golem and magic missiles to train in defense against multiple attackers was much less concerning. The rogue, on the other hand, was incredibly concerning. Everyone who was anyone knew Niall was the head assassin for the Inquisition, and the fact that he was training a young prodigy in public with an unknown foreign assassin was extremely concerning to the leadership of every nation on the continent. The first thought was that this was a subtle flex by the Golden Dragon Church, showing off one of their new killers in training. She was obviously young, but her combat skills were far beyond the average. Sybil was highly motivated that day. Lotus had discovered that there might be a way to fix her hearing. Her eardrums had grown in wrong, a developmental anomaly, but it was how her body thought that they were supposed to be, so healing spells didn't change it. Lotus' plan was to let Kara precision disintegrate the inner ear, while Lotus regenerated it. If her theory was correct, unlike damaging it and healing it, completely disintegrating it should cause it to grow back in the way that Lotus understood ears to work, not how Sybil's body had grown it the first time. It was definitely not a church-approved method, as a small error would cause permanent nerve damage or obliterate a portion of her brain. But Kara was confident that she could do it. 3 days later, Carl was ready to deploy himself back to the border just to escape the Blue Dragon clerics and their never-ending quest for knowledge. But today was a special event that they simply couldn't miss. It was time for the annual elite recruitment, and this year was expected to be a huge spectacle. The Bureau of Elite Development had been teasing the reporters for weeks that the success rate would be going up, and the injection ceremony would have minor celebrities, in the form of Carl and his team. Normally, it was done by doctors with a few commander rank and lower elites on guard. Carl looked down at the suit he had on, freshly made by Ray for the occasion, then smirked at Dana, who looked uncomfortable with the amount of gossamer fabric among the layers of her cream and gold-colored Hanfu-style dress. Ray was particularly proud of that creation, and she wouldn't take no for an answer when Dana had suggested that she should maybe change into something less flashy. As Dana had repeatedly mentioned, it was a recruitment for students, not a red carpet event. "I have already told you. You're a princess mage. You need to look like one," Ray insisted again. "How about a coat?" Dana compromised. Ray considered that. She had seen mages in long coats that split up the back before. They would hide the majority of her masterpiece dress, but if their Dana really did want to be covered up, she could make her still look like a princess. "Hawk, lend me some white fur. I'm making a coat." Minutes later, Ray had a long coat made for Dana, woven a bit heavier than necessary for the weather. It would be good for winter events this way, and it would encourage Dana to take it off once they were inside. Ray wasn't giving up on showing off her work that easily. Besides, Tessa and Lotus hadn't agreed to let her dress them up, as they had formal wear for the occasion, and Ophelia flat out refused to wear a dress, so she was in a similar suit to the one Carl was wearing, except that Ray had made the shirt a bit more flashy and ruffled, and the cut much more flattering. The one thing that she had done for Carl was to give him an extra fancy fur-trimmed cape in place of a coat. All kings needed capes. She had seen it in a book. Plus, it was part of the official uniform for monarch rank elites, though nobody ever wore it. While she hadn't gotten to do all the decorating of the humans that she had hoped, she had managed to get the honors of delivering the weapons that Carl had stayed up all night making for their students. They were simple ones, just a commander rank weapon suited to their preference, mostly short swords, with daggers for Sybil and spiked gloves for the monk. But getting to sneak into the dorms at the cathedral to deliver the weapons, all gift wrapped for their new owners, had been great fun while it lasted. Nobody had even seen her do it. Librarian Kalithusa came to meet them at the apartment to escort them to the meeting. The librarian wouldn't willingly miss out on the first chance to see a mass recruitment, so she had nominated herself to accompany the group that the Archbishop had sent to assist with passing out the system-linked items for the first round of testing. "Lady Kelly, it's a pleasure to see you again. Hopefully, we are properly dressed for the event," Carl greeted her. The dragon's slight smile told him that even though she resisted the nickname at first, she didn't actually dislike it. "You are worried about being underdressed while wearing a suit that would buy you a house in the suburbs? I believe you will be fine. Lady Dana looks exquisite, and Princess Ophelia is quite dapper today as well." There was no need to mention the clerics, as they were wearing their formal robes, so the blue dragon simply gestured for everyone to follow her out. "There is a bus waiting for us. I had suggested a limo, but policy says that outside vehicles are a security risk and shouldn't be used to arrive at the awakening ceremony," she added. The bus was one of the plain white church transports, empty except for the cleric who was driving. Once they were moving, the librarian began to detail the plan. "Once we arrive, the mages will open the barrier so we can access the floor of the auditorium. Then there will be the customary tearful speech from the superintendent of schools, followed by the acolytes passing your group items to have the students try on. Once the first batch of successful students is identified and removed from the auditorium, we will proceed with the usual injection process, using doctors. Unless you believe it would work better with one of you performing the process. Ray smiled. I don't have any objections to stabbing people. The blue dragon gave her an indulgent smile. I have no doubt that is true on many different levels. But it would set the students' minds at ease to see a friendly face during the most stressful moment of their lives. Ray shrugged. Well, keep me in mind. I can see every vein from across the room. While that was a useful skill in many different situations, the divine injection was given as an intramuscular injection. They didn't need to find a vein. The security teams parted the crowds who were still waiting for entry to the auditorium, and the bus passed smoothly into the loading bays, where a group of white-robed acolytes were waiting to escort the team inside. This way, please, sir and madams. The Minister of Education is waiting for you. Carl bent his arm for Dana to take as they walked through the corridors, which were lined with paparazzi once they were past the loading area. They made quite the spectacle entering together, looking like nobles from a storybook, followed by the priestesses and a lady knight. The hushed whispers made Dana self-conscious, but Carl could hear that it was almost all praise for her dress, or speculation about who these dignitaries were. Some of them were familiar faces, but it seemed that they didn't immediately recognize Carl and Dana in their formal best and with their hair styled. The minister fell in step beside Carl with a polite nod, and silently guided them to the barrier around the auditorium floor, where the mages opened the barrier a little for them to enter. As soon as they walked onto the hardwood floor, the crowd fell silent. Please welcome our special guests for the day. Minister of Education, Davies. Overlord Kalithusa, Chief Librarian of the Cathedral Library. Monarch Carl, with his partners, Lord Thor and Lady Ray. Princess Dana. Princess Ophelia. And finally, the royal high priestesses Tessa and Lotus. The announcer stopped after every name for them to make a polite bow or curtsy, and then waved to the crowd. Then the superintendent began his speech, and Carl realized that many of those in line would not get to hear the opening ceremony. Schedules were schedules, and everyone was eager to get the process underway. The speech was just as dull and long-winded as the one that Carl remembered, and he wondered if the local school superintendents all read from the same prepared speech. Keeping a straight face and professional stance while the bureaucrat droned on was an art of its own, and Carl mostly entertained himself watching the various expressions on the faces of the students. To think, it had only been 2 years since that was him. Finally, the main speech was over, and the superintendent gestured towards Carl's group. The elites will now begin the first round of the induction ceremony. This year, we have an improved process, and we have high hopes for an increased intake of students. Please be patient as they work, and an official statement will be released after the ceremony. Carl and the others spread out so that they would each get a row of seats to pass the items to. You're totally going to cheat, aren't you? Kara asked, but her tone was more of a demand. She wanted entertainment. Carl didn't answer her as he passed the ring to the first student. The acolyte accompanying him had gathered enough of them for the entire row of students, and the teachers behind him would explain the process to the students before the soldiers escorted them to the secure waiting room. But since these students would be fully conscious, they would get to wave goodbye to their parents in the crowd. The boy was sweating nervously as he slid the ring on his finger, and it fitted to him. His eyes went vacant as he went into a system notification, so Carl moved on. Nothing happened to the second boy, who looked confused. But the third boy in line was muttering the word, / over and over, evidently trying to manifest a warrior class. Do it. Come on, you know you want to. Kara insisted, while Carl pointedly ignored her. The ring equipped to him, and Carl moved on to a terrified-looking girl who reminded him of Lotus. She smelled like dirt and flowers, and Carl could see that she had been playing outside right up to the start of the ceremony, without time to even wash her hands. Skilled teaching request, bestial regeneration. Carl handed her the ring, while Kara gloated in his mind. Good call, that's the skill that all Lotus-type creatures need. They're prone to self-inflicted injuries. The Void Badger congratulated him. Carl moved on, passing out the rings to the students. Well over half were able to equip the rings, and the guards were quickly getting overwhelmed with the escort missions. They had started taking them 3 at a time because it was a long walk to the waiting room, but they were still having to run back to get the next batch. The kids were a bit disoriented after the class selection screen, or whatever notice they got, and they still needed the escort, so Carl couldn't just have them walk to the exit. But he was almost at the end of his line, and the last few students were just as nervous as the first few had been. Behind Carl, the nurses had started with the injections, hoping to get a few more elites out of the process. The second wave was renewing the hope of the students still seated, as well as their parents sitting in the crowd. The clerics had an area healing spell active, hoping to give the ones who were minimally compatible with the injection a better chance of success when injured by the power. That was normal in the capital, and other large cities that had powerful clerics present, and it greatly reduced the number of lingering injuries that the students they sent to the train would have. It wasn't looking too hopeful for the students, but the success rate was generally not great with the injection to start with, and presumably most of the successes would have awakened with the first method. Carl finished with one final success, and turned back to watch the nurses make their way down the line. There was a success in Ray's line, then one in Ophelia's, but that was it. Carl could see that a few were having bad reactions to the injection, but the healing spell in effect was keeping them stable while the power passed through their bodies. The mood in the crowd was jubilant, with the overjoyed parents outnumbering the defeated ones for the first time in history. Normally, Carl assumed the crowd would be congratulating the lucky few, but now it was a mix between sympathy for the parents of the students still sitting, and congratulations given to the parents of the ones who had been led away. The rest of the ceremony was supposed to be focused on the students who would be going on to further classes, or looking for work, so Carl and his team retreated to the back of the podium, so they wouldn't interfere with the inspirational speeches and songs that were coming. Fortunately for everyone, those would be given by someone other than the superintendent. Carl turned when he heard someone enter, and watched as the crowd followed his gaze. It was an amusing sight, watching thousands of people all turn in unison because he had heard footsteps, but it worked out perfectly as a young elite in an idol's short frilly dress waved to the crowd and strutted up to take the stage. Only, once she got into the open, all her attention was on the gathered guests. Nobody had warned her that things were changing this year, and she had been expecting a few school officials, plus the nurses. Not a whole group of royal and monarch-ranked elites, plus the head librarian. The idol was probably someone famous in the capital, but Carl had no idea who the ascended rank girl was. The feeling was mutual, but she was well trained and managed to keep to her routine as she took the stage. Not even the massive number of empty seats on the auditorium floor was enough to throw her off her performance. Good morning everyone. Congratulations to all of our new elites and their families. But for everyone else, today is still a very special day. For today is the Capital Job Fair. Once the sales pitch for the job fair was open, the announcers declared that the students could come up and meet with the elites. There was no need to do that for the others, they were about to become the elites, but for those left in the auditorium seats, this was a big event for them. Carl came down from the stage to meet with the kids, who looked shocked that someone was actually coming down to talk to them, not just answering questions from above. Mr. Monarch, is it true that you led the soldiers to defend the north side of the city? One of the kids asked, eyes sparkling with hero worship. Not just me. My whole team spread out along the north side of the city so that we could coordinate. With so many brave soldiers on the line, we had to do our best, Carl agreed. A group of the kids immediately swarmed him to hug him, reminding Carl that many of these people had family in the army. The rest of the team remained on the stage with the school officials. The Lotus was sitting on the edge to talk to the students. The kids were mostly chattering to each other as they formed another question, then one of the girls pointed at Carl and gasped. I know who you are. You were on the news with the Lightning Sarah. I think you were still a commander or a royal then, weren't you? Did you just advance? Can we see the Sarah? She asked. Carl smiled. Thor is standing up on the stage right now. Green hair and shining armor. It's a transformation spell that lets him look human. He will be glad to hear that you're a fan, though. However, I do have one more friend that could come out to say hello. Kara, would you like to meet the students? Kara came out to stand on the edge of the stage, looking down at the students, then spread her wings to hop over to Carl's shoulder. She leaned down with her paws on his chest to get a closer look at the kids, then nose-bumped the girl and licked her cheek. Kara reveled in the attention as the kids began to praise her, and Carl sensed Thor mentally rolling his eyes. Were the kids not praising him and looking forward to seeing the Sarah only seconds ago? That shameless sister was just happily stealing all the attention. But Thor was fine with watching over his pack while they were among so many strangers, and not many things in the world could harm Kara. Not that the kids were trying. They seemed to think that Kara was some sort of domestic pet, and she had no problem basking in the attention for a few minutes. We have a plan. Remy and Lotus and I are going to go find the baby rogue and fix her ears before she leaves. Make sure that the humans don't try to stop us, Kara informed Carl as the attention began to die down. I will get you an escort. Carl gestured for one of the soldiers to come over, and briefly explained the situation. Remy would come out once they were in the back rooms, so they didn't terrify the public with a Naga queen appearing out of nowhere. Ray thought it would be great fun, but she was also considering just turning back into a spider for a bit to make people stop asking her dumb questions. Kara was happy to communicate with system messages, so that Sybil knew they were coming, and Lotus didn't misunderstand what they were up to when they started using destructive magic on the rogue. It took them a few minutes, but after carefully examining the inside of Kara's ear and comparing it to Sybil's, Lotus was certain that she could shape her healing magic to recreate the destroyed tissue into a properly functional inner ear construct. Sybil was still quite leery of this whole idea, as it did involve using disintegrate to destroy her entire inner ear, then a healing potion and Lotus regrowth healing spell to rebuild the missing portion of her head. Lotus patted the rogue gently as they finished their preparations. Relax, and sit perfectly still. We will have you fixed up in no time at all. Remy has done extensive research on the topic, and she made custom potions to help you recover. The odds are excellent that you will be able to hear as well as anyone else in the group before we leave this room. The rest of Sybil's team was watching intense anticipation as she reluctantly nodded, and Remy took out 2 small potions before nodding at Kara. The Void Badger focused intensely, then activated disintegrate a half-second before Remy splashed the potions in both of Sybil's ears at the same time, and Lotus began her healing spell. For 5 long seconds that felt like hours to those watching, blood trickled from Sybil's ears, then slowly vanished. When the process was over, her ears had changed shape, getting slightly pointy instead of small and round. But other than that, Lotus was certain she had done the spell properly. It was probably just because she thought pointy ears were cute. That had to be it. For a few more seconds after they finished, there was silence in the room, then a squeak from Sybil, followed by a wince of pain. I can't hear heartbeats. You did it wrong. Hearing is painful, make it stop, she complained by message. Oh right, there is no earwax to dampen sounds. Here, put these in. Lotus' voice pained the rogue, but once the earplugs were in place, she breathed a sigh of relief. She shaped her mouth, and let out a series of squeaks before frowning and sending a mass message to her team. I don't know how to make the mouth noises. Collective facepalms ensued. I didn't think about that. Do you even understand what people are saying? Lotus asked quietly, not wanting to hurt her delicate ears. Sybil nodded and gave them a thumbs up. I think that the system translates for me like Mr. Carl said it does for orcs because I understand perfectly without even seeing you talk. I've never heard words before, but I believe that you have a beautiful voice. Lotus hugged Sybil, who was laughing silently at how happy the priestess was to get a compliment. Is the world supposed to be this loud? Is there a volume control? I can hear people talking in the auditorium, and it's distracting. Sybil asked, messaging everyone in the room. The rest of the team of recruits looked at her like she was crazy, but Kara just shrugged. Sounds right. Our Dana has candy in her pocket, I can hear the wrapper crinkling. Joan snapped her fingers, catching everyone's attention, and making Sybil wince again. You used Kara as a pattern. Kara doesn't hear like a human does. You made her hearing far too sensitive. I can't hear heartbeats, or anything outside this room with the door closed. If Kara can hear candy wrappers from 50 meters away through a closed door, that is definitely not human hearing, the young cleric explained. Kara and Lotus stared at each other for a moment, then Kara shrugged. Echolocation should work really well now, though, right? Sybil sighed as she realized no help would be coming from the beasts, who viewed the mission as a success, now that she could hear. Fortunately, she had some points available, and there was one which she could use to solve her problem. Silence dampens all sound within a specified area. If she just cast it on her head, she wouldn't have to listen anymore. After 15 minutes of chatting with the elites, the job fair was officially beginning. The booths were set up in the park outside the auditorium by employers who were looking for workers and apprentices, with the first hour dedicated to the new graduates and then the rest of the weekend for the general population to job hunt. It wasn't just companies in the capital, but those in the surrounding regions as well, and many of the positions would be filled by the university-educated and lower-ranking elites. The librarian nudged Carl with her shoulder. Are you going to go look for a full-time job? You know, something to build up your public image and reputation with the people? If you wait for overlord rank, you'll be too busy for such leisurely pursuits. Carl shook his head. I already have a plan in mind. I just didn't expect things to change so quickly. But that reminds me, I need to talk to a certain banker to speed up the plans. Librarian Kalithusa nodded, then turned to join some of the university researchers who were pitching projects looking for workers. Dana poked Carl in the ribs. You have a project planned? Carl laughed. Sort of. Originally, I was going to sponsor a large office tower or something with my name on it. But I have a better idea now that we know how to awaken beast rangers. I think that I should start a compound for raising potentially beneficial beasts. Once we have a spot for the compound, I will have to figure out how to actually get residents, but it shouldn't be too hard with the proper application of bribes. Dana laughed and Tessa gave Carl a curious look. Are you planning to take in orphaned beasts, or a wandering Saropack or something? Both, I think. That's a great plan. I need to work on my runecrafting, but it should be possible to grow crops to keep them fed, the way that the beast spaces do. Then, we can take a commission when rangers who are advancing come looking for a new partner. There were also a number of other advancement options available that weren't Beast Ranger, but would allow the rangers to pick a magical beast. And what if they don't come flocking to your farm to find new friends? Tessa asked. Then we advertise it as a petting zoo for green dragon clerics. We will be rich. Tessa and Ophelia burst into laughter, while Dana sighed and leaned against Carl's side. He wrapped his arm over her shoulder and smiled at the mage. See, it's a brilliant plan. Plus, if we bring in Saro, we know that they're not going to object to people coming to give them attention and head pats every day. That sounded good to Thor. In fact, he wondered why nobody had thought of that before. No need to travel to find the good food, and nature cleric head pats, pure luxury. Ray thought about reminding him that it came with a loss of freedom, and that they would be stuck within a compound, but quickly realized that the Lightning Saro wouldn't see that as necessarily a bad thing. They would just become territorial and protect the compound where the food was. The fact that there was a wall around it was a bonus in their minds. Carl kept Dana under his arm as he left the auditorium, leading the group. If he was lucky, he would be able to find someone from the Roth Savings and Loan Group. The banking conglomerates had set up a very professional group of stalls for the hiring fair, but they were staffed by juniors from the Human Resources Department. If he was going to talk to Nathan Roth, he would have to wait or call for him. It was still the early access period for the students, so this whole area was mostly empty. They wouldn't be hiring middle school students for a financial group unless they needed janitors. But once the others arrived, they would surely have a lineup. Is there anyone that you would like to meet with before we go? Carl asked, directing the question to everyone else in the group. Then he wondered where Lotus had gone with Kara and Remy, now that they were done with the experiment on Sybil. It felt like they were still in the auditorium building, but he wasn't getting much information from Remy or Kara's thoughts. Everyone shook their heads in confirmation that they really didn't have anything that they wanted to do here at the job fair, but they wouldn't be able to escape quite that easily. Monarch, Monarch. A moment of your time, if you would. A voice was calling. Carl turned to find a young woman in blue robes waving while jogging his way, and briefly considered running away before the Blue Dragon clerics could catch up to him again. But he decided that it was better to deal with the curiosity now, instead of after he got home, when he wouldn't have anywhere to escape to. How can I help you today, priestess? He asked. The cleric stopped uncomfortably close to Carl, ignoring the look that Dana was giving her, then lowered her voice so that she wouldn't be overheard by others. Is there any chance that I can get the new Lightning Zone skill? I know your daily usages are limited, but my sisters are being stingy with the copies we have available, and being able to copy a new tome would really help my grades, she whispered. Of course, she was an awakened rank priestess, so she was way down the list of candidates for limited edition skill books. But Dana sighed in relief that the question was a perfectly normal one for the Blue Sisterhood. Carl smiled and poked her on the forehead as he activated the skill, and then the priestess pulled both him and Dana into a hug. Thank you so much. I need to get to the library. My next assignment is due in only 8 days. Thank you again, Monarch Carl. I won't forget this kindness. Then, she was gone again, and the bystanders were left utterly baffled by whatever had gone on between the two. It wasn't often that the Blue Dragon clerics asked for favors, or were even seen outside their classrooms, but that one sure was excited. "You're like a walking solstice present to them, aren't you?" Dana joked. Tessa smirked. "The Green Dragon clerics get all the flack for being crazy, but the Blue Dragon's followers are just as excitable once you're on the right topic." Carl watched the cleric run back to her work, and then noticed a small stand at the edge of the financial sector of the job fair, as if it had been forced out by the more powerful conglomerates. The operator appeared to be a nature priestess, or an acolyte. Carl moved forward so that he could see the sign, while the operator nervously waited for someone to come close enough to call out to. Neko's Cat Cafe. Hiring food service staff and cooks. Willing to work with investors of all sorts. Remy, bring Lotus to us. There is a Cat Cafe copyright opening. I think she will love it, Carl instructed. All right. We are just chatting with the recruits. They're going to head to the train soon. Everyone is jealous of our group and their head start. Carl walked up to the bubbly young acolyte, as he confirmed after he was close enough. She was common rank, and wearing nature priestess robes, so she had to be an acolyte, who was working on a project she thought would please her goddess. Good morning, monarch, princesses, high priestess. Might you be interested in hearing about Neko's Cat Cafe? She asked hopefully. Yes. I also have a nature high priestess on her way here, and I am certain that she would approve of your initiative. The acolyte laughed. I somehow doubt that. Everyone says that my idea is dumb. Our dorm area is already filled with cats, so why would we go out to see them? But if you look at my business plan, and the carefully collected data, the company of friendly beasts of the furry sort is popular with over 30% of the population. That alone is enough of a market share that I believe there is room for a Cat Cafe copyright, and I have found a vacancy at the perfect location on the walking street near the Central Park, pending funding. Carl waved his hand and created a stone chair with earth barrier to sit across the table from her, and the young cleric raced around to see what he had done. You have a free chair skill? That is wonderful. Does it make other chairs? Can it make more? She gushed. It's an earth barrier defensive spell. It's not intended for making chairs. But yes, I can make multiple styles of chairs, or whole rows of them. Carl laughed, while Dana turned away to hide her laughter. The acolyte slowly calmed down, while the nearby bankers shook their heads in dismay. She was making a pitch for funding by a monarch, but she couldn't even remain serious for 10 seconds. They saw no chance that she would actually succeed at business. Once she was back in her seat, Carl started with the important questions. Do you anticipate any issues getting permits to serve food and drink around animals? Quality products will be essential to the survival of your business. No customer will suffer bad coffee just to be with cats. After all, the priestesses and other cat enthusiasts can chase blink cats all over the city. Neko giggled and nodded in agreement. I have the advanced food creation spell from my goddess, though it's still common grade. Not really up to the standards of the higher elites. But it allows me to make a full range of basic products and spices, and I am an excellent baker. The products that are more difficult, as well as the specific brews of teas, I will have to order in. The predicted costs are in the business plan. She was well prepared, Carl noticed. She had a full menu, with all ingredients and costs listed, time to make and prep the ones she was creating listed on a weekly basis, staff hours, animal maintenance costs, and all the other line items Carl would expect on an expense sheet at the mines. Tessa was reading over his shoulder, as she was actually educated on the economics of feeding people, and she was making encouraging faces, so Carl assumed the numbers weren't outlandish. The final page detailed what she needed. A total of 150,000 credits in seed money for equipment and renovations, as well as the lease on the location. Carl inwardly sighed as he realized that the annual lease for the location was only 30,000 credits, hardly more than a month's rent at his apartment. He really was living extravagantly. So, my primary concern is whether you will be able to find reliable staff, as well as suitably socialized cats. After all, ones with even a hint of a temper could be a problem in a Cat Cafe copyright, Carl informed her. Neko nodded in agreement. Fortunately, we have a stable source. It's here on page 7. There is a shelter that is willing to work with me so that the cats can be adopted straight from the cafe copyright, should the customer be interested. It's a win for everyone. At that point, Lotus came running through the crowd, which was parting around her, as the priestess was wearing Remy as a necklace in spirit snake form, with Carrot chasing after her. The sight was terrifying to the locals, as spirit snakes were venomous, and a monarch rank 1 thicker than most men's arms was no laughing matter if it was not a bonded beast of some sort. The fact that it was draped around the neck of a nature priestess did not guarantee safety. "What did I miss?" Lotus asked, puffing for air after carrying Remy so far. "This lovely young acolyte is working to set up a cat cafe, and I was considering helping her with an investment," Carl explained. "Oh, do you have interior designs?" Lotus asked. Mako smiled and flipped open her binder full of exquisitely detailed drawings. "Now, there are a few designs there, as I wasn't sure what facility I will be able to get. The landlords wouldn't hold them without payment, and I don't have any seed money yet," Mako explained. "That won't be a problem. Someone here will surely be interested." Lotus dismissed the concern as she flipped through pictures of walls lined with climbing platforms and scratching posts for the cats, with tables covered in white lace cloths. "Are you really going to fund a random cafe copyright by a Green Dragon acolyte?" one of the nearby financial service booth operators asked Carl as he watched the two discuss design. Carl nodded. "The plans are for a quality bakery and a cafe copyright specializing in desserts and exotic teas. The design even includes a pickup window, for those not interested in sitting with the cats." The banker looked at him like he was crazy, then shook his head and turned away. If the elite wanted to waste money on charity, so be it. The gathering of powerful elites attracted the attention of a few of the students, which caused Kara and Remy to retreat to their spaces. They didn't want to terrify the young job seekers, and especially not if Carl was going to be investing in this shop. Just the presence of the group who had been chosen to present the first opportunity to become elites was enough to draw the young job seekers to the booth, much to the dismay of other companies looking to hire them, and the delight of the nearby stalls that needed entry-level workers. "Princess, what sort of business is this?" one of the girls whispered to Dana. At first, she was startled, not used to being called princess so reverently, and Carl made a mental note to do it more often. "It's a cat cafe copyright. Nature priestesses and beast masters seem immediately drawn to it," she whispered back. "Like, a cafe copyright with cats just running around to pet? That is great. Are they hiring? I would apply for that." Lotus came over and hugged the girl from behind. "Yes, she will be hiring as soon as the talks are done. They have openings for 10 servers and 4 bakery staff." One of the boys who had come over mostly to just get a better look at the elites turned to look at her in shock. "They're going to bake everything in-house? Most places order in their pastries," he commented. "They will specialize in desserts and snacks, not full meals, so the acolyte wants to hire staff to help her do all the baking," Lotus informed him happily. "I will go get my friends. Their parents are bakers." Then he ran off, leaving Lotus extremely pleased with herself. It wouldn't take them long to get the acolyte's goals filled this way. But even better, it looked like she wouldn't even have to plead to get someone to cover the funding. As a high priestess, her earnings were for the good of the church, and she lived off a stipend. Well, in theory, mostly she lived off Hawk's meat pile and Ray's design talents. Even the royal priestess robes she was wearing were made by Ray and not the church. These ones were much more comfortable, and they smelled like Ray's silk, the same as Lotus' favorite hammock. Finding applicants to become servers was far too easy, and Tessa had a list of over 30 within the next 5 minutes, before the boy came back with his friends. "Are we too late?" he asked Lotus after seeing the line gathered around Tessa. "Not at all. There will be some interviews, but skilled bakers were expected to come later, so I don't know if there are any on the list yet." That caught the attention of one of the bankers, who had scoffed at Carl's interest earlier. It really looked like this business was going to get started, and he happened to know a master pâtissier who was out of work after her employer had shut down to sell the business to a real estate investor. As crazy as the idea was, if they had a real master baker working with a nature cleric, there was no reason that they couldn't succeed, and his friend might be able to take over when the acolyte inevitably flaked out in a few months. He sent a runner to bring her over early. The event wasn't open to the public yet, but he sent the boy with a vendor pass to get her in. A little head start could make all the difference in the world when they were dealing with a monarch's whimsy and wealth. Carl vaguely noticed when Ophelia and Ray vanished, most likely with the use of shadow step, but he was busy finalizing the deals and signing the funding documents for the shop. The master baker was there only minutes later, as she had been intending to attend anyhow, in search of an executive chef position. She approached on her own, but still wearing the vendor badge for the financial group. "Acolyte Nako?" she asked politely. "Yes, I am Master Baker Genevieve. I would like to apply to become the head baker in your shop." I have decades of experience making exclusively baked goods, succulents and desserts. If you have time, could we talk?" That made Neko extremely nervous. She hadn't been prepared for such a capable applicant, and now that there was one, she wasn't sure that her offer would even be close to enough to keep her interested. Yes. This is an excellent time, as we have a pair of baker apprentices present, and more coming. I suppose that we can start with the offer. Where is it? Here we go." Neko rambled, then gathered herself once she found the right page in her folders. Genevieve took the 2-page document and carefully read through it, then went over it again. Honestly, the base pay was incredibly low by her standards. But Neko had offered a portion of the bakery sales to the head baker as an incentive. If she could build an independent reputation for fine sweets, even a small bakery could create enough revenue to make up for it. The fact that it was also a cat cafe copyright would be irrelevant to the sorts of corporate catering clients that would pay exorbitant fees to have custom platters baked by a master chef. Once the reputation of the shop's bakery was established, there was some hope that she could leverage that into far greater profit than a regular employment contract. She was out of work, but not desperate, and the master baker wondered why she had been called. Then she noticed the man sitting on the magical chair across the table, and realized that it was a power play by her friend. The monarch-ranked backer must be extremely wealthy, so the banker had thought that this was a safe investment for her. He hadn't had time to explain anything, but she was seeing all good things from the prospects being vetted by a royal high priestess. What other sorts of hidden connections did this young acolyte have? "I have one condition. I want the right to all staff management in the kitchen. You can handle the front of the house as you see fit, but I want full freedom to set the menu and deal with my kitchen staff," Genevieve demanded. "Put it in the contract. I don't have an objection to that." The contract was amended and signed, then the baker turned to the boy and girl waiting anxiously nearby. "You two. I know your parents. The bread shop on 6th, right?" she asked. The two students nodded. "You will do. If you're not up to standard, I will take it up with your mother." That made them pale. They might be the youngest in the family, but they didn't get enough favoritism to save them from their mother's wrath if they embarrassed her culinary skills. A few more applicants came forward with their credentials as bakers, and 4 more were chosen, bringing the total kitchen staff to 7, nearly double what Neko had planned on. But that was her deal with the chef, and they had way more front staff than they needed as well. In the worst-case scenario, some of the hosts and hostesses could be part-time employees. Then Ophelia and Ray returned with triumphant looks on their faces. "We got the unit. Did you know that you can trade shiny rocks for a whole building?" Ray asked. Carl rolled her eyes at her. "Did you buy the building that Neko wanted to rent a unit in?" "Nope, Ophelia did. She reminded me that Hawk and I loot all the battlefields, so I really should share some wealth. Then she bought the building. It's pretty, and there are 2 other shops with apartments over them, plus this one and the empty unit above it. Ophelia says that the price was good, and the landlord didn't argue at all with her offer. Does that mean I'm Neko's boss now?" Carl laughed quietly, and resisted the urge to shake his head as he replied. "No, Ophelia is her landlord. You don't get to boss her around. But she is a nature priestess, so you can probably bring her to play with you and Lotus in the park later." Carl tapped the table to catch Neko's attention, as well as Genevieve's. "The building has been purchased by my associate, so the rental contract can be guaranteed, and the residential unit over the bakery is included." Genevieve smiled, and Neko got up to hug the much taller woman around the waist. "So, when do we start shopping for kitchen equipment? I'll take care of the front, and we will have all the funds we need for the renovation as soon as I process this funding document," Neko explained, holding up the papers Carl signed. The banker next to them cleared his throat. "I have a mobile access terminal here. Would you like to open a corporate account with our capital branch?" The faster everything was settled, the more secure his friend's new baking job was. Neko's smile lit up her face. "Yes, thank you. That would be wonderful. Can you link it to my identification badge from here?" Carl patted her on the head, then nodded to Genevieve. "It's been a pleasure meeting you all, and I look forward to seeing how your business does." It might take years to get a full return on investment, but it was a big milestone for Carl. His first real investment as an elite. Now that the details were finished, Tessa handed over the short list of potential staff and their job was done. The train would be here soon to pick the students up, and then there would be an escorted parade of sorts as it left the city. This was the first stop, and the others would be picked up later in the day, when the cars were transferred between locomotives for the final leg to the academy. "What is the plan for the rest of the day?" Tessa asked, as she carefully tucked the folder with the land deed documents into her coat. That little rental property would provide a nice, steady monthly income for her parents, no matter where she happened to be in the future as an elite. 3 commercial units with shopkeeper suites brought in far more than was necessary to be called a comfortable living in her neighborhood. Carl smiled. "Well, I should send a little something to my parents. I haven't heard from them in a while, and I missed them when we went on the mission to the area. I know my dad got promoted, and they're making good money now, but I'm sure I can do better than that for them." Dana smiled. "Planning to bring them to the capital?" Ophelia nodded, while Carl shook his head. "Do you think I could convince my dad to leave now that he's one of the big bosses, setting company policy for his old friends down in the mines?" "No, he would rather stay there. But that doesn't mean I can't have them living a life of luxury while he works. That would only take a few minutes at the station in the cathedral, or any bank branch. His father made nearly 50,000 credits a year after his raise, when he made 9,000 a year before it. So, even if Carl sent him a few $100,000, he would have more money than he knew what to do with." Carl knew his father well. He wouldn't go for all the fancy stuff for himself. Instead, he would buy things that mother liked, and then sneak some generous donations to families in need at the mines. Not enough to cause a fuss, but enough to solve the problem. That was just the sort of person he was. Then Carl gave Dana a curious look. "What about yours? Planning to send them anything? Money? An evening visit from Ray? A puppy?" Dana snorted in amusement. "Depending on the day. All 3 of those feel like valid options. My father is allergic to dogs. But I set up a trust for my mother, so she has monthly money sent to her. Beyond that, I am not in any particular hurry to change things." "Then I suppose we can retire for the day. We've all been busy for a while, either training younglings or keeping the Blue Clerics happy. A day or 2 of relaxation sounds like a good plan to me." The whole group left together for the apartment, just as Carl got a message from Sybil. "Did you know that they will give you as many cookies as you ask for on the train? This place is wonderful." Carl looked at the others to see if they got the message, but only Thor and Ray were laughing. So, the message was likely meant for Ray, but passed through him on the way. Ray answered first. "As long as you don't eat so many that you get fat and slow. Don't forget, I will be doing unannounced readiness tests until you graduate." "Got it, big sister. I will keep myself ready. As soon as I adjust to these new ears. I swear they're broken. Even with earplugs in, it's still loud." In her space, Kara was laughing. Sybil's new ears sounded as if they weren't desensitizing as fast as the rogue would have liked, and Kara hadn't even considered that Lotus magic might duplicate her own so well that they wouldn't grow back in a proper human pattern. An ear was basically an ear, after all. It was the shape of the outer ear that made the most difference if you didn't have magic aiding your senses. But that was a concern for later, and Kara had noticed that they were suddenly very popular. The group had left the job fair, but people were waving at them, or even taking pictures as they walked through the city. Now, some of that was understandable, as Ray's princesses looked perfect in their outfits, and Dana had finally given up on her warm coat and embraced the sheer silk outer layers of her dress. But now people recognized them from the ceremony, so the ones without magical affinity didn't have to guess at the power level or importance of the team. The locals had all seen the announcements, either in the auditorium or on the screen outside. It would calm down in a day or 2, but for today, they felt important. Thor was loving it. When they reached the doors of the apartment building, Niall was waiting to go training with Ray, who vanished along with the rogue as soon as she was out of sight of the public. Much to the annoyance of the doorman. That vanishing act creeped him out every time that they did it. Lotus smirked as they got out of the elevator. "I will get the bubbles going. Who has the wine and the snacks?" Ophelia wrapped an arm around her. "I have something better. While I was out, I got cream liqueur to mix with coffee." "Not after 6 in the evening," Tessa insisted. "Hear that? We need to drink it early. Then we can switch to wine." The Red Dragon cleric sighed while Lotus ran inside to start the bubble bath, so Ophelia gave her a comforting hug. "Relax, between the alcohol and the warm water, the coffee won't even have time to hit before she's ready for a nap. Plus, I bought decaf." Carl stepped behind Dana and wrapped his hands around her waist to whisper in her ear. "And what does this princess want to do for the evening?" Dana leaned back against his chest. "I say we put on a movie and cuddle on the couch." As Carl had suspected, their night of relaxation was doomed from the very start. They had just finished the first movie when a knock at the door pulled Tessa away from her reading to let in their guest. "General, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" Tessa asked as she looked up at the unfamiliar man. "High Priestess. I have come looking for Monarch Karl. There is an urgent matter that we require his assistance with," the general replied. Karl sighed, realizing that his night was definitely not going to involve enough cuddling on the couch. But he stood up anyhow and headed for the door. "General, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Is this a confidential matter, or can you speak in front of the other elites and high priestesses here?" Karl asked. The general shrugged. "It's not secret enough to keep it from the other elites, as long as you don't mind them knowing your personal business." Karl laughed and gestured to the table. "Come have a seat. The people here will all know in the next few minutes anyhow." The general took a seat across from Karl, then cast a strange look towards the bath, where Karl could hear Lotus laughing at one of Ophelia's jokes and splashing in the tub. "I will get right to it, as I can tell that everyone has better things to do. The royal family has requested your presence at Wenmouth Castle. They have received the news from the Blue Dragon clerics about the new advancements in runecrafting that you have made, and as such you have been officially reassigned to Wenmouth University. The royal family had technical leadership of all things secular in the Golden Dragon Nation, but their actual power was extremely limited these days. The president was chosen from among the royal princes, but that was about as far as their actual power went. Karl strongly suspected that they hadn't had control of the military in generations, and most of the nation turned to the church to get things done before the elites existed. "Do you know how long they expect me to be there? As I recall, it's only a little over 100 kilometers down the shore to Wenmouth," Karl asked. "Indefinite deployment. I believe that they want you to work with the weapons teams after you speak with the king. Your ability to use runecrafting has been deemed essential to the Overlord-rank Special Forces teams," the general explained. "Oh, if that's the case, they could have just brought me stuff." The general shook his head. "The university is trying to develop better equipment for them. They have also called in foreign experts with skill books that we are hoping you can use. I didn't get all the details, but apparently it relates to one of your skills, even if the skill isn't relevant to you personally." Karl nodded. "I think I see where this is going. Well, that's a bit of a commute, but it's manageable if I travel with Hawk." The general stared at Karl for a few seconds, hoping for an explanation. Then he realized that Karl was planning to come home to the capital at the end of the workdays, and his pet was faster than a bus or car. "There are accommodations arranged for you at the royal palace. If that is unsatisfactory, we can arrange some at the university, but security policy requests that you remain in the city," the general replied carefully. He was not an elite, but a political officer, and a man in his position had long since learned to be cautious in situations where a casual outburst could lead to his death. Karl smiled at the nervous general. "If that's how it is, that's how it is. I'm not trying to make things hard for you, I simply didn't know about the security rules. A room at the palace should be fine. But there is one minor issue. You see, the group here has sworn a holy oath not to leave each other behind, and to please the Red Dragon God at a minimum once every 3 months. So, going alone to the palace could pose some issues. If we can all go, or if an apartment can be procured in the city for us, that would solve many issues." Tessa smirked as the general tried to think of a way to make this work. With his current speed and strength, Karl could run back in under 3 hours. Or, if he rode Hawk, he could likely make it in 30 minutes. Unless he was going to be doing something to please the Red Dragon, that should be more than close enough to keep his oath. It wasn't as if they got punished if someone stopped for a shower before leaving for a mission. But being out of the capital for a while sounded interesting. None of them had never seen the royal palace before, other than in pictures. The only issue was that at some point a situation would inevitably arise where Kara and Lotus were left unattended in a palace full of ancient treasures and rare plants. Karl was wealthy, but probably not wealthy enough to buy his way out of that disaster. "I think that we can make it work. I will bring you all to the palace, and we can explain the situation, then arrange a longer-term room in the city or the university compound. Unfortunately, there is no major cathedral in Wenmouth, as it is the secular seat of the nation. But the palace will gladly host the high priestesses in suitable accommodations." He was clearly mentally calculating the number of apartments that they would need, so Karl decided to cut him off before he got too far. "We are accustomed to traveling together, so there is no need to arrange different units for everyone. One large suite with multiple bedrooms is fine." Tessa and Dana nodded in agreement, and the general sighed in relief. That makes it a bit easier. I can arrange one of the foreign dignitary suites for you. They're set up for 10 guests, and that should be enough for your group to be comfortable." That was when Carl noticed that Thor and Ray were both in human form, and with the two voices that could be heard from the bath, the general was assuming they needed rooms for at least 7. The fact that he hadn't asked about the obviously not human group members was startling, but perhaps it was just part of his job to not ask the awkward questions. The general nodded in satisfaction as the basic details were settled. "How long will you need to pack up for a week-long trip? We can leave later in the evening if you prefer. It is safe enough with your group in the bus," he offered. "I think we should be able to get ready for a trip within the next hour. We all have a fully functional system interface, so we keep the majority of our stuff in our inventory. Other than the clothing and personal items we wouldn't want to take into combat with us, of course." The general chuckled. "We can provide clothing for the meeting with the king. Nobody owns the traditional cultural outfits anymore, and there's still the dress code for the throne room." Carl laughed. "You mean canvas pants and a miner's apron? I come from the lithium mines. Our traditional wear is a bit unsuitable for court." The general smiled. "I would imagine. No, the traditional royal outfits are actually quite militaristic, from the founding days of the nation, when the entire territory was overrun with monsters and magical beasts." Lotus and Ophelia came out of the bath in their armor, and went to grab a few items from the bedroom. Carl never left anything lying around, so he just activated bestial raiment to give himself a proper traveling outfit instead of his casual silk house clothes. He stood to encourage everyone to get moving, and the general did a double take. "That tabard. Where did you get it?" he asked. Carl looked down. The spell had given him black drake scale mail armor under silver chest and leg plates, completed with the gold-trimmed and tasseled Dark Light Host War Champion tabard. "Oh, it's actually a spell, not a physical tabard. It's supposed to pick what is best for the situation, and apparently the system thinks I need to impress someone. I got it during a little trip to the past when I fought a duel as champion for the Darklight Host," Carl explained. The man began to choke until Tessa thumped him on the back. "Thank you, High Priestess. I was somewhat unprepared for that answer. You see, we might have a small issue. The king himself wears a silver-trimmed Darklight Host War Champion tabard. I don't know what the policy is for wearing a golden one, it's never come up in the past." Carl shrugged. "If it helps, I earned it. For a brief time, I was the Bunga City champion, until I passed the title to the Bronze Dragon Orthos so I could continue on my mission." Tessa thumped Carl on the head. "You can't just casually say things like that. Look, now you've broken him." She wasn't lying. The man was simply staring straight ahead as he tried and failed to process the news. After a few seconds, he slowly blinked, sighed, grumbled to himself, then shook his head and straightened his back. "Well, we can sort it all out once we get to the palace. The bus is waiting outside the building. Please follow me, if you are all ready." Ray and Thor both returned to their spaces to rest because riding on a bus was boring and bouncy, which left only the humans to suffer. The general didn't even seem to notice that they had vanished, and simply got everyone seated in the plush seats of the transport, which was set up like a tour bus, or possibly a high-end RV. Carl had seen videos where some of the elite idols lived and toured in vehicles like that while their shows were on tour, and that was what this interior reminded him of. The bus began to trundle down the street and the general finally relaxed a little. His primary objective was nearly complete, and the requested elite was on his way to the palace. The rest was someone else's problem after they arrived. A noise to his left caused Carl to turn, and in front of him was every young man and housewife's fantasy. A maid. An actual living, working maid in the royal palace uniform. Oh, the number of times that he wished they lived a life luxurious enough to afford one so that he didn't have to do dishes or stand on the chair to dust the upper corners of the room. Once they reached the edge of town, Hawk pushed the restrictions of his space to the limit to appear 500 meters in the air. He could finally stretch his wings, and he was determined not to agree to remain inside and not scare the humans in the next city. They could get used to him. "Sir, I believe we might have an issue. There is a blue phoenix overhead, and the bird is definitely tracking us," the driver of the bus quietly informed the general. "That's not an issue. And he's actually a Ghostfire Thunderbird, one of my bonded partners," Carl explained, shocking both soldiers. "You can hear that?" the general asked. "I can also hear the change in your heartbeat," Carl agreed, choosing the way that Sybil had described her overly sensitive hearing. He could, if he paid attention, but Carl was much better at tuning out background noise than the formerly deaf rogue. While the general worked to come up with a response, the maid was scrutinizing their outfits. "Sir, you are suitably dressed, as are the Murim battle mage and the high priestesses. But might I ask the Titanic berserker to accompany me to the back to change to formal armor?" Carl nodded and gestured to Ophelia, right before Ray dropped a pile of silk in her arms, pure smugness radiating through her thoughts. "They're going to make her wear a dress under her armor. This will be hilarious." The bloodbath spider chuckled. "And that's exactly what you gave her, isn't it?" "Yep. It's pretty, and it will go well with whatever shiny bits of armor she has." Ophelia sighed, resigned to her fate as she looked at the lace sleeves visible on the black dress Ray had offered up for this fiasco. Dana leaned against Carl's side and smiled. "I wonder how many people fall for the maid bit. Well, I'm sure she's actually doing the job. But even I can see through her power shielding," she giggled. Carl shrugged. "Well, she's a commander rank mage, which isn't too shocking. Aren't ladies' maids supposed to be like guards in cute uniforms, when soldiers or male bodyguards would be inappropriate?" The general chuckled and shook his head. "How much do you know about the royal family that didn't come from a palace drama novel or movie?" Carl thought about it for a second. Add the 4, carry the 1. That would be precisely 0. That didn't shock him. The royal family had been quiet for a long time. The current king is an overlord rank mage, classically trained. The palace itself is more akin to a mage tower in function than the palaces in storybooks. You won't see any imperial harem, no gathering of useless fluff nobles. Instead, ranking is strictly power-based. While you are there, you will be accorded courtesy due your ranks as royal and monarch-ranked elites, second only to the elders and the royal family themselves. Despite all our efforts, the royal family has proven to be incompatible with the system, with few exceptions. I believe you met Prince Axel, who is now an overlord after advancing during the defense of Berlobig. Carl almost didn't recognize the town name. Nobody used the actual name of the capital. Honestly, they really should just change it at this point. The general continued. There are a few minor princes who have system compatibility, but none of them have managed to make it past Ascended, which seems a waste at their age. So, without system links, it could be difficult to judge relative power rankings. Many struggle, so we are used to it. Very few will take offense if you get noble rankings a little wrong as an outsider. If someone does take extreme offense for some reason, standard international rules apply. You can request a champion to represent you in a duel to first blood. It would be unthinkable for the men to challenge one of the ladies, but attempting to flirt or pressure a pretty woman into a marriage contract does lead to the occasional fight. It might seem uncivilized, but it is a time-honored tradition to show off for their peers. Dana laughed. "Oh, that could end badly. Are you privy to the events surrounding the first commander rank anomaly in Nubon?" The general shook his head. "I have the clearance, but I am afraid I was never given a briefing." Dana nodded in understanding. It wasn't that he wasn't allowed to know, it simply wasn't relevant to his job. Suffice it to say that challenging Monarch Carl to a duel will only lead them to crying bloody tears of rage. Now both the general and the driver looked intrigued. Carl winked at the general and shrugged. "The current strongest ability I have is Nullify, and I have the physical strength to open-handed slap a royal rank hill giant to death in a single unarmed strike." The driver began to laugh. "I can see it now. The mages would fail to do anything at all before they were slapped unconscious. Utterly humiliating. And it would crush their chances to impress the ladies." Lotus giggled. "That's assuming that he gives them enough time. Compared to the rest of us, he is insanely fast. Not even my cuddle bear can keep up." "I heard that," Ophelia shouted from the back of the bus, presumably the bedroom where she was changing. She came out a moment later with a golden chest plate over the black dress that Ray had given her, and golden vambraces visible under the sleeves. Carl could see the outline of leg armor under the skirt. So there was a full suit of armor, not just the decorative bits, and her boots were similarly gold armored with a low heel, though still taller than most riding or military boots. Carl smiled because he knew that heeled boots with armor was a pet peeve of hers, and Ophelia had likely refused to wear this particular armor set for some time just on those grounds. The maid bowed to the general. "Sir, all guests have brought appropriate attire of their own. No distribution of assets was necessary." Then she turned to Carl. "Sir, your party is ready for the meeting in the throne room once you arrive. Please maintain these outfits with weapons in your inventory or in their scabbards. Exposed weapon scabbards will be sealed at the gates with a ribbon, and checked on your way out. That would make it obvious who drew their weapons, without actually stopping anyone. A sensible precaution, should there be some issue. Logic said that it would be prohibited to draw weapons under most circumstances in the palace. Carl smiled at the maid. What might your specialty be? I am curious about the training you have had to qualify for such a position. The phrasing was awkward, but the maid didn't take offense. I graduated from the academy 3 years ago. Since then, I have served at the palace. My specialty spell is invisibility. That is true of all the maids, and a requirement for the job. Carl nodded and activated, "Follow me, little one," at once to offer the mage silent movement. She slowly smiled. That is quite the gift you have, Monarch Carl. It really is, isn't it? I just need to make time at a skill library to gather a few more spells, and it will really shine. The general was lost, and looking expectantly at the pair. The monarch transferred me a new spell. Silent movement. Incredibly useful for my job. The general sighed and ran his hands through his thinning hair. Great, just what we need. They already sneak up on me all the time, he muttered. The maid winked at Ophelia, who was struggling not to laugh. You will need to practice your poker face, princess. Your hearing is far beyond average, and it's polite to pretend that you can't hear people talking to themselves. The general harumphed and then turned to look out the windshield, where Hawk had swooped low, nearly a kilometer ahead of them. He was just terrifying mice for fun. Nothing that might be a threat to the bus had been found along the route. Hours later, Hawk returned to his space as the bus pulled up to the well-guarded walls of the palace, much to the general's relief. He had been the butt of the jokes between the princesses and that vicious-tongued maid for most of the trip, and he was ready to get out and go to bed. As soon as the bus stopped, he stepped down to greet the captain of the guard with a grateful smile. Captain. I have delivered Monarch Carl and his 4 holy oath-bonded companions. They are required to work together, by oath to the Red Dragon. Please find accommodations for them. I will be retiring for the evening, the general announced. The captain was about to object that it was not his job to get guests settled, but the general was already politely retreating, and the two were old friends. He could do this much when the general was clearly stressed out by whatever had happened that day. He stepped on the bus to find 4 royal rank ladies, dressed for their imminent meeting with the king, and a monarch-ranked man that was dangerously close to becoming as wide as he was tall. Whatever workout routine that Monarch was using, the guard captain wanted to know it. From Carl's perspective, the captain was entirely too tall. In a way, he was similar to Professor Tank, at slightly over 190 centimeters tall, and impressive in his armor. However, he was much more slender, where the professor's muscles seemed to have muscles of their own. With the pale blonde hair and a precise military cut, the captain was basically the poster boy for handsome playboy guardsmen in movies. Carl stood to greet him, and the royal rank warrior nodded politely. Monarch, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Guard Captain Scruggs, and I will escort you to your suite. We have been made aware of your situation, and a unit is ready for your team. The bus is not allowed inside through this gate and will proceed to the parking area once you have all disembarked. They stepped out of the bus, and Carl noticed that the guards all towered over the group. Man, what are they feeding them in the palace? Lotus muttered, craning her neck to look anyone in the face. The guards laughed. It's a regional thing. My guess is that the 3 of you all come from the south, while the Red Priestess and the Berserker are from the west, correct? Carl, Dana and Lotus all nodded, while Ophelia shook her head. I'm from the northwest, near the hill giant border, she explained. Ah, that makes sense. All the guards are recruited either from the eastern nations, or the tundra region of Aegilwerthal, where the hill giant and mountain giant nations meet. It's not uncommon for men in either region to get over 2 meters tall. Do you know a berserker named Tank? He's from my hometown of Mancheskast, and he's a monster of a man. Ophelia smiled. He's still a professor at the academy, no matter how he claims it's just a part-time position. That excessive size issue could be annoying, Carl decided. If he wasn't using a skill to make himself taller, most of the men in the palace would stand a full head taller than he did. Fortunately, he still had Dana and Lotus around, and they were both struggling to claim that they were 1.5 meters tall. Dana poked Carl in the side. You were thinking about activating brutality, so that you were taller than everyone again, weren't you? Tessa stuck her tongue out at Carl. He totally was. He got spoiled in Nubon, with the skill up all the time, so he was the tallest person in the room. The guard captain looked confused, so Karl demonstrated, growing to a little over 270 centimeters tall. Goddess, that is a terrifying skill. I don't know what they would mistake you as, but it wouldn't be human. Unfortunately, if you want to keep that active, we will have to change suites. You're too wide, and possibly too tall, to fit through the doors in the human sections. Guard Captain Scruggs laughed. Karl shrunk back to his usual size, and noted that his bestial raiment spell had become slightly more ornate as it adjusted. There were thin swirling gold patterns on the rolled edges of the silver plate portions now. Two guards stepped up beside the captain and nodded silently. The king is ready to see you. Please follow me, we will go directly to the throne room and then the maids will escort you to your suite after. Captain Scruggs informed them. They were led through the winding corridors of the palace, which Karl noted were deliberately curved, though they were intended to look straight. Strategically placed curtains and drapery hid the effect from casual inspection, but he could feel the difference as they moved. They had also gone down at least one level, though they hadn't crossed any stairs. A pair of massive golden doors with a scene of dragons working to build a city barred their way after 10 minutes of walking and dozens of turns. It was an absolute masterpiece, and 6 meters tall. When you reach the entry, please place a bare hand on the door, and the magic will announce you automatically. It is a security measure. The guard escort whispered just loud enough for Karl's group to hear. After a few seconds, the door was cracked open, and with a gesture to proceed by the guard, Karl stepped forward. Former Lord of Bunga City, Grand War Champion of the Darklight Host, Packmaster Monarch Karl, Bane of the Giant Nations, hero of the Beast Gods and Orcs, has arrived. Boomed through the room as Karl's boot heels clicked across the stone floor. Everyone was staring at him, and Karl could smell the fear in the air as he made his way to the mark on the floor. There, he stopped to kneel before the king, mimicking the gestures of thousands of previous visitors over the centuries-long history of the nation. For the nobles and powerful residents, greeting the king had become a well-practiced routine, to the point where the stone was worn with a single knee print and a boot mark at exactly the right spot. Karl repeated the gesture as the general had explained, with a military salute, placing his fist to his chest. Your Majesty, I have come to your call. For a few seconds, the king just stared at Karl, wondering what this young man had done in his life to get a list of titles like that. The presence of the Dark Light Host Grand War Champion Tabard unsettled him, but the other titles were no less fearsome. Rise, Monarch Karl. The crown recognizes your contributions to the nation. Then the king made a gesture, calling the others forward. Royal High Priestess of the Red Dragon, Tessa, hero of the Piltash Satyrs, has entered. Royal High Priestess of the Green Dragon, Grand Healer Lotus, has entered. Muram Battlemage Princess Dana, Epic Summoner of the Golden Dragon Nation, Defender of the Borderlands, has entered. Titanic Berserker Princess Ophelia, Champion of the Dire Bears, has entered. While everyone got a title, most of them weren't quite so grand as the ones that Karl had gotten. Well, grand sounding, anyhow. Most of the others directly related to recent events, while the majority of how it had introduced Karl had to do with his accomplishments in the distant past. The ladies stopped one pace behind Karl, as they hadn't been personally summoned, but had accompanied him here, and politely curtsied for a moment before the king motioned for them to rise. Rise, princesses and high priestesses. Welcome to the royal palace. We appreciate your prompt reply to our summons, as this is a matter of most urgent national security. As you may have been made aware, the level of our conventional weaponry has been falling behind, due to the resurgence of the system, which has so far proven incompatible with most technological weapons. Theoretically, there is no reason that the spell should not work, but in practice, there are many limitations, and the results have been less than favorable. As such, we have summoned the Monarch Karl here to develop the practical applications of his runecrafting skill, in order to produce a batch of weapons for our nation's most powerful elites. None of that was anything that they hadn't heard before, but to the other people in the room it was new information, and they all began to give Karl greedy looks, hoping to get something from him while he was here. If he could make weapons suitable for an overlord, then they could all benefit, as well as the factions that they represented. The king continued. Beginning tomorrow morning, you will be working with the forge masters and the artificers to develop their project. But fear not, the crown will reimburse you handsomely for your skills. The maids will show you to your suite, and we shall be looking forward to the reports of your success. That appeared to be a dismissal of sorts, and Carl saw the guards behind the king subtly gesture that he no longer needed to remain at formal attention. A group of 10 maids came to escort Carl and his team to their suite, which seemed a little excessive. But if that was the way that they did things here, Carl wasn't going to complain. Half of the maids were commanders, he noticed. However, the other half were not mages or system users at all. There was a clear distinction between the two, but not as if the less powerful ones were trainees. More like, the commanders were hostesses in maid uniforms. "Monarch, princesses. This is your suite. Please allow us to show you around," the commander-ranked maid standing closest to Carl informed them. The suite was on an upper level of the palace, and Carl could see out the window that they had a great view of the courtyard. There were 10 bedrooms down hallways off either side of the large main room. 3 large ones on one side, 7 smaller ones on the other. The maids briefly hesitated, as if wondering how exactly this group should be split, then began to lead the ladies to the left, and Carl to the right, putting him in the furthest of the larger rooms. It made sense, both with their ranks and the gender split, but Carl waited to see what the others' reaction would be to their rooms as he was led to the end of the hall. "Your suite, Monarch. Is there anything else you need before dinner? I can have a bath run, or perhaps you would prefer a bathing assistant? We also have trained massage therapists available anytime." Bathing assistant. Kara mocked in his mind, leaving no doubt that she hadn't given up on her quest to make sure Thor was the next to find a partner. Carl winked at the maid. "I think that someone might object if I chose a bathing assistant, but I will have a bath run. What is the dress code for dinner?" "Dinner will be in the informal guest dining room. Semi-casual is fine. I will be back in the morning with your assigned maid for the duration of your stay," she replied. The commander-ranked mage in maid uniform left the room, leaving the unawakened one behind to run the bath and set out towels, slippers and a robe for Carl. "Are you certain you don't need a bath assistant? It's part of my job, and not what you might be thinking," she whispered, blushing slightly. Kara appeared on the bathroom floor and stared down the maid, who stared back in confusion, not understanding where the beast came from. Was she being attacked by the guest? "Kara here is protective. She thinks I shouldn't be in intimate situations with women who aren't going to cuddle her." The maid giggled. "Well, she is a beauty, I can see why they would want to." Kara had lost interest now that her point was made, and was about to dump an entire bottle of bubbles into the bath when a voice from the other room stopped her. "Don't even think about it," Dana's voice shouted from down the hall. Kara froze, wondering how she had been caught. Then she smirked as she realized that it wasn't about her bath plans. The maids had just offered to help the ladies bathe. There was laughter from the other rooms, and the maid bowed politely. "If the monarch and his friends prefer privacy, we can wait outside." Carl shook his head. "I am certain they will accept the help. That shout was for me, not for their assistants." "The tribulations of a married man." The maid agreed gently, before relieving Kara of the bottle of bubbles to pour a measured amount into the tub. Once the bubbles were in the bath, Kara hopped in the meter-squared tub with a small splash. That was Carl's signal that it was safe to enter, and he settled in slowly, enjoying the scented bubbles. "Oh, I forgot the washcloth," he muttered, annoyed. "Here you go, sir." "Thank you." Carl turned left and saw that Kara was floating belly up, splashing water on her belly fur and making happy noises that were making the maid laugh quietly. "She really does love the bubbles. I almost feel bad about limiting the amount that I put in now," the maid commented. Kara waved her front paw dismissively. She wasn't going to be in the bath long enough to run out of these ones, she just wanted to smell like the soap. "I'm sure she will be fine. If the scent fades, I'll just have another bath run for her." "Pure luxury." Kara agreed. Of course, the tub in their apartment was a one-touch operation, and it would fill with the preset temperature of water and selected bath products just by turning the tap on, but somehow it was more luxurious to order someone to press the button for you. Before they got out, Carl scrubbed Kara down, and gently lathered her wains, soaking the smell of bubble bath into the void badger, who then ran off to the main room the moment the towel touched her fur. Carl accepted the bath robe from the maid with a bit of confusion, then realized that it was intended to be used as a towel, and they would pat you dry through it. Very wholesome. Not at all likely to get him strangled in his sleep by Dana. Once he was dry, he changed to one of Ray's branded polo shirts and silk house pants with slippers. The maid stared at him in shock. "You have a set of system-linked and bonded casual wear? How does that even happen?" she muttered, mostly to herself. They're made by a bloodbath spider with her own silk. They naturally equip when they're worn for the first time. Tell me, have you been tested for system compatibility? Carl replied. The maid nodded. Just last week they came around with system-linked rings, to ensure that none of us would advance and become an internal security threat. Which implied that those who did gain a class were sent somewhere else. Probably not fired, as they wouldn't want hard feelings or potential elites running loose. But they were likely in the academy or with the army instead. There was a soft knock at the door, which was opened by one of the other maids to reveal a palace guard in full armor with his visor down. "Monarch, you have a personal guest," the guard announced. He was clearly unhappy about the situation, but there was resignation in his voice that said he had already tried and failed to stop it from happening. "Please send them in." An unassuming older man walked in behind the guard, and Carl instantly noticed the hint of blue scales on his pointed ears. Transformed dragons and stronger dragon priests always had some sign of their nature. Come to think of it, he wondered what had changed on Tessa and Lotus. It wasn't on their face or hands, so he hadn't noticed it, but they definitely had scales by now. The man's face was unfamiliar, but his aura was not. "Librarian Gareth, I wasn't expecting to see you here." Carl greeted the royal rank blue dragon. The visage of an aging man shifted back to the middle-aged librarian that Carl had seen last time, but dressed in a sharp blue business suit, and Gareth smiled at him. "Finally, I found you. You wouldn't believe the route that these guards wanted to take me on. The exploration of the anomaly in Nubon was quite successful, by the way. I have the documents in my inventory if you would like to go over them tonight." Carl shook his head. "Not tonight. But you're just in time for dinner. Guardsman, thank you for delivering the librarian to me." The guard nodded and closed the door as he left. "What brings you here today? Surely, you didn't go to all this effort just to bring me a copy of the investigation records when I was at the capital until today?" Carl asked Gareth once the door was secure. The dragon shook his head. "No, I heard that you have a way of awakening a previously unknown system function, and I wanted to know what the method was. But that's not the important part. I have assistants for you. Acolytes that don't have a trade skill yet, so you can teach them runecrafting, and they will assist you during your endeavors here. Can you believe that they wouldn't tell me what it is? I'm here to bring you assistance, and they wouldn't tell me what the project was on national security grounds." The dragon was clearly pouting now, upset that he was so obviously being denied knowledge. Carl gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. "You will find out soon enough. Think of it like the anticipation before a holiday present." From the hallway, Lotus began to laugh. Blue dragons never wait to open their presents. Gareth rolled his eyes at her. "We do so. We don't touch our solstice presents until precisely dusk on the evening of the solstice." Carl nodded. That sounded about right. The tradition was dawn the morning after. "You said you have acolytes. I don't suppose you know where they might be right now?" he asked. Gareth shrugged. "They were left at the university dorms. The building closest to the library. That's where we came into the city. The dean of the university promised he would ensure that they made it to work on time, but he wouldn't tell me anything either, so I came to see you. You know, if I tell you now, you're stuck here until the project is over so that the details don't get leaked. They won't even let me leave the city freely," he reminded the dragon. Gareth sighed. "What a wasted day, it doesn't have to be. Pact Master Carl offers knowledge, skill, Lightning Zone will be transferred to the curious whelp Gareth." Gareth began to do a happy dance around the room, confusing the maids. Then they began to laugh as he took Kara by the front paws, and they began to dance together. "What did you teach him?" Lotus asked. "Lightning Zone. It's a great skill for blue dragons." The maids did their best to keep their professional expressions at the sight of a dragon dancing with a void badger. The only thing working in their favor was that Kara was still wet and shaking drops of water on the stone floor as she was spun around the room. Thinking about having to clean up that mess before someone tripped made it much easier not to laugh. The happy pair stopped dancing, and Gareth sighed. "Perhaps I will stay for dinner, then. If I can't know what you will be doing here, then at the very least, I can get a meal for my trouble delivering the acolytes. The overlords will tell you when it's not a secret anymore," Carl sent as a system message. That had been part of Gareth's original purpose here, to awaken the messaging function. That was the only system function that the dragon wouldn't have had operational yet. "Oh, a new way to communicate. And it comes with a log. This really is much more convenient for research than talking." Carl was afraid to find out what the chat logs of the librarians would look like after even a single day of group discussions. They spent all day discussing the research subject, and without the need to wait for each other, they could just bombard the group with their thoughts in text form. Tessa and Dana came out together, both in casual wear. For the priestess that was a simple red robe, for Dana it was cargo pants and a hoodie. Carl turned to Gareth, who was wearing a blue business suit in this form. I have wondered, what are the rules on cleric outfits? Tessa and Lotus always wear robes, but you seem comfortable in a suit, he asked the dragon. Gareth smiled at the two priestesses. There actually aren't any rules unless we're doing official work, or inside a cathedral. It's just a tradition that we always wear our god's color. Nature priestesses usually change outfits under the robes for different situations, since they've got so many pockets sewn into their robes. But for the red dragon, the robes are official uniform in battle and at the orphanages. So, they would normally be worn while traveling, in case there was a fight. Tessa nodded. And dragons tend to underestimate humans, so I would guess that bright blue suit was intended to be camouflage for himself while he was in the city, to appear more like one of the common people. Gareth nodded happily. Yes, it was quite effective. They even thought that I was a petitioner when I arrived at the gates. Carl strongly suspected that they were humoring him, as guard Captain Scruggs would have noticed instantly that it was a dragon in front of him, and not a human. But how could he say anything when the librarian was so pleased with himself? Lotus made her way over to the main room before flopping down on a plush chair. Did you at least bring us cute acolytes? We were going to go to the Witten Temple at the end of our last trip, but it got cut short by the Archbishop and his friend, she asked. His friend? Gareth replied, unsure how to take that description. The Archbishop had subordinates, assistants, faithful followers, but he wasn't aware of any actual friends. Carl smiled at the confused dragon. She means Noct, the totem-rank black dragon. Gareth snapped his fingers and waved his hand vaguely at Carl. I knew it. I just knew it. They pretend like they just happened to be in the same city, but I knew that they were actually friends. Carl chuckled at the dragon's overstimulated antics. They've been traveling together and having daily meetings for over a month now. Ever since they were in Nubon. I believe you met them there as well. I seem to recall that Noct said something about being given directions to find us, and only you would have remembered where we were going. Lotus Maid whispered something to her, and the petite cleric moved towards the door. Dinner time. You know, we really should have gotten those acolytes from the temple and brought them with us. They could have done all the alarm clock work for us. This is very convenient, she declared, while her maid tried very hard not to laugh. The stone corridors of the palace were designed to be deliberately deceiving, and the entire complex was carved out of a mountain, giving many dozens of kilometers of tunnels for visitors to get lost in. But the maids knew the directions very well, and Carl quickly realized that the portions where they were intended to stay were close together, so that even if they wandered, they wouldn't actually get lost. The informal dining hall looked more like the Capital Cathedral mess hall than Carl had expected, given the opulent furnishings of the rest of the visitors section of the palace. It was simple, with banners of past leaders and generals on the walls, giving a sense of history to the room otherwise filled with long wooden tables. Each could seat close to 100, but there were only a few dozen people in the room so far, all gathered in small groups and widely spaced. That was fine by Carl. He had an early day tomorrow, and there would be plenty of time for socializing before he had to leave again. Their dinner was served as soon as they sat, and Carl couldn't help but compare it to what he had gotten used to. It was similar to what was served at the apartment tower, but the chef had a distinct style here, with a preference for bold and spicy flavors. It was definitely different, but Carl could see that Lotus was making mental notes, and there would certainly be some sort of spicy lentil dish in his near future.